Chapter 43-42. Bang! The void cracked and a spatial crack appeared. Then, Yun Xinfeng's figure was blown into the turbulent space filled with countless spatial turbulence like a gust of wind. At this time, the sovereign who had suddenly attacked, a middle-aged man, arrived just in time. As soon as he arrived, he saw the unconscious girl in the arms of the Xia clan's patriarch, Xiaoyu. His expression changed slightly. It's the guy from the Dark Blood World Spirit tribe. At this time, Xiaoyu was also checking on his daughter's injuries. When his divine consciousness and primordial spirit went out, he found that his daughter's soul was like a pool of stagnant water. There seemed to be a confinement force surrounding her. Just as he was about to try to break the confinement force, the middle-aged man who had just arrived shouted, "Don't recklessly use the confinement force. If the confinement force backfires, it's likely to affect the soul of the person who is confined and cause the soul of the person who is confined to be destroyed. I'll go after him." The confinement force of the Dark Blood World Spirit Tribe can only be broken by himself, or kill the person who cast it. After reminding Xiaoyu, causing Xiaoyu's expression to change drastically, the middle-aged man had already chased into the spatial crack before it closed. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man disappeared into the spatial crack. As for Xiaoyu, he looked at his daughter in his arms. His face was full of guilt. If he had not released his daughter, she would not have ended up like this. "Let me out." At this time, the voice of Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, echoed in the sacred artifact in Xiaoyu's hand. Hearing this, Xiaoyu did not say anything and silently let his third brother out. After Xianxia came out, he went up to Xiaoyu and looked at his niece in Xiaoyu's arms with an ugly expression. How could this be? How could this be? At this time, the group of Xia clan members present were also speechless. In particular, some of the Xia clan members who had asked Patriarch Xiaoyu to release his niece lowered their heads in guilt. Although they did not know what had happened, based on the current situation, it was clearly not a good thing. In particular, the existence just now, who was obviously an ultimate contender as well, bluntly said that only the spellcaster himself could neutralize the means of their eldest lady. They were even more aware of the seriousness of the matter. Listening to the other party's words, even the strongest person in the god-defying realm had no way to break the method that person used on the eldest miss? Yun Qingyan. Xiaoyu's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he sent out another message. Because this message was no longer blocked, it quickly reached the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. As for Yun Tingfeng, when he heard Xiaoyu's message, he immediately rushed to the Xia family without stopping. According to Xiaoyu's words, his son was still alive and kicking? Furthermore, he had become an ultimate powerhouse? Although he did not know the details, he felt that something was not quite right. How could a person who was not even a high-level ultimate god become an ultimate god just like that? Also, what was with the cracks in his son's soul orb? Now he desperately wanted to know what was going on behind all this. In the turbulent space, the middle-aged man chased after him at his fastest speed. However, he was delayed by reminding Xiaoyu, so after a while, he was completely shaken off by the other party. His opponent had no intention of fighting him at all. He had run away. He's not weak. Why doesn't he even have the courage to fight me? Could it be that he has already alerted the person from the Xia family? When the middle-aged man thought of this, he felt relieved. If that was the case, it could be explained. Even if the other party was not afraid of him, he was worried that he would be in a stalemate with him. Once the person from the Xia family arrived, it would be even more difficult for the other party to escape. What a resolute fellow! The middle-aged man shook his head and turned around. He raised his hand and broke the barrier of the turbulent space, returning to the nearby divine offering land. Then, he returned to the Xia family in the divine offering land. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had also arrived at the Xia family. When he saw that the entire Xia family mansion had turned into ruins, he was a little stunned. The Xia family was gone just like that? To be more precise, the Xia family mansion that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was gone just like that? What the hell is going on? Where's Yun Tingfeng asked Xiaoyu anxiously as soon as he arrived at the scene. Humph. Xiaoyu stared at Yun Tingfeng with a sour expression. Yun Tingfeng, you've really raised a good son. Initially, Xiaoyu wondered if Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had anything to do with Yun Qingyan's current state. However, he did not think that was possible. Yun Tingfeng did not have the ability or means to do so. After all, Yun Qingyan was now a supreme being. Moreover, according to the supreme powerhouse who had sensed the situation, Yun Qingyan's current body was not that of a supreme being from the god-defying realm. He was from the bloody netherworld's ghost clan. Xiayu, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to know where my son is. You said he's now a supreme being? What happened? Yun Tingfeng asked as he took out his son's soul orb. This is my son's soul orb. This is the first time I've seen a crack on a soul orb. Tell me, what happened to him? Although Yun Tingfeng did not know what had happened, the Xia family mansion was still in ruins. However, based on how the Xia clan had been reduced to ruins, Xiayu was not lying. His son, Yun Qingyan, might really be a supreme being. Otherwise, how could he have reduced the Xia clan to ruins? Only a supreme being would have the ability to do so. Let me tell you. A loud and vigorous voice sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure. Xiayu, Xianxia, and the other members of the Xia clan immediately recognized this person. He was the middle-aged man who had scared away the red-clad young supreme powerhouse, who was suspected to be Yun Qingyan. Senior. When Xianxia saw this person, he immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Did you catch up with that person?" Although Xianxia had an ominous premonition in his heart when he saw that Lin Li had come alone, he still asked with hope in his heart. What if he caught up with that person and only restrained him but did not release him? At this moment, Xianxia could only comfort himself with this thought. Otherwise, what would happen to his niece? No. The person shook his head. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng's expression turned grave when he saw this person. A supreme being. The feeling this person gave him was similar to the patriarch of the Yun clan. Both of them gave him a lot of pressure. Only a supreme being could give him this kind of pressure. You didn't? Xianxia was slightly dazed when he heard this. Xiayu's expression turned even uglier when he heard this person's reply. He felt as though his arms that were holding his daughter were extremely heavy. The guilt in his heart could not be any greater. He owed his daughter far too much. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme being looked at Yun Tingfeng. You're the current patriarch of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land? Yun Qingyan is your son? Yes. Senior. Although Yun Tingfeng did not recognize this person before him, he could not afford to be careless since this person was a supreme being. If I'm not mistaken, your son must have awakened a supreme expert from the shackled soul tribe that was sealed in the blood world. In the past, some seniors in the Divine Offering Land chose to seal the supreme experts from the shackled soul tribe when they were unable to destroy the souls of the supreme experts from the shackled soul tribe. Instead, they chose to wear them down until they died. That clan's soul techniques are extremely profound. Even if their bodies die, as long as their souls imprison themselves, they won't be destroyed, and they won't be afraid of external attacks. Of course, if it's just a godly venerable realm-sucking soul clan member, even if he's a higher ultimate god, an ultimate god can still annihilate him even if he seals his soul. However, if it's a sucking soul clan member who has become an ultimate god, even if he's also an ultimate god or someone stronger than him, it's difficult to annihilate his soul. The only way to do that is to seal him and kill him over time. This is because when a sucking soul clan member seals himself, his soul is constantly being exhausted and destroyed. Finally, the day of self-destruction comes. If I'm not mistaken, your son must have obtained the heavenly jewel from somewhere that sealed a sucking soul clan member who had become an ultimate god. He opened the heavenly jewel and, with the other party's permission, abandoned his body and merged his soul with the other party's remnant soul. This is also the method that many soul suckers use to resurrect themselves. Apart from that, the sucking soul clan members don't have a gender. They look like men, but their voices are female, and their important body parts don't have male characteristics. The sucking soul clan members don't have any desires. They live to become stronger and pursue eternal life. After listening to the middle-aged supreme expert's explanation, the Xia clan and Yun Tingfeng gained a better understanding of the sucking soul clan in the dark blood world. Senior. At this moment, Xiayu asked unwillingly, "What's the situation with my daughter? Is there really no way to wake her up?" He had basically confirmed his daughter's current condition. Her body was fine. However, her soul seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep because it had been sealed. Moreover, The aura of her soul seemed to be weakening continuously. Although the weakening was not great, with his strength, he could still vaguely feel it. It would be fine for a short period of time, but if this continued, his daughter's soul would be completely destroyed one day. When that time came, it would mean that her soul would be destroyed and her body and Tao would disappear. There's no other way. The middle-aged supreme expert shook his head and sighed. In the end, I came too late. This time, I don't know how to explain to that little fellow. At this moment, whether it was Xia Yu, Xianxia, or Yun Tingfeng, none of them would have thought that the little fellow the middle-aged supreme expert was referring to was Xia Ningshue's husband in this life. Duan Ling Tian. End of chapter. Chapter 43-43. As the location of the divine corporeal spring was different from the flow of time outside, Duan Ling Tian did not feel too much pressure and was completely at ease to cultivate. He had completely forgotten about the time during his cultivation. He only knew that he only had one chance. Therefore, during this process, he was completely focused on improving his cultivation base and strength. During this process, he was not on guard against anything around him. This was because he felt that it was unnecessary. If there was any danger, it would come from the ultimate expert who was in charge of him bathing in the divine corporeal spring. If the ultimate expert really wanted to deal with him, there was no need to wait until now. Currently, Duan Ling Tian did not know that his wife Ker was currently in a deep sleep due to the secret technique of the Blood World's Nightmare Soul Clan. He also did not know that the Xia clan, a giant godly venerable clan in the Divine Offering Land, had their entire mansion that had been passed down for many years turned into ruins. There were even a few ultimate experts who had rushed to the Xia clan's vicinity after receiving help from the ultimate experts of the Xia clan. However, as they were too late, they could only leave silently in the end. As the master of the Divine Offering Land, the ultimate expert had also received the news at this time. He immediately stopped playing chess with his old friend and rushed back to the Divine Offering Land. Recommend an app that is comparable to the old version of the Divine Tool for reading books. You can exchange all the source books to read. Although the Divine Offering Land was a small world in his body, as an existence that guarded the God-defying realm, it was usually separated from him and could not be completely integrated with the God-defying realm like other people's small worlds. Of course, it was not that he could not integrate the Divine Offering Land with him, but once he did so, the Divine Offering Land would lose its role in guarding the God-defying realm to a certain extent. Naturally, his strength would soar to an extremely terrifying level at that time. So, it wasn't the upheaval caused by the closure of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm in that dimensional battlefield. It was the Blood World's Nightmare Soul Clan that revived in the Divine Offering Land. Humph. You've got guts. I'll remember your aura. If you dare enter the Divine Offering Land again, I'll definitely kill you. As the master of the Divine Offering Land, the strength that he could unleash in the Divine Offering Land was unimaginable to ordinary people. In the lower dimensions. In a mundane plane. Within a vast island protected by layers upon layers of formations, a beautiful young woman stood at the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds, gazing into the distance. She was none other than Duan Xiling. She was the daughter of Duan Ling Tian and Ker. As the saying went, mother and daughter were connected by heart. Recently, Duan Xiling had been feeling uneasy. She had a bad feeling about this. Father's law doppelganger was destroyed many years ago due to the needs of his main body. Is everything going well on father's side? Now that the 1,000-year time limit is up, the spatial tunnel between the lower realms and the realms of God should be open, right? Why have I been feeling uneasy these past few days? Did something happen? Duan Xiling's eyes were filled with worry. Xiling, so you're here. A gentle voice sounded. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared. It was precisely the young woman who wore a bright red robe. Although her clothes were loose, they were unable to conceal her proud figure, and her actions were extremely charming. Aunt Wu. Duan Xiling bowed respectfully when she saw the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Feng Tianwu. Aunt Wu, I've been feeling a little uneasy these days. Do you think something happened to father? Duan Xiling asked. Silly girl. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Don't overthink it. Your father, he will be fine. He's always been able to turn misfortune into blessings no matter what happens. I'm sure it won't be an exception this time. When she mentioned him, Feng Tianwu's originally cold eyes became much gentler. However, she would be lying if she said she was not worried. Around the same time, on the other side of the same island, in a quiet courtyard, there was a peerless beauty who was so beautiful that no one could pick out her next generation. She was silently standing there, looking into the distance, as if she was waiting for someone to return. Juan, you can go out for a walk when you're not cultivating. There are many interesting places in the mundane realm. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here and wait for him to return. For the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, the arrival of Yun Qingyan's reincarnation from the Serene Blood World Soul Shackle clan was undoubtedly a nightmare. The Xia clan's mansion had been in ruins for many years. However, after the nightmare, they could do whatever they wanted. Soon enough, the Xia clan's mansion was rebuilt with the help of the Xia clan. However, at this moment, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, publicly resigned from his position as the clan leader. Initially, he had planned to retire and stay by his daughter's side to apologize. However, the Xia clan's elders hoped he would continue to lead the Xia clan before the next clan leader was elected. That way, the Xia clan would not be in a mess. Initially, he did not agree to it. It was only when his third brother, Xianxia, who had always been at odds with him, came to persuade him that he reluctantly agreed. However, apart from handling the Xia clan's affairs, he spent most of his time by his daughter's side to show his repentance. Even Xianxia had never thought that his cold-blooded elder brother would become like this after his niece's calamity. It was only at this moment that he realized his brother had always been bluffing in the past. His elder brother cared a lot about his only daughter. My dear daughter, I've asked around and confirmed that your husband is fine. He's very outstanding. If he comes, as long as he's willing, I'll hold a grand wedding for the both of you. I'll let you marry him in a grand manner. I was wrong. From now on, I won't work with the Yun clan to deal with him. I'll only protect him. That's because he's your husband. Xia Yu, the former patriarch of the Xia family, was an extremely dignified existence. At this moment, he was sitting in the front yard of the Xia family mansion, looking at the closed door of a room not far away. He was drinking and muttering to himself. His face was covered in stubble, and he looked dispirited. His robes were stained with wine, making him look sloppy. Not far away, Xianxia, who was about to enter the room, had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw this scene. In the past, he would never have imagined that his usually dignified brother would have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian completely lost track of time as he cultivated, until he officially stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. Originally, his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had slowed down a while ago. Therefore, he was worried that he would be sent out of the divine corrupting spring water earlier. At that time, he was thinking that it would be worth it if he could step into the medium ultimate god realm before he left. However, it was not that easy to step into the medium ultimate god realm. After a period of torment, he finally stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. Just a little bit more and I'm done for. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian only guessed that his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water would slow down. In the end, as time passed, his guess was verified. Especially when he was about to step into the medium ultimate god realm, he was really worried that he would be sent out of the divine corrupting spring water because his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water was too slow. At the crucial moment, which was also the moment he was most worried about, he successfully stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. After stepping into the medium ultimate god realm, Duan Lingtian realized that his speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had increased again. Is this because my speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water increased again after my breakthrough? Then, it slowed down again? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, but at the same time, he did not forget to continue absorbing the divine corrupting spring water with all his might. He thought that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another opportunity like this. At the same time, in a pavilion that was floating in the endless void, a faint smile appeared on the face of a young man in snow-white clothes that was originally as calm as an ancient well. Not bad, he actually made a breakthrough. I originally thought that he might not be able to make a breakthrough. Based on his progress, it should not be a problem for him to consolidate his medium ultimate god cultivation base. As for stepping into the upper ultimate god realm, I'm afraid that's impossible. The young man muttered to himself. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. I originally thought that his eldest senior sister was a good seedling. But now, It seems that he's not any worse than his eldest senior sister. In fact, he's even more outstanding. Let's see how he performs next. The god-defying world. After muttering to himself for a while, the young man let out a long sigh. The god-defying world seemed peaceful, but in fact, it was surging with undercurrents. Over the years as time passed, he discovered more and more. These people were all old. The future of the god-defying world would eventually fall into the hands of the young. Even Duan Ling Tian did not expect that he would stay in the space where the divine corrupting spring water was located for nearly 200 years. In these 200 years, not only did his cultivation base enter the medium ultimate god realm, but he had also completely consolidated his medium ultimate god realm cultivation base. In addition, he had also taken a big step forward. In the end, because the speed of absorbing the divine corrupting spring water had slowed down and exceeded the agreed time, he was forcefully sent out of the divine corrupting spring water. Senior, I've been here for nearly 200 years. How long has it been outside? Duan Ling Tian knew that when he was a lower ultimate god, the difference in the flow of time between here and outside was 10-1. However, when he entered the medium ultimate god realm, the flow of time would definitely change again. Less than 40 years. The indifferent voice sounded again. Next, you can choose which ultimate god divinity you want. I have all the ultimate god divinities except for the ones that contain the law of earth, law of wood, and law of life. You choose one. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, dumbfounded when he heard this. Who exactly was this person? Did he mean that he had a lot of paragon godhood in his possession? Chapter 43-44. Before entering the planar battlefield, Duan Ling Tian already knew that a supreme expert's godhead was an extremely rare treasure. Even a supreme expert might not necessarily have one. Moreover, not every supreme expert could leave behind a supreme expert's godhead after they died. Of course, at that time what he knew was limited. Until he entered the upgraded version of the planar battlefield's Chaos Realm, when he received the rewards for the top 3 rankings, one of the rewards for the first place was the supreme expert's godhead. During that time, he had heard many people mention the supreme expert's godhead, which further improved his understanding of the supreme expert's godhead. The supreme expert's godhead was difficult to obtain even for a supreme expert. Because the supreme expert's godhead was something that only supreme experts who had reached a certain level of strength had the ability to condense it. A weak supreme expert did not have this ability. The formation of a supreme expert's godhead also meant that a supreme expert's comprehension of the law of essence they were proficient in had reached a higher level. A supreme expert whose comprehension of the law of essence had reached a certain level could be considered an outstanding existence among the other supreme experts. And if a person wanted to obtain a supreme expert's godhead, it was either a gift from someone else, or the supreme expert himself left behind his own godhead before he died. Or, one had to kill the supreme expert who had condensed the supreme expert's godhead, and forcibly snatch it away from the other party. This supreme expert. Now that he realized that the other party had so many supreme experts' godheads, and there were many different kinds of them, Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If all the supreme experts' godheads belonged to this person, didn't that mean that many supreme experts had died in his hands? Furthermore, those supreme experts were all existences who had condensed the godhead of a supreme expert. Existences who could condense the supreme expert's godhead were considered experts among the supreme experts. And a supreme expert who could kill such existences was undoubtedly even stronger. Senior. Taking a deep breath and trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Duan Ling Tian spoke again with a different tone. This was something he himself didn't notice. At this time, he couldn't help but recall the dream where the middle-aged supreme expert who had brought him here addressed the other person as Lord. At that time, he felt that it was definitely a dream. A supreme expert symbolized the supreme powerlessness of this world. What kind of powerful existence was that? What kind of existence was that? What kind of existence was that? How could they address another person as Lord? But now, when he realized that the owner of the voice just now was very likely to have the strength to kill a supreme expert who had given birth to a supreme expert's quintessence, he suddenly felt that it was normal for a supreme expert to address him as Lord. After all, not every utmost powerful expert possessed that sort of strength. Furthermore, not every paragon would be able to stand in front of him and ask him which type of paragon godhood he wanted. Judging from the other party's tone, it was obvious that he had all of the paramount godheads in his possession. I currently have a supreme godhead that contains the law of space. Senior, I would like to ask you to give me some suggestions as to which supreme godhead I should choose. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he explained in detail the various laws that he was currently proficient in. Now, the law he was most proficient in was naturally the law of space. Then it was the law of life and the law of time. Then it was the law of fire, the law of earth, and the law of metal. In addition, Duan Lingtian also told the other party that he had originally planned to ask for a supreme godhead that contained the law of space to complement the previous one. This way, his advancement in the law of space would naturally be faster. After saying all this, Duan Lingtian began to wait. He was not sure if the other party would be willing to talk to him or give him pointers. After all, the other party was very likely not an ordinary supreme expert. It was very likely that the other party was a top existence who could kill ordinary supreme experts as if they were dogs. In the past, Duan Lingtian had always thought that supreme experts were superior, that every one of them was extremely powerful and invincible. Until he found out that some supreme experts might have many supreme godheads in their possession. Moreover, it was very likely that they had killed those supreme experts and plundered their supreme godheads. At this moment, he also realized that even among the strongest, there was a difference in strength. Perhaps, it was like the difference between a lower-level ultimate god and a higher-level ultimate god. Even if there was not such a big difference, the difference between the strong and the weak among the upper-level ultimate gods was already very exaggerated because the top experts among the upper-level ultimate gods could easily kill those who had just stepped into the upper-level ultimate god realm as if they were slaughtering chickens. Will this person give me some advice? Duan Lingtian was nervous. After all, he was only a middle-level ultimate god. Would the other party be willing to talk to him and give him advice? However, Duan Lingtian's nervousness quickly disappeared. This was because the other party responded, "Your idea is actually not wrong. Two supreme godheads that contain the law of space may indeed be able to complement each other and help you advance faster on the path of the law of space," Lin Yun said. When he heard this, Duan Lingtian thought that the other party supported his idea and plan. However, the other party's next words made Duan Lingtian realize how short-sighted or ignorant he was. However, I don't know if you have ever thought about it. What if the two supreme godheads that contain the law of space take completely different paths? What if they even clash? Under such circumstances, the other supreme godhead that contains the law of space will not only be of no help to you, but it may also harm you. After listening to the other party's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. However, after a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian could not help but think that since this person in front of him had raised this question, would he not be able to find him a suitable supreme godhead that contained the law of space? In the next moment, as though he had guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts, the other party continued, "I do have two supreme godheads with me. However, I'm not sure if they're suitable for you. Since you're proficient in the law of space, you should also know that many people start off on similar paths, but later on, they completely diverge and no longer cross paths. My personal suggestion is that you don't need to choose the supreme godhead with the law of space. Your supreme godhead is already enough for you to comprehend the law of space to perfection. Another supreme godhead might speed up your comprehension of the law of space, but it might also slow down your comprehension of the law of space. Of course, the final decision is up to you." The owner of the voice clearly did not intend to make the decision for Duan Lingtian. Or rather, he also felt that it was better for Duan Lingtian to make this decision himself. "Thank you for enlightening me, Senior." Duan Lingtian first expressed his gratitude, then continued respectfully, "I've decided not to choose the supreme godhead with the law of space. May I know which supreme godhead you suggest I should choose?" Duan Lingtian asked the other party again. This time, the other party was silent for a longer time. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even thought that the other party found him annoying and did not want to bother with him anymore. Only then did the other party speak again. "The law of time, the law of life. You, choose one of the two. The law of time. The law of life." At this moment, Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant when he heard the other party's suggestion. To be honest, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of life was actually more profound than the law of time. If it was only based on his comprehension of the law of life, he would definitely choose the law of life. He had mentioned this to the other party earlier. The other party was aware of this. Under such circumstances, he was still given two choices. This also meant that the law of time was also very beneficial. It should be known that he had the sacred tree of life in his body. This was no secret to the Supreme Godhead. With the help of the sacred tree of life in comprehending the law of life, the other party still asked him to consider the law of time. It should be known that the sacred tree of life's assistance in comprehending the law of life was not directional. It was more of a subtle influence to provide Duan Ling Tian with an environment suitable for comprehending the law of life. Therefore, the assistance of the sacred tree of life and the Supreme Godhead did not conflict with each other. There was no conflict between the two Supreme Godheads of the law of space. Senior. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian quickly made a decision. I choose the Supreme Godhead of the law of time. The law of time. To Duan Ling Tian, the law of time had always been very mysterious until his master obtained the inheritance of a Supreme Godhead who was skilled in the law of time. Then, with his master's help, he successfully comprehended the law of time. Later on, although the law of time had made considerable progress, it was overshadowed and not worth mentioning in front of the law of space. Under normal circumstances, Duan Ling Tian should have asked the Supreme Godhead why he mentioned the law of time. However, Duan Ling Tian did not ask further. First, he felt that there was no need to ask further. The Supreme Godhead must have said this because he valued the law of time. Second, he was also worried that the Supreme Godhead did not have that much patience. After all, in his eyes, he was just a small middle-level ultimate god who could be killed with a blow of his breath. Are you sure? Once you are sure, there's no going back. The voice sounded again. I'm sure. As for Duan Ling Tian, he immediately nodded in response without any hesitation. The law of time was recognized as the most mysterious of the four supreme laws. It could even control time. For example, in the space where the divine corporeal spring was located, he enjoyed a different flow of time compared to outside. This was the terror of the law of time. Also, the law of time could even control the time in the area where the opponent was when fighting. The powerful law of time could even make the opponent squat on the spot for an instant. In a fight between experts, a moment's effort could often be fatal. All right. The voice sounded, followed by an object that was 70 to 80% similar to the Supreme Godhead that Duan Ling Tian had obtained earlier. It seemed to appear out of thin air and floated in front of Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 43-45. This is the paramount divinity of the time laws? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the brand new paramount divinity floating in front of him. After you collect this paramount divinity, I'll send you out. The owner of the voice continued. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian didn't immediately collect the paramount divinity after he thanked the other party respectfully. Instead, he asked respectfully, I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me your name, Senior? It'll be good for me to know who the senior who has helped me so many times today is. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed. In the endless void, in a pavilion that seemed to have existed since ancient times, a young man in white stood lazily in front of the pavilion and smiled faintly. This kid is quite interesting. The paramount divinity is right in front of him, yet he's still so calm. Soon, the other party's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. Who I am isn't important. If you can become an paramount divinity, you'll naturally know who I am. That one sentence cut off Duan Ling Tian's thoughts of knowing the other party's name. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything else and reached out to grab the paramount divinity in front of him. However, when his hand touched the paramount divinity, he felt the scenery in front of him turn upside down and even his consciousness became a little blurry. His consciousness was fuzzy at first, but in the end, it seemed to have fallen completely silent. It was as if he'd fallen into a deep slumber. When Duan Ling Tian's consciousness gradually recovered, he discovered that he'd appeared in the vicinity of the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. What's going on? Wasn't I in the battlefield on the other side? I think I just obtained the paramount divinity that contains the law of time? Duan Ling Tian kept recalling what had just happened. Was it real or just a dream? If it was a dream, then wasn't it too realistic? Everything that had happened in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos in the planar battlefield was vivid in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Whether it was accumulating battle merits or later accumulating chaos points, every scene left a deep impression in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Up until now, it had only happened recently. I'm also confused. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. He wanted to confirm if everything he had experienced earlier was a dream. Wouldn't it be fine if he confirmed his current cultivation base? Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered that he was indeed a medium ultimate god. Moreover, he was a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not dreaming. All of this is real. At this thought, Duanling Tian's divine divinity, but he quickly discovered divinity's divine divinity was not in his spatial ring of Duanling Tian. Instead, the original divine divinity of spaces was still. What's going on? At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was almost certain he was not dreaming, began to hesitate. Cultivation level, yes. However, the divine divinity of time's divine divinity was gone. Could it be that the ultimate divinity took it back? Duanling Tian could not help but wonder. However, just as Duanling Tian was feeling puzzled, a few 10,000 Arts Academy's disciples passed by him. They were conversing with each other at this moment. Have you heard? Vice Palace Master Hong Yifeng has stepped down. It's said that the new Vice Palace Master who replaced him is his junior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen? Was it that freak? He's going to be a Vice Palace Master? When these few myriad Law Academy students' words entered Duanling Tian's ears, Duanling Tian's mind was in a mess. Yang Yuchen? Wasn't that his third senior brother? Wasn't his third senior brother the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy a long time ago? At the very least, his third senior brother had been the Vice Palace Master for quite some time before he joined the Myriad Law Academy. However, these people said his third senior brother was newly appointed. Moreover, they even mentioned Hong Yifeng. Although Duanling Tian had yet to meet his second senior brother, he knew this name very well. It was none other than his second senior brother. What's going on? Or perhaps, these people think third senior brother is still new after being the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for so many years? With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian stepped forward and asked. At the same time, he took out his Myriad Law Academy's student identity token to prevent the other party from raising their guard. When the other party saw his identity token, they let down their guard and began to talk to him. After a while, Duanling Tian was completely dumbfounded. Based on these people's words, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had only become the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy last month. Last month? How was this possible? However, as these people returned to the Myriad Law Academy, Duanling Tian waited for a while and asked a few passing Myriad Law Academy students. Gradually, he confirmed this fact. It seems like my guess was correct. In fact, when he first learned of this matter, Duanling Tian already had some guesses in his heart. After all, he had only arrived here after coming into contact with the Supreme Godhead of the Law of Time. Moreover, he did not have the Supreme Godhead in his hands at the moment. Perhaps it was the Supreme Godhead of the Law of Time that sent me here. Of course, if it was just the Supreme Godhead, it shouldn't have such an ability. It should be related to that Supreme Godhead. Duanling Tian was not stupid, especially since he possessed another supreme powerhouse divinity. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for a supreme powerhouse divinity to have such an ability. He must have used some other method to work with the paramount godhead to inflict it on him. At this moment, he could confirm that he was not dreaming. Everything that he was experiencing was real. After confirming all this, the first thing Duanling Tian did was not enter the Myriad Law Academy. Even though he had a vague guess, he did not plan to enter the Myriad Law Academy before he could confirm all this. Why would he enter the Myriad Law Academy? This era was obviously another era. In this era, Duanling Tian had not been born yet. This was because, as far as he knew, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had been the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for more than 1,000 years. In this era, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had only been the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for a month. At this time, not to mention me, even father and mother might not have been born yet. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. In the future of this era, third senior brother definitely doesn't know me and hasn't seen me before. If I go and see him now, it's equivalent to changing the past. Although doing so might not cause bad consequences. After all, many things in the future have been confirmed. However, it's best not to try if I can avoid it. For this reason, although Duanling Tian had arrived in the past where he had not been born, he did not rashly disturb his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He also did not enter the Myriad Law Academy. The past, Duan Ling Tian left the Myriad Law Academy and left as far as he could. As for the dangers that might exist in the outside world, they were not that dangerous to him at this moment. Before he had consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He might even be stronger than many top intermediate ultimate gods and could even kill some upper ultimate gods. Now, not only had he consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, but he had also successfully stepped into the intermediate ultimate god realm and consolidated his cultivation base as a middle ultimate god. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even if he encountered the current clan leader of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, Yun Tingfeng, he would be able to escape unscathed even if he might not be a match for him. It would not be easy for Yun Tingfeng to kill him. After thoroughly consolidating his cultivation base as a middle ultimate god, although he had not fought yet, Duan Lingtian could still make a certain judgment because he could roughly feel how much stronger he had become. With his current strength, he might not be able to do anything he wanted in the Xiangang land, but at least as long as the ultimate experts did not intervene, there were not many who could stop him if he wanted to leave. He already had enough confidence. Now, even third senior brother and second senior brother are probably no match for me. When this thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly paused as a very interesting idea popped into his mind. How about I conceal my identity and exchange pointers with third senior brother? However, I have to wait until he leaves. It's not easy to fight in the Myriad Law Academy. Once I do, even the current palace master is no match for me. However, with the Myriad Law Academy's foundation, once the palace guarding formation is activated, it'll be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Duan Lingtian knew that the Myriad Law Academy's palace guarding formation was the work of an ultimate expert. Half a month later, Yang Yuchen, who had just been appointed as the deputy palace master of the Myriad Law Academy for less than 2 months, encountered a middle ultimate god who took the initiative to exchange pointers with him when he went out. After that, the other party left without a second thought. Who the hell is he? Even eldest senior sister's strength might not be comparable to his before she entered the upper ultimate god realm, right? Yang Yuchen's heart trembled as he looked in the direction the other party left. Yang Yuchen, of course, would never have thought that the person who had crushed him with one strike just now, who was completely covered by a bamboo hat and a loose black robe, and whose appearance and figure could not be seen clearly, was actually the junior brother he would personally recruit into the inner palace in the future. At the same time, in the future, not long after Duan Lingtian came into contact with the Time Law Paramount Expert's Godhead. Not long after Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air by the side of the Paramount Expert's Godhead, a figure dressed in white appeared out of thin air. It was a white-robed young man. At this moment, this white-robed young man's face was slightly pale and blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. I hope it's worth using that thing on him. However, I never expected that with my current strength, using that thing would cause me to bear such a heavy burden. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-46. Allowing a person to reverse time and return to a certain era in the past. This sounded inconceivable, not to mention that it was actually done. Even in the myriad worlds, the top existences might be able to allow some weak existences to return to a certain era in the past. However, even the top existences in the myriad worlds could not make an ultimate god, especially a middle-level ultimate god, live to the past. Unless there was some kind of treasure as the driving force. That kind of treasure was basically a supreme treasure related to the law of time. Even if it was used on the strongest existences in the myriad worlds, it would still be of great use. Even if there was such a treasure, no one would use it to allow someone to return to the past. Even if it was their own son, very few people would be willing to use such a treasure. Of course, if someone could be sent to the past and cross the boundary of time, it would not seem to be of much use to him. However, in the process, he would have already been baptized by the reversal of time. This kind of person would have a smoother journey in the future on the path of the law of time. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian did not know this. The current Duan Lingtian had returned to the past 1,000 years before he was born. After torturing third senior brother Yang Yuchen, he left the vicinity of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace with satisfaction. As for whether fourth senior sister was in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace at this time or whether first senior sister would appear in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace during this period of time, he did not know and was not interested to know. He only knew that he could not easily interfere with things related to him in this era in the future. It would be fine if there were no adverse consequences. If there were, it would be too late for regrets. Could it be? Could it be something that happened this time? Not long after Duan Lingtian had tormented third senior brother Yang Yuchen with satisfaction and left, a figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The figure of a young girl. The young girl's name was Duan Xiaoyu. Back then when they first met, although she had mistaken him for someone else and said that he looked like her brother, however, her feelings at that time were so sincere that it did not seem like she had mistaken him for someone else. At that time, he couldn't understand. Later on, he discussed this matter with his master, Feng Qingyang. At that time, his master, Feng Qingyang, guessed that he might have returned to the past one day in the future, met that girl, and formed a bond with her. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Of course, although everything could be explained, both Duan Lingtian and his master, Feng Qingyang, actually felt that this guess was somewhat unrealistic. It wasn't that easy for a person to return to the past. Especially since Duan Lingtian's strength was getting stronger and stronger, he felt that it was even more impossible. The stronger one was, the more difficult it would be to return to the past. This was because a powerful person could change an era. For example, if a supreme expert were to return to the past a few thousand years ago, or even 10,000 years ago, he would be able to eliminate his enemies first and even kill all the geniuses that he would be jealous of in the future. In this way the era would change. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was too unrealistic. Now, he had unexpectedly returned to the past 1,000 years ago. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, he couldn't help but think about it. If Master's guess is right, I will meet Duan Xiaoyu in this era. Moreover, we will have some interactions and she will recognize me as her elder brother. When all these thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly thought of something. In this era, Ke shouldn't have reincarnated yet, right? She should still be the eldest daughter of the Xia family in the world of divine remains, Xia Shui. After thinking about this, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated. The first thought that came to his mind was to go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains and find a chance to meet Ke in this era. At that time, the current Ke, or Xia Shui, definitely didn't know him. Should I go and have a look? In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and decided to make a trip to the world of divine remains. At this time, the realm battlefield had yet to open. It was easy for him to go to the world of divine remains from the mystic gangland. In fact, it was easy for him to go to the lower realms as well. Moreover, since he was from a lower realm, his strength would not be suppressed there. For example, people from the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed in the lower realms. Cultivators from different realms of gods won't be suppressed when they travel to other realms of gods. However, their strength will be suppressed when they travel to lower realms of gods, Duan Lingtian explained. I wonder if those natives of the realms of gods will have their strength suppressed when they go to the lower realms? For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not know the answer to this question. However, when he told the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements in his little world, the answer he received was affirmative. Before this, Duan Lingtian had told the world-cleansing divine water about his return to the past. Naturally, the world-cleansing divine water was baffled by this as well. According to the world-cleansing divine water, even the weakest gods and supreme powerhouses who were skilled in the law of time would not be able to send someone back to the past, let alone ultimate gods. They might not even be able to send someone back 15 minutes in time, let alone 1,000 years. Even if they could do it, they would have to pay a huge price. Even the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed in the lower realms, Duan Lingtian explained. Of course, that's only for ordinary supreme powerhouses. Once these paragons give birth to the paragon godhead, they will no longer be suppressed. Not only will these ultimate expert strength be suppressed in the lower dimensions before they develop the ultimate expert divinity, but they'll also be suppressed in the outer realm. Of course, not many of them will be suppressed in the outer realm. Some of them are peak high-level ultimate gods. It's also because of this that these supreme experts rarely go to the outer realms before they give birth to the supreme expert godhead. The root of the matter is that they are all afraid of death. Currently, the world-cleansing divine water had recovered significantly with the help of the divine containment spring. No! The world-cleansing divine water said in a panicked voice. Little Tian, shut down your little world. I can sense that there is a repulsive force between the me of this era and myself. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the world-cleansing divine water's panicked expression. He noticed the divine tree of life in his little world that had recovered its powerful aura was weakening. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian hastily shut down his little world without any hesitation. It was also at this moment that the palpitating feeling in his heart disappeared without a trace. Chapter 43-47. It turns out that two lives existing in the same era at the same time will be rejected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why nothing would happen to him when he appeared in this era of the past. There was no him in this era. In other words, he had not been born in this era. At the very least, he would not be born until 100 years later. In other words, reversing time and allowing a person to return to the past can only allow him to return to an era without him. Reversing time and sending a person back to the past. It must be that the earlier one returns, the greater the price one has to pay. There is no doubt about this. And in the god-defying realm, generally speaking, not to mention a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation, even a lower ultimate god, I'm afraid you can't find one under 1,000 years old, right? At least in my era you can't find one. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this through the fact that Ning Yixuan, the genius of the Ning family, was recognized as the #1 person in the younger generation of the god-defying realm. In the god-defying realm, generally under 1,000 years old, to be able to become an emperor god or even a superior divine emperor is considered a monster. And even if such existences are sent back 1,000 years ago, it is difficult for them to interfere with the major trend of history. On the other hand, they can interfere with a minor trend, but it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Now, returning to the past before he was born, Duan Lingtian thought for a while and also understood a lot of things. Of course, as for why he was sent back, he had already guessed that it was most likely related to the supreme expert who gave him the supreme expert of the time law divine deity. He must have paid a great price to send me back 1,000 years ago. What is he scheming? If the other party did not have any ulterior motives, Duan Lingtian would not believe it at all. Could it be that he wants to cultivate me first and then take over my body? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Although he was not sure if the supreme expert would also have 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, if he would also be killed by the heavenly tribulation that he could not withstand as time passed, however, this did not dispel his vigilance. He was not related to the other party at all, so why would the other party pay such a huge price to send him back to 1,000 years ago? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, before he left, the other party did not ask him to return to the past to complete any mission or do anything to change the future. Now that he had returned to the past, it would be difficult for the other party to speak to him. Of course, the other party definitely existed in this era, but they definitely did not recognize him and did not know of his existence. It was even more impossible for the other party to know that they would send a completely unrelated person back to this era 1,000 years later. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's go and seek her first. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Divine Offering Land and was near the Xia clan's estate. With his current level of power, even if he were to visit the Xia family, the current master of the Xia family, who was Ker's father, would definitely welcome him. However, he did not do so. This was because he didn't want to change anything related to Ker. He would leave the past as it was now. He did not even intend to disturb Ker, because the current Ker was not Ker yet. She was purely Xianxia, the first miss of the Xia family, a giant godly venerable level family in the world of divine remains. He only came to see her from afar, so that he would not disturb her and let her know of his existence. Otherwise, once history was rewritten, he did not know what would happen. It would be fine if there were no negative consequences, but if there were, it would be too late for regrets. She has been cultivating in seclusion all this time? Duan Lingtian stayed in the world of divine remains for nearly half a month, and soon found out that the first miss of the Xia family, Xianxia, had been cultivating in seclusion recently and had not appeared for more than 10 years. Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity, he was not too emotional. Soon, he left the world of divine remains again. It was not realistic to continue waiting for Xianxia to come out of seclusion. It was better to return to the Mystic Gang land. He also wanted to know if he really knew the Duan Xiaoyu in this era. After returning to the Mystic Gang land, Duan Lingtian deliberately avoided everything related to the Wanda Law Palace and everything that he came in contact with in the future era. He did not deliberately avoid other things. He would meet whatever he was supposed to meet. It was not until 2 years later that Duan Lingtian met Duan Xiaoyu. It is indeed her that I met this time. Although Duan Lingtian originally had some guesses, when he really met Duan Xiaoyu here, he could not help but feel excited. The Duan Xiaoyu in this era was not called Duan Xiaoyu. She was called Xiaoyu. She followed her mother's surname, Qiao. Until she met Duan Lingtian and was saved by Duan Lingtian, she could be said to be very dependent on Duan Lingtian. This was also related to her background. In her eyes, other than her mother, Duan Lingtian was the person who treated her the best. She, for Duan Lingtian, added an additional Duan to her original name, which could be considered as following Duan Lingtian's surname. Duan Lingtian did not stop this. Because the future Duan Xiaoyu told him that even if he stopped it, it would be useless. Duan Xiaoyu would still be Duan Xiaoyu in the future. Brother, in the future, I want to take revenge with my own hands. Although Duan Xiaoyu was young, her tenacity and persistence made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. At the same time, he did not insist on standing up for her. Duan Xiaoyu, whose original name was Qiao Yu, was the biological daughter of the young sect master of a heavyweight godly venerable level sect. She was the daughter of the young sect master of a major godly venerable level sect. Later on, in order to ensure that his marriage partner would not discover the wife and daughter he had left behind outside, he personally took action and brought people to kill the mother and daughter pair. At the same time, he sent out his trusted subordinates to hunt down the mother and daughter pair. They were Duan Xiaoyu and her biological mother. Duan Xiaoyu's biological mother was killed in order to protect her. Duan Lingtian saved Duan Xiaoyu at the critical moment when she was almost killed. At the same time, he killed all the people who attacked her. After learning about Duan Xiaoyu's background and the instigator of all this was actually her biological father, Duan Lingtian could not help but want to meddle in this matter. However, Duan Xiaoyu said that she wanted to take revenge with her own hands in the future. Duan Lingtian respected her decision when he saw how serious she was. It was also from that moment onwards that Duan Lingtian began to bring her with him as he traveled in this era. In the beginning, he did not think much of it. However, as time passed, he discovered that Duan Xiaoyu's divine power was suppressed by him the entire time he was bringing her with him. She was unable to make any progress. No matter how Duan Xiaoyu cultivated, she was unable to make any progress. At that moment, he realized that it was most likely because he came from the future that he was affecting Duan Xiaoyu's cultivation. His first thought was to find a family or a person to entrust Duan Xiaoyu to. However, Duan Xiaoyu refused him. Big brother, do you not want me anymore? The girl he saw in the future was only a little girl. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made one feel sorry and pity for her. Little you. Duan Lingtian rubbed Duan Xiaoyu's little head and shook his head. It's naturally not that big brother doesn't want you anymore. Rather, it's because it's difficult for your strength to make any progress if you're with big brother. Big brother, I'll tell you a secret, okay? In order to prevent this little girl from overthinking things, Duan Lingtian told this little girl the secret that he came from the future. Although it was somewhat outrageous, the little girl believed in Duan Lingtian unconditionally. The reason for that was because, in her eyes, this big brother who doted on her the most in this world apart from her mother would not lie to her. Big brother, but little you doesn't want to leave you. Little you, didn't you want to personally avenge your mother? If you're unable to increase your cultivation like this, how are you going to avenge your mother? Big brother, in that case, will little you be able to see big brother again in the future? Of course. However, the person you'll see in the future will definitely be your future big brother. Promise big brother that if you meet me before I recognize you, you must definitely not reveal your identity. At that moment, Duan Lingtian told Duan Xiaoyu where he would meet her in the future. At the same time, he told her not to reveal that she knew him. The reason for that was because his future self would not know who Duan Xiaoyu was. Also, before we part ways, big brother will find someone to take care of you. Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to find a family for Duan Xiaoyu, but Duan Xiaoyu refused. She said she could only accept finding someone to take care of her because her mother had also taken care of her alone in the past. Duan Lingtian did not force her and began to look for candidates. At first, he looked for a few candidates. They were all at the ultimate god realm. There were medium-level ultimate gods and high-level ultimate gods. They were all saved by Duan Lingtian when their lives were hanging by a thread. Among these few people, some of them were extremely respectful and grateful to Duan Ling Tian. They even said that if Duan Ling Tian ever needed them, they would even be willing to give up their lives for Duan Ling Tian. However, after Duan Ling Tian handed Duan Xiaoyu over to them, this group of people treated her well at first. However, when Duan Ling Tian pretended to be protecting Duan Xiaoyu in a life-and-death crisis, they all abandoned her and left her behind. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian knew that these people were unreliable. In the end, he killed them all. I can save your lives, and I can also take them back. There were also some people who owed Duan Ling Tian their lives and did not state that they would sacrifice their lives for him. Duan Ling Tian did not ask much of them and did not hand Duan Xiaoyu over to them. However, Duan Ling Tian did not show any mercy to those who had expressed their stance and reneged on their promises. You don't have to promise me anything. I won't do anything to you. It's fine even if I save your life for free. However, once a promise was made, it had to be made. You're the one. After more than 10 experiments, Duan Ling Tian finally found a reliable person. This person, at the moment of life and death, still wanted to protect Duan Xiaoyu and send her away. It was an old woman. She was a high-level ultimate god who had just consolidated her cultivation. Chapter 43-48. The old woman was a consecrator of an important ultimate god sect in the Xiangang land. She had many followers, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but look at one of them when he saw her. This was because he had seen her before. She was the beautiful woman who had accompanied Duan Xiaoyu for the first time in 1,000 years. She was a lesser god emperor. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile when he recalled the first time they met. When she attacked, everyone thought she was a divine emperor. She was Yu Qiushuan. She was the beautiful woman who had appeared with Duan Xiaoyu at the auction before he entered the hidden fog academy in the Xiangang land. At that time, Yu Qiushuan was mysterious and powerful. She could crush him with a single finger. But now, young Master Duan. In front of Duan Ling Tian, Yu Qiushuan was extremely respectful when she learned that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the old man behind her even though he was only a medium ultimate god. She did not even dare to look Duan Ling Tian in the eye. No wonder. Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Yu Qiushuan, who was extremely powerful at that time, was willing to respectfully address him as young Master Duan at the auction 1,000 years later. It turned out that she had seen him 1,000 years ago. She had seen him return to the past from the future. Of course, the current Lin Mingya did not know that she would meet him 1,000 years later, before he had grown up. Duan Ling Tian was ready to leave after spending a few more days with Duan Xiaoyu. Big brother, will you come back? Duan Xiaoyu's face was filled with reluctance. Her beautiful cheeks were wet with tears, making her look pitiful. Silly girl. Duan Ling Tian patted Duan Xiaoyu's little head and smiled warmly. Didn't I tell you? You'll be able to see me soon. I can't come back. You'll be able to see me when you grow up. Didn't I tell you the location? Have you forgotten? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. No. Duan Xiaoyu said reluctantly. I just feel that 1,000 years is too long. Not long. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, cultivate well. I hope that when I see you again, you'll already be a god emperor or even a supreme god. Although Duan Ling Tian could see the little girl's reluctance, he also knew that he could not continue to stay by her side and affect her. He came from the future. In the past, not only did he not make any progress in his cultivation, even the people around him did not make any progress in their cultivation. It was as if he was a star of calamity. As long as one maintained a close distance from him, they would not be able to cultivate and improve themselves. Wherever he went, it was as if he was in a space where cultivation was prohibited. I can't even cultivate. Why did you send me back? Comprehending the laws of time. Now, Duan Ling Tian also vaguely realized something. In this place, he could not cultivate, nor could he comprehend other laws. Only the laws of time did not seem to be restricted in any way. In fact, it was twice as easy to comprehend it with half the effort. It was the same feeling as when he comprehended other laws in those lost secret chambers in the past. Therefore, after separating from Duan Xiaoyu and the others, Duan Ling Tian found a place to meditate on the laws of time. Other than that, he only went out twice. He went to the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. However, in the Xia family, Ker's previous life, Xianxia, had been cultivating in seclusion. He had never seen her. Perhaps she will only come out when I'm about to be born in this era. Forget it. I don't want to see her anymore. So what if I see her? She's not Ker yet. The Xianxia of this era was Xianxia. She was simply the daughter of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. She had not experienced Ker's life and had nothing to do with him for the time being. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian soon figured it out and began to focus on comprehending the laws of time in this era. He completely forgot about the time in the midst of comprehending. During this process, he discovered that the speed at which he comprehended the laws of time was extremely fast. It was even faster than when he used the supreme godhead of the laws of space to comprehend the laws of time. This was beyond the scope of the supreme godhead. That supreme godhead. How did he do it? He made me, a medium-level supreme god, travel from the future to the past. It's unbelievable. Moreover, I'm from the future. In this era, the speed at which I comprehend the laws of time is ridiculously fast. Duan Ling Tian could be considered as someone who had seen great storms. However, he was still shocked by the speed at which he comprehended the laws of time. Moreover, he discovered that comprehending the laws of time here did not seem to be peaceful. The laws of time now should be at the level of illumination of 100,000 miles in the dimensional battlefield? Not long after. Now, it should be at the level of illumination of 1,000,000 miles in the dimensional battlefield? Another period of time passed. Now, I feel like the laws of time I've mastered has caught up with my laws of space. If I continue to comprehend the laws of time here, won't my laws of time surpass my laws of space? Just as Duan Ling Tian was thinking about this, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. However, reality hit him mercilessly. This time, it didn't take long for him to feel an irresistible force assaulting him from all directions and enveloping his entire body. In the next instant, he lost consciousness. At the moment he lost consciousness, there was only one thought left in his mind. I'm going back? There was no need to guess where he was going. He was definitely going back to the future. He had long guessed that if he was really sent back to the past, the person who sent him back would have to pay a corresponding price for every minute and second he stayed in the past. It would be strange if he did not have to pay a price for sending someone back to the past. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had completely forgotten about time as he was comprehending the laws of time. Little did he know that when he left this era, his father was also born in a mundane realm called the Saint Province realm in the lower secondary realm. When he left, his father, Duan Ruffing, was just 3 years old. Currently, Duan Ruffing was still a naughty little boy who ran around naked with snot on his nose. He did not even dream that he would have such an outstanding son in the future. When Duan Ling Tian regained his consciousness, he discovered he had returned to the place where he was before he returned to the past, where the divine corporeal spring was located. At this moment, he was standing there with the godhead of a supreme powerhouse hovering in the void in front of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt a little dazed. It was as though only a moment had passed. He did not feel as though he had returned to 1,000 years ago and spent a long time cultivating the law of time. My laws of time. In order to verify this, Duan Ling Tian deliberately tried to sense his laws of time. He soon discovered that his laws of time were the same as the laws of time in the past. In fact, since he could sense the laws of space in this era, he was able to confirm this. The laws of time that he had mastered were no weaker than the laws of space. If I had stayed in the past for a while longer, my laws of time would definitely be stronger than the laws of space. What a pity! Although Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly and felt that it was a pity, he quickly regained his senses. He felt that he was being too greedy. Even the current situation was something that many people dreamt of. In the past, I had stayed in the past for many years. However, in this era, only a moment has passed. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and received the supreme powerhouse divinity from the law of time, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. However, at the same time, he felt as though only a moment had passed. After receiving the supreme powerhouse godhead, Duan Ling Tian faced the void in front of him and bowed deeply. Many thanks, senior. He knew that the other party must have paid a heavy price for what he had just experienced. At the same time, the calm voice seemed to come from all directions. It's best that you advance both the laws of time and the laws of space in your future cultivation path. It will be of great benefit to you when you become a supreme powerhouse. Also, there's something wrong with your wife in the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. Now, I'll send you there directly. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although it would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate the law of time and the law of space at the same time, it was not impossible. After all, he now had the supreme powerhouse godhead of the laws of space and the supreme powerhouse godhead of the laws of time. Even if he advanced both the laws of time and the laws of space at the same time, his comprehension speed would still be faster than others who comprehended only one law. However, when he heard the other party's words, Duan Lingtian's expression froze. Did something happen to his wife? Kerr. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, he felt a monstrous force shrouding his body. Then, the scenery in front of him shook and he could not see clearly at all. When he regained his vision, he realized that he had appeared in front of a brand new mansion. Although the mansion was brand new, he could tell at a glance that it was the Xia family's mansion in the Divine Offering Land. He had seen it from afar in the past. Now, he had directly crossed the security perimeter outside the Xia family's mansion and entered the Xia family's mansion. If it was in the past, he would definitely be extremely vigilant if he entered rashly. However now, he only had his wife, Kerr, in his mind. Duan Lingtian appeared near the Xia family's mansion out of thin air. Therefore, even the patrolling Xia family members only regained their senses after he appeared for a while. Then they surrounded him. Who are you? Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family's mansion? Chapter 43-49. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would have been horrified to be thrown out of the Xia family mansion by an ultimate expert and into the Xia family's sphere of influence. However, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry as he faced the questioning of the Xia family's patrolling disciples. What happened to Kerr? What did that ultimate expert mean by that? Currently, Duan Lingtian only wanted to know everything. Therefore, when faced with the questioning of the patrolling disciples of the Xia family, not only did he not respond, he even flew towards the Xia family mansion. He wanted to know what had happened to his wife, Conqueror. If even an ultimate expert said that something had happened to his wife, it must be something serious. After all, no matter how small a problem was in the eyes of an ultimate expert, it was still a big problem for people like them. For example, killing a top high-level ultimate god was not a big problem for an ultimate expert. However, for most people, it was a dream that they could not achieve in their lifetime. Stop him. He wants to barge into our Xia family mansion. Take him down. Do it. Duan Lingtian flew towards the Xia clan's estate. However, before he could get close, he was stopped by a group of patrolling elders and disciples who appeared in the Xia clan's estate. At the same time, the Xia family members who caught up with him also surrounded Duan Lingtian with a group of people in front of him. Get lost. Faced with the group of Xia family elders and disciples, Duan Lingtian, who was burning with anxiety, could only maintain his rationality and not kill them. The space storm raged all over his body, shaking the void and forcing the Xia family members to retreat. In the space storm, a terrifying space order appeared. Although the divine power that activated the space order was only a medium ultimate god's divine power, it was an irresistible force to the patrolling elders and disciples of the Xia family. The strongest among the Xia family elders and disciples were only 3 medium ultimate gods. How could he possibly be a match for Duan Lingtian, who had improved his strength to the point where he was comparable to most superior ultimate gods? Even if they tried to defend themselves, their powers were insignificant in front of Duan Lingtian. It could even be said that stars could not compete with the brightness of the moon. As a medium ultimate god, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat the Xia clan's 3 medium ultimate gods, a dozen lower ultimate gods, and a few upper divine emperors. If he had not held back in time, apart from the 3 intermediate ultimate gods, none of the Xia clan members would have survived Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom! When the energy dissipated, Duan Lingtian stood in the air, leaving behind a group of pale-faced Xia clan members who were watching from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear. Such power! He is only a medium ultimate god? How can a medium ultimate god be so powerful? I've seen the Patriarch fight before. Even if the Patriarch doesn't use any divine weapons, I'm afraid that's the most he can do. A medium ultimate god is almost as powerful as the Patriarch. They were shocked and found it unbelievable. Many of them even thought that they were dreaming. How could a medium ultimate god possess such terrifying strength? Of course, they were soon able to confirm that they were not dreaming. Humph! Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to step into the Xia family mansion, a cold snort was heard from within the Xia family mansion. Then, an old and burly figure appeared in the sky. Behind him was a group of people. There were old people and middle-aged people. At this moment, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Their faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were angry because someone had barged into the Xia family home and hurt their family members. These people were the Xia family's current generation elders. The old man leading them was the second elder of the Xia family. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family mansion? The second elder of the Xia clan, who was leading the group, glared at Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression. When they arrived outside the Xia clan's estate, they stood opposite Duan Ling Tian and asked coldly, "I am Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, had calmed down after venting his anger. He no longer continued to fight. "I came here because I heard from the Supreme Powerhouse Senior who gave me the reward for being the first on the Chaos Region's overall ranking that something happened to my wife, Conqueror, the eldest young miss of your Xia clan, Xianxia. I have no intention of fighting with the Xia family. I am here to find my wife," Duan Ling Tian said loudly. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said that, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duan Ling Tian? If this name still made them a little uncertain, then it was a name that made them a little unsure. However, when Duan Ling Tian mentioned the upgraded reward of the First Lady of the Chaos Realm's overall leaderboard, a series of heavy breathing could be heard. Not only was the name Duan Ling Tian not unfamiliar to them, but it was also very familiar. This was because the name Duan Ling Tian had been heard everywhere in the Divine Offering Land and other realms of gods. Therefore, they knew about Duan Ling Tian's past. Duan Ling Tian came from a mundane realm in a lower secondary realm. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower ultimate god. He had won the first place on the lower ultimate god list and the overall leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, it was suspected that his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He is Duan Ling Tian. It's him. I heard that the First Lady has a husband who is from the mundane realm. I heard that he is very weak. How can he be so strong? He is the son-in-law of the Xia family? Earlier, the Xia clan disciples who were originally slightly fearful and ashamed of being injured by Duan Ling Tian had all recovered from their shock at this moment, and their faces revealed joyful expressions. They were angry because they thought he was an outsider. Now that they knew he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, the slight doubt in their hearts was gone. Before this, after their First Lady's accident, Xiayu, the clan leader of the Xia family, had personally ordered that if Duan Ling Tian came to visit, they must not be rude and treat him like a VIP. At that time, they thought the clan leader only did that because Duan Ling Tian was a monstrous genius. At the same time, many of them thought that even if the Xia family was a giant ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land, Duan Ling Tian might not be willing to come if they invited Duan Ling Tian. Now, Duan Ling Tian was recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the various divine planes. Many giant ultimate god clans had offered very generous terms to invite him to join them. They all thought the clan leader was flattering himself by giving such an order. What right did Duan Ling Tian have to come to their place? Now that they heard Duan Ling Tian mention that the First Lady of the Xia family, Xianxia, was his wife, they suddenly understood. No wonder the clan leader gave such an order. At that time, I thought it was a little strange, but now it seems normal. Yes, since Duan Ling Tian is the clan leader's son-in-law, it's normal for him to come to our Xia family. Haha. This time, our Xia family is rich. We actually have such a genius here. The group of Xia family disciples was pleasantly surprised. As the person in question, Duan Ling Tian was a little stunned by the group of Xia family disciples' surprise. The clan leader of the Xia family, Ker's father in her previous life, was also her father in this life. How could he order the Xia family to treat him like a VIP? Why was he being so polite? He found it hard to imagine. In his eyes, the clan leader of the Xia family, Xiayu, had always been the villain because he had forced Ker's previous life to marry Yun Qingyan. Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family, also held a deep grudge against him. How could such a person welcome him to the Xia family? Is it because he knows about my achievements in the dimensional battlefield? Or is it because something happened to Kerr? Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he thought of this. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the furious second elder of the Xia family and the group of Xia family elders behind him were stunned. They never expected the young man in front of them to be Duan Lingtian. It was only now that they realized the young man in front of them was indeed the same as the rumors about Duan Lingtian. He was dressed in purple, had a handsome face, and had an extraordinary temperament. That's not right. Suddenly, one of the Xia family elders' expression changed. Isn't Duan Lingtian just a lower ultimate god? I heard that when he last appeared in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, he was still a lower ultimate god and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. But now, he's a medium ultimate god? And he's a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. Earlier, before the Xia family elders came out, they had received a message that a medium ultimate god had barged into the Xia family and was very powerful. It was suspected that he was not weaker than a top upper ultimate god. Of course, they did not take it seriously. It was basically impossible for a medium ultimate god to be comparable to a top upper ultimate god. Even the two strongest known mid-level ultimate gods were only comparable to some of the best among the upper-level ultimate gods. There was still a big gap between them and the top upper-level ultimate gods. However, now that they had confirmed the person before them was Duan Lingtian, the disbelief in their hearts began to waver. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the medium ultimate god? And he has consolidated his cultivation base? The dimensional battlefield has only been closed for a few years, right? He has broken through just like that? What's going on? Isn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? Wasn't he stuck at the lower ultimate god realm for many years and could not even consolidate his cultivation base? How come he's a medium ultimate god now? Some of the Xia family elders took the lead and spoke first. The group of Xia family members who were present reacted and were in an uproar. It seems that he has absorbed a large amount of divine spring water, said one of the Xia family elders. As soon as he said that, everyone agreed with him. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again. Divine spring water. Not only did he get the opportunity to bathe in the divine spring water, but he also got a large amount of divine spring water. Since he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, did that mean that he would also give some of the divine spring water to the Xia family? Chapter 4350. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that he would be so welcomed in front of the Xia clan for the first time. Of course, after listening to many Xia clan members, he also realized that the reason why they were so warm to him was not only because of the Xia clan master's greeting, but also because of the large amount of divine corporeal spring in his hands. The divine corporeal spring was a treasure that all ultimate experts dreamed of. Not to mention the Xia clan members. This world is indeed so realistic no matter where you are. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At this moment, the second elder of the Xia clan no longer looked angry and was replaced with a warm smile. So it's the son-in-law. Hello. Son-in-law. I'm Xia Dongming, the second elder of the Xia clan. Previously, Xiao Dongming did not believe that there was a medium ultimate god whose strength was comparable to a top upper ultimate god. However, after confirming the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him, he believed it. After all, the person in front of him was someone who could compete with a top medium ultimate god before he had consolidated his cultivation as a lower ultimate god. Now, he had not only stepped into the medium ultimate god realm but also consolidated his cultivation as a medium ultimate god. It was conceivable that his strength was not weaker than a top upper ultimate god. Perhaps, the title of the #1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying world will change again. Xia Dongming thought to himself. Previously, in the upgraded version of the Chaos region of the dimensional battlefield, there were ultimate experts who boasted that Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Art Academy in the Shengang land was so strong that he could be called the #1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying world. Later on, when the upgraded Chaos Territory's mid-level ultimate gods ranking list and overall ranking list were released, a previously unknown genius had not only taken first place on the mid-level ultimate gods ranking list, but he had also taken second place on the overall ranking list. At that time, many people felt that the #1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying world should be this person. However, Hong Yifeng was appointed by the supreme expert after all. Therefore, many people who trusted the supreme expert also felt that Hong Yifeng was the #1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Now, those people are divided into two camps. One camp supports Hong Yifeng while the other camp supports Xianxia. However, if those people from both camps know that Duan Lingtian has now entered the medium ultimate god realm and has consolidated his cultivation base, they will definitely agree that Duan Lingtian is stronger than Hong Yifeng and Xianxia. Xia Dongming had no doubt about this. He knew how high Duan Lingtian's current popularity was, and there were even people who said Duan Lingtian was the strongest lower ultimate god that had ever appeared in the history of the god-defying realm. At the very least, there had never been such a powerful lower-level ultimate god in the known history of the various planes of gods. It was said that this was acknowledged by some of the most powerful beings who had lived for a long time. "Young master, this way please." Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, Xia Dongming repeatedly invited Duan Lingtian into the Xia clan. At the same time he said, "The third master has also instructed us to inform him immediately if you come. Now, the third master is rushing over here." Duan Lingtian flew into the Xia clan under the warm welcome of the second elder of the Xia clan. The Xia clan mansion was very big and everything was brand new. This made him a little puzzled. The Xia clan was a giant ultimate god family with a long history in the world of divine remains. Even if the family mansion was usually well maintained, it should not be so brand new. Of course, he only took a few glances. After a few thoughts, he was focused on Kerr. "Second elder, Kerr. Did something happen to your young lady?" The second elder of the Xia clan, Xia Dongming, who was originally smiling brightly, stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Just now, he was so focused on greeting this person that he completely forgot about his young lady's current situation. "Young master." Xia Dongming smiled wryly and said, "It's a long story. You should ask the third master when you see him later." He could tell this person in front of him did not know about his young lady's current situation. He did not plan to tell him personally. What if Xia Dongming was dissatisfied and decided to vent his anger on him? Although the possibility of that happening was very small. Nevertheless, he still had to be on his guard. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was looking forward to meeting the third master of the Xia clan, Xianxia. He still remembered the sloppy middle-aged man whom he had met nearly 1,000 years ago. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand was given to him by Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had also given him a fragment of the profound divine metal, allowing him to begin his journey of collecting the 5 divine elements. As for the 5 divine elements, they had also played a crucial role in his growth. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a figure flying toward him. He was still as sloppy and unruly as before. Time did not seem to have left any traces on him. "Good boy, you're finally here." This was the first thing Xianxia said when he saw Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had always been calm, he could not help but feel excited when he saw Xianxia again. "Third uncle." "Third uncle." This was how Xianxia had asked Duan Lingtian to address him in the past. Kerr, she. Although Duan Lingtian was excited to see Xianxia, he did not forget about his wife Kerr. This was especially so when Duan Lingtian mentioned Kerr. The joy on Xianxia's face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as well. It seemed like something had really happened to Kerr. Although Duan Lingtian did not suspect the supreme powerhouse, he could not help but feel his heart tremble when he saw Xianxia's expression. "Third uncle." Duan Lingtian wanted to ask more questions, but Xianxia interrupted him. "I'll bring you to see her. I'll make a long story short for you on the way." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and followed after Xianxia. The Xia clan's second elder and the others stopped in their tracks and watched the two of them leave. "Second elder, do you think the son-in-law will stay?" One of the Xia clan's elders could not help but ask. "It's hard to say." Xia Dongming shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. At the same time, a few of the Xia clan's elders had quietly sent out messages. They left the Xia clan and went in 4 different directions. The Xia family was not as united as a rock. Although they were all members of the Xia clan, many of them were in contact with people from other forces. One of the messages was sent to the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains. The Yun clan's patriarch, Yun Tingfeng, received the message. Duan Lingtian went to the Xia clan? When Yun Tingfeng finished reading the message, his face turned gloomy. Although he knew that this day would come, he didn't expect it to come so soon. He has entered the medium ultimate god realm? And he has consolidated his cultivation base? His strength is not weaker than the Xia clan's patriarch, Xia Yu? Yun Tingfeng's eyes were filled with vigilance. He knew it would not be easy to deal with Duan Lingtian now. Unless the Yun clan's patriarch made a move personally or he found a few superior ultimate gods to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian. However, if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would need a chance. Such chances were very rare. Even if it's difficult, I have to think of a way to deal with him. He has consolidated his cultivation base as a medium ultimate god. Once he enters the upper ultimate god realm, who in the Yun clan will be his match except for the patriarch? Thinking of that, Yun Tingfeng couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression. In the Xia clan's mansion, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know how Yun Tingfeng, the Yun clan's patriarch, was feeling right now. He followed Xianxia all the way to Ker's residence and learned the ins and outs of the matter from Xianxia. Ker had fallen into a coma. Her soul had been imprisoned. It was the imprisonment of the Sucking Soul clan. Yun Qingyan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan, had somehow merged with the Sucking Soul clan from the bloody world in the outer realm. Moreover, the Sucking Soul clan member was a paramount expert. After Yun Qingyan had merged with the paramount expert, his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer obsessed with competing with Duan Lingtian for Ker. However, he was still obsessed with the idea that even if Ker was with someone else, he would not let Ker be with Duan Lingtian. Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage. He did not expect the good-for-nothing from the Yun clan, whom he did not take seriously, would cause so much trouble. Moreover, he had taken a shortcut to become a paramount expert. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that Yun Qingyan was no longer Yun Qingyan after becoming a paramount expert in such a manner. Third uncle, is there any way to wake Ker up? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Can we ask a paramount expert to help dispel the energy around her soul? No. Xianxia shook his head when he heard this. In the past, there was a paramount expert who appeared. My brother and I begged him to help. However, he said that even a paramount expert could do nothing about it. This was because the person who helped was also a paramount expert. Xianxia said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard this. Initially, he had thought that if a paramount expert could save Ker, he could contact the two paramount experts he had met earlier and ask them for help. Perhaps, he could ask the old ancestor of the Xia clan to help. At most, he would return the favor in the future. However, he did not expect that even a paramount expert would be useless. The paramount expert said, Xianxia continued to say, there are only two ways to wake Shuer up. The first way is to ask the paramount expert to dispel the restriction on Shuer. Of course, this method is impossible. The second way is to kill the paramount expert. Once the paramount expert is dead, the restriction he left in Shuer's soul will naturally disappear. The restriction is similar to the soul energy that an ordinary person infuses into a soul pearl. It will dissipate with the passage of time. However, I'm afraid Shuer won't be able to hold on before the restriction disappears. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Xianxia's words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by Xianxia to a mansion within the Xia clan's mansion. As soon as they entered the mansion within the mansion, Duan Lingtian saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the mansion. He did not know if the figure was cultivating or resting with his eyes closed. Chapter 43-51. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome and dignified appearance. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed, there was still an aura emanating from him. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. When Duan Lingtian and Xianxia entered, he opened his eyes and nodded at Xianxia. He then looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to Xianxia, with a complicated look in his eyes. As soon as Duan Lingtian's identity was revealed, he received many messages from the Xia clan's elders informing him that his son-in-law had arrived. To be honest, at first, he was not satisfied with his son-in-law. She felt that it was because her daughter had lost her memories after reincarnating that she had taken a liking to this man who came from a lower secondary plane. Therefore, when Yun Qingyan brought his daughter back, he did not resent Yun Qingyan for breaking up the two of them because he sincerely thought Yun Qingyan was not good enough for his daughter. However, a series of rumors later on and how Yun Qingyan had stirred up a storm in the Chaos Realm of the dimensional battlefield and the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm forced him to take him seriously. It was a miracle that someone who came from a low-level mortal plane, especially one with the worst speed plane in the low-level mortal plane, could reach where he was today even if he had encountered many opportunities along the way. Although many of the current supreme experts in the god-defying realm were also from low-level mortal planes, it was a miracle for them to rise up and become supreme experts. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's miraculous journey, it was insignificant. No one had ever become a divine venerable from nothing in just 1,000 years. He is indeed a medium ultimate god now. The next moment, Xiayu, the patriarch of the Xia clan, confirmed that his son-in-law whom he had met for the first time had indeed become a medium ultimate god and had even consolidated his cultivation base. Regarding this, it was both surprising and not surprising at the same time. He was surprised that Yun Qingyan had improved from a lower ultimate god who had not fully consolidated his cultivation base to a medium ultimate god who had fully consolidated his cultivation base in such a short time. He was not surprised that Yun Qingyan had soaked in the divine corrupting spring. His improvement was within an acceptable range. It would be out of his expectations if the other party had entered the high-level ultimate god realm. Ling Tian, this is my elder brother, Xia Yu, the current head of the Xia family. At this moment, Xianxia, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, began to introduce the middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. He had already guessed the middle-aged man's identity. Duan Lingtian looked at him with a complicated expression before nodding his head. Master Xia. By the way, the app I've been using recently, /mimi/reading/app/, supports both Android and Apple phones. Patriarch Xia. As Ker's husband, it wasn't appropriate for Duan Lingtian to address Xia Yu as Patriarch Xia. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to call him father like Ker did. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to do so. After all, Xia Yu was one of the people who had restricted his relationship with his parents and friends. Xia Yu was also supportive of Ker's marriage to Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian could not even call him Uncle Xia or uncle, let alone father. Addressing him as Patriarch Xia showed how distant he was from Xia Yu. When Xia Yu heard Duan Lingtian address him as Patriarch Xia, he was obviously stunned. He was considered his son-in-law. Did Xia Yu just call him son-in-law? When Xia Jie, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, saw Xia Yu's stunned expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was mocking his elder brother for underestimating the young man beside him in the past. Otherwise, why would things turn out this way? Now, unless his niece asked him to change the way he addressed Xia Yu, it would be difficult for him to do so. When Xia Yu came back to his senses, he saw the mocking smile on Xia Jie's face. He knew what Xia Jie was thinking, but he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he smiled bitterly and sighed. You may go in. She's inside. Don't recklessly use your soul energy to probe her soul. Even if you want to probe her soul, don't go near her. Otherwise, the restrictive force will think you're trying to expel her soul and will perish together with her soul. Xia Yu's expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. Thank you, Patriarch Xia. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xia Yu. He did not say anything else and continued to walk into the palace. Xia Jie accompanied Duan Lingtian to a room in the mansion. She's in this room. You may go in. You haven't seen her for hundreds of years. Take a good look at her. Xia Jie sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he pushed the door open and entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned. This was because the furnishings in the room were the same as when he and Ker were in the mundane realm. Whether it was the position of the cupboard, the position of the table and chairs, or the position of the bed, everything was the same. A painting hung on the wall beside the cupboard. It was a painting of a man and a woman with a little girl standing next to them. Although the painting was not good, Duan Lingtian recognized it immediately. It was a painting of him, Ker, and their daughter, Duan Xiling. It was a painting of Xiling when she was still young. Ker. I haven't seen how Xiling looks like when she grows up. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. That's her biological daughter. Compared to his wife, he seemed to be luckier. At the very least, he was able to watch his daughter grow up from a little girl to a beautiful young lady. At this moment, Duan Tian felt tears welling up in his eyes uncontrollably. His heart was also trembling violently. He closed his eyes. Even when he raised his head, 2 streams of tears still rolled down his cheeks. After his tears evaporated, Duan Tian took a deep breath before he mustered up the courage to look at the beautiful figure lying on the bed. 900 years had passed, but his wife still looked the same. However, he knew his wife must have gone through a lot of hardships and dangers during these years. He had entered the realm battlefield before. His wife had been there for hundreds of years. She was lucky to have survived. She had brushed shoulders with death countless times. Duan Tian walked to the head of the bed and looked down at his wife before lightly squatting down. He extended his hand and slowly stroked his wife's face. "Conqueror, I'm here. It must have been hard on you all these years. Don't worry. I'll wake you up. At that time, I'll bring you back to see our daughter. One day, we'll be reunited as a family. We'll be blessed to be together." Duan Tian's eyes were filled with determination as he mumbled to the end. However, even though Duan Tian was speaking emotionally, the woman lying on the bed did not move at all. Her soul was imprisoned and she could not sense anything outside, let alone hear what the people outside were saying. She could not even hear voice transmissions. Also, Duan Tian crouched down beside his wife and looked at her affectionately as he recounted all the things that had happened after they had separated. When he reached the end of his story, he saw that his wife did not move at all. She was indifferent and expressionless. He felt as if his heart was being sliced into pieces. "Let's stop here." Duan Tian looked at his wife gently. "Perhaps you didn't hear what I said just now. Then, when you wake up in the future, I'll tell you again. No matter how many times you want to hear it, I'll tell you again. Originally, I wanted to bring you back to meet Si Ling so that she can take care of you. However, I'm surrounded by enemies now. I don't know how many people are watching me. In order not to drag you down, I decided not to bring you back. You should stay in the Xia clan for now. After I find a way to wake you up, I'll bring you back to see Si Ling." Today was the day that Duan Tian spoke the most in his life. Usually, he would not speak in front of others if he could. This was how he was. However, he could not hold himself back when he saw his wife whom he had not seen for 900 years. Duan Tian did not expect half a day and a night would pass in just a blink of an eye. When he walked out of the room, Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged in the air on the other side of the courtyard, opened his eyes. "You're out?" Xianxia asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Tian. Currently, this young man who used to be weak in his eyes had become stronger than him. Although he lamented that the new generation had replaced the old, he was happy that his niece had such an outstanding husband. Xiaoyu also opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at Duan Tian with a complicated expression on his face. Yesterday was his first time meeting Duan Tian. Today was his second time meeting Duan Tian. "Third uncle." When Xiaoyu heard how Duan Tian addressed Xianxia, he knew Duan Tian was deliberately targeting him by calling him the clan leader of the Xia clan. However, he also knew that he had brought this upon himself. After all, he had been targeting Duan Tian all this while. Even if it was for the sake of the clan's future and the safety of the old ancestor who was a supreme powerhouse in the clan. Nevertheless, he felt sorry for his son-in-law. It was understandable for Duan Tian to behave this way. He comforted himself inwardly. "What do you plan to do next?" Xianxia asked Duan Tian. Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxia's question. He asked, "What do you think, third uncle?" Xianxia looked deeply at Duan Tian before he said unhurriedly, "Do you want me to give you a suggestion?" Duan Tian nodded. He knew his current situation very well. He was sent directly to the Xia clan by a supreme powerhouse. Now that the Xia clan had spread the news, many people outside the Xia clan must have known he was in the Xia clan. Even if it was only a day and a night, there might be many people waiting for him outside. After all, he was a medium ultimate god who possessed a large amount of divine corrupting spring. The divine corrupting spring was a treasure that even supreme powerhouses would fight for. A man's wealth was his fault. Chapter 4352. Duan Lingtian knew better. Although he had come into contact with two supreme experts this time around, and both of them seemed to be very easy to talk to, it was quite impossible for him to have the extravagant hope that they would protect him. Perhaps, the two of them cherished talents, and when he was in danger, they would help and protect him. However, it was only a possibility. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to place his life in the hands of such a possibility. Although he had successfully reunited with his wife, Ker, she was in a deep sleep and did not know that he was there or hear what he said. Although they were finally reunited, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy at all. He even felt that the burden that had just been lifted was as heavy as Mount Tai again. Outside the realm, Blood World, Nightmare Soul Clan, Yunqing. If there was one thing that Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most, it would be to find the Nightmare Soul Clan member from the Blood World who had merged with Yunqing and kill him so that his wife could wake up. However, he knew in his heart that it was not realistic. Not to mention that he did not know where the Blood World was and did not know how to leave the God-defying realm. He was not even a match for the Nightmare Soul Clan member who had merged with Yunqing. His opponent was a supreme expert. In fact, Duan Lingtian knew that his next step would be to leave the God-defying realm and explore the outside realm like his first senior sister whom he had never met. Only in this way would he be able to improve even more. Moreover, he had also heard from Su Bailey, the palace master of the Myriad Law Palace, that every upper-level ultimate god of the God-defying realm would be assigned to some places in the God-defying realm every once in a while. In the God-defying realm was only one of the realms in the outside realm and was only a second-tier realm. It was not one of the top realms in the outside realm. However, although Duan Lingtian already had plans to go to the God-defying realm, he still wanted to hear what the third master of the Xia clan had to say about it. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Xianxia pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "Actually, you're not in a good situation right now. Before you came out from that battlefield, no one knew of your whereabouts. At most, they would have ambushed you near the Myriad Law Institute in the Profound Handle land. Now that you've come to the Xia family, I'm afraid the news has already spread. Perhaps right now, there are already quite a number of people in the vicinity of the Xia family. They are waiting for you to leave the Xia family to kill you. The divine corrupting spring in your hands is too tempting." Xianxia could not help but sigh as he continued. Although the divine corrupting spring is useless to ultimate powerhouses, it can be used to assist those below the ultimate powerhouse level in their cultivation. Below the ultimate experts, there are many ultimate gods who are facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that could result in serious injuries or death after 1,000 years. These people are willing to do anything to increase their strength and resist the heavenly tribulation. These people can even be regarded as desperados because if they can't get your divine corrupting spring, they won't be able to survive the heavenly tribulation in the near future. Xia Jie's words clearly explained Duan Lingtian's current situation. Duan Lingtian naturally knew all this, so he just nodded in agreement and waited for Xia Jie to continue. He knew that the third master of the Xia family would give him some suggestions. Sure enough, after Xia Jie finished speaking, he continued, "You actually don't have any other choice now. You only have one choice, which is to leave the God-defying realm. If you leave the God-defying realm and go to the outer realm, no one will know you. Even if there are people in the God-defying realm talking about you, there won't be anyone targeting you so quickly in the outer realm. The outer realm is where the experts of thousands of realms gather. The God-defying realm is just one of the realms. Of course, you still have to be mentally prepared. The God-defying realm is a powerful realm, after all. You're a young prodigy who's widely acknowledged in the God-defying realm. If they find out you've obtained a large amount of divine corrupting spring in the God-defying realm, they'll definitely be tempted and target you. Of course, it takes time for the news to spread. Moreover, not everyone is willing to share the news of you possessing the divine corrupting spring with other realms in the outer realm. Who wouldn't want to monopolize it?" Xia Jie's suggestion was indeed similar to Duan Lingtian's. However, from Xia Jie's words, Duan Lingtian learned more about the vastness of the outer realm. The outer realm was where the experts of thousands of realms gathered. It was the most suitable place for Duan Lingtian to live. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not be safe in the God-defying realm or any of the realms of gods. If he hid in the Xia clan or the Myriad Art Academy, he might be fine. However, he could not hide in the Xia clan or the Myriad Art Academy forever. Xia Jie's words made Duan Lingtian realize that although the Myriad Art Academy was only a heavyweight force on the surface, it had a strong foundation. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have said that he would be fine if he stayed in the Myriad Art Academy. Third uncle, I also plan to go to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and nodded. However, I don't know how to get to the outer realm. This was what Duan Lingtian needed to consider at this moment. He wanted to go to the outer realm. However, how could he get to the outer realm? Xianxia smiled slightly when he heard this. You don't have to worry about that. As a giant godly venerable rank clan in the Divine Offering Land, our Xia clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxia's words. You can't use the transportation formation. However, the patriarch of the Xia clan, Xiayu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He overruled Xianxia as soon as he opened his mouth. Xianxia frowned and Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face when Xiayu said in a deep voice, Third brother, don't forget that although the transportation formation will send him to our place in the outer realm, is that place really safe for him? Don't forget. The Divine Hoarding Spring is a treasure that all ultimate experts want to obtain. Even if there's an ultimate expert guarding that place, can you guarantee that the ultimate expert won't be tempted by the Divine Hoarding Spring in his hands? Xiaxia's expression changed when he heard Xiayu's words. He had indeed forgotten this point. Earlier, he was only thinking that the godly venerable rank clans in the Divine Offering Land could use their transportation formation to go to the outer realm, which was the territory of the God-defying realm. Those territories of the God-defying realm were guarded by ultimate experts from the God-defying realm, so there would be no danger. In that place, ordinary people would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. However, what if the ultimate expert wanted to? Chapter 43-53. It was still the same old saying. A man's wealth is his own fault. The divine corrupting spring in Duan Lingtian's hands was not only tempting to the ultimate gods, but also the ultimate gods. The ultimate gods might not be able to use it themselves, but there was no lack of direct descendants among them. Even if they could not use it themselves, they could give it to their descendants. In addition, even the ultimate gods who did not have any descendants could exchange the divine corrupting spring for things they needed in the outer realm even if they could not use it themselves. The divine corrupting spring was a hot commodity even in the outer realm. If we don't use the transportation formation, Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, frowned slightly. Although he seemed to agree with his brother, Xiayu, he could not help but feel helpless when he thought about how Duan Lingtian would still have to face a group of ultimate gods after leaving the Xia clan's residence if they did not use the transportation formation. He could escort Duan Lingtian himself. However, his current strength might not even be comparable to Duan Lingtian's. If he left with Duan Lingtian, he would be lucky if he did not drag him down, let alone escort him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but become alert when he heard Xiayu's words. Ultimate gods. Unknowingly, he had become a hot commodity even in the eyes of ultimate gods. I'll ask the great ancestor to come back. Xiayu, the patriarch of the Xia clan, spoke in a deep voice when the atmosphere was a little tense. Great ancestor? Xiajia's frown deepened. Even if the great ancestor comes back and leaves with Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely become the focus of attention from all the ultimate gods. Who knows, he might encounter other ultimate gods along the way. The great ancestor. Xiajia's heart sank when he thought about his great ancestor's current situation. The great ancestor of the Xia clan was actually a very ancient existence. Ultimate gods had to face the heavenly tribulation of 10,000 years. His great ancestor was injured the last time and might not have fully recovered. That was also the reason why his brother had to compromise with the patriarch of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng. The ancestor of the Yun family was no longer the powerful existence that he used to be in his prime. This time around, if his actual body were to descend and bring Duan Lingtian away, he would undoubtedly have to endure an enormous amount of pressure if an ultimate expert was unable to restrain themselves and made a move. Perhaps his old injuries would worsen before they were healed. Originally, there was still a chance for the next heavenly tribulation in 10,000 years. But now there was no chance at all. I didn't ask Grand Ancestor to take him away to the outer world. Xiayu said in a deep voice, I'm just asking the Grand Ancestor's original body to come back and open a spatial passage for him to enter the turbulent space and go against the flow to the outer world. This is also the best solution for now. Xiayu said. Enter the turbulent space and go against the flow? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that too dangerous? Even a high-level ultimate god would have a 50-50 chance of dying if they were to go against the flow of the turbulent space. At this moment, Xiaoyu glanced at Duan Tian and said indifferently, "Don't tell me you still think he's a mid-level ultimate god." As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Tian and continued to say without waiting for Xiaojia's reply, "If I enter the turbulent space and go against the flow to the outer realm, there's a 30-70 chance of survival." The meaning of his words was simple. If he were to do that with his strength, he had a 70% chance of successfully going to the outer world. There was also a 30% chance that he would perish in there and his Dao would vanish. Think about it carefully. If you leave directly or use the Xia family's teleportation formation to leave, the chances of you dying are even higher. Moreover, under those circumstances, you won't have a choice and you won't have the initiative. It all depends on whether or not someone will attack you and take your divine corrupting spring. If you enter the turbulent space, even an ultimate expert won't be able to find you easily. Looking for someone in the turbulent space is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, if you enter the turbulent space and go against the flow, you'll have to rely on your own strength and luck. It all depends on your choice. Xiaoyu said. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Xiaojia looked at Duan Tian silently. At this moment, he did not voice his opinion. This was because he knew that this might be the best choice for Duan Tian. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Patriarch Xia. At this moment, Duan Tian solemnly thanked Xiaoyu under the gazes of the two Xia family members. At the same time he said, "This time, the senior from the Xia family has helped me. I won't let him do it for nothing. Before I leave, I'll leave the Xia family with the corresponding divine corrupting spring." Duan Tian said, allowing the ultimate expert's true body to return and help him. This favor was too big for him. Even though the Xia family was considered his wife's family, he did not acknowledge them at the moment. As for whether he would acknowledge them in the future, it would all depend on his wife. Now that the Xia family had helped him, he would not let them help for nothing. No need. However, Xiaoyu rejected Duan Tian. The Xia family is not helping you because we want the divine corrupting spring in your hands. It's because, as a father I owe Shui. Also, it's because, the Xia family wants to invest. At the end of his sentence, Xiaoyu looked at Duan Tian with a deep gaze. Make an investment. As for what to invest, it was obvious that it was Duan Tian. When Duan Tian heard Xiaoyu's words, he rejected immediately. If family head Xia does not accept it, then there's no need to ask the senior for help. I, Duan Tian, will walk out on my own. Duan Tian's attitude was very firm. As for the relationship between me and the Xia family, it all depends on my wife's attitude in the future. Before that, I don't want to have anything to do with the Xia family. Duan Tian said in a deep voice. It's up to you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment before he sighed. Clearly, he had agreed to Duan Tian's request. Xiaojia, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Tian with a complicated expression on his face. In less than 1,000 years, the insignificant young man in his eyes had grown to the point where he could go toe-to-toe with his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. Shui has found herself a good man, Xiaojia thought to himself. At the same time, he also felt that it was worth it for Shui to choose to reincarnate and risk her life to be together with this man. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia family, was calling for the return of the old ancestor of the Xia family. At this moment, a group of people had gathered at a place far away from the Xia family's mansion. More and more people were arriving. Among these people were experts from various overlords and ultimate gods' forces in the Divine Offering Land. There were also some experts from other realms of gods who had rushed over as soon as they received the news. They only had one objective in mind. They wanted to get some divine corrupting spring from Duan Tian. If Duan Tian was willing to cooperate, everything would be fine. If he was unwilling to cooperate, they would rob him. Of course, not all of these people were here for Duan Tian. For example, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, who had rushed over from the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland, did not lurk around the Xia family's mansion like the others. Instead, they paid a visit directly. I'm Yang Yuchen from the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch. I'm here with my senior brother Hong Yifeng to pay a visit to the clan leader of the Xia family. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng appeared outside the Xia family's mansion together and greeted them loudly. They had come because they had heard the news that their little junior brother had appeared in the Xia family's mansion. Therefore, they had rushed over immediately. Recently, they had gathered their friends and swept around the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland. They had killed many uninvited guests who wanted to ambush their little junior brother's return. They had killed so many that their blood flowed like a river. Their fierce names had also begun to spread throughout the profound Handle grounds, and had spread to every corner of the world. Especially Hong Yifeng. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his battle strength was not weaker than the best among the upper ultimate gods. Many experts in the Mystic Gangland had boasted that Hong Yifeng's strength was close to that of a top upper ultimate god. If he stepped into the upper ultimate god realm, he would directly join the ranks of the top upper ultimate gods. His strength would not be weaker than the leaders of some giant ultimate god forces. And this was only the second senior brother of one of the branches in the Myriad Law Academy. The 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace's inner court progeny used to be behind the scenes. However, this time, with the rise of Duanling Tian, Yang Yuchen, and Hong Yifeng, it could no longer conceal its dazzling brilliance. First, it was Huang Fu Mengyuan, then Duanling Tian, Hong Yifeng, and the monstrous medium ultimate god Yang Yuchen. The Myriad Law Academy's internal branch may be able to affect the future of the god-defying realm. There was even an elderly utmost powerful being, who let out such a sigh when he was chatting with a few other utmost powerful beings. This showed the current popularity of the Myriad Law Academy's internal branch. The Outer Realm. The place where the experts of the myriad worlds gathered. It was a burial ground filled with white bones. It was scarlet everywhere, and the sky was full of broken bodies. Occasionally, a few monsters would appear, and they looked ferocious and terrifying. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A blood-red figure burst out from the burial ground, cut across the sky, and flew into the distance. As he flew, he shouted in exasperation, "Huang Fu Meng, you crazy woman. I've already let you have the thing and won't fight with you anymore. What else do you want?" Behind him, a cold and beautiful figure flashed a few times and chased after him. At the same time, an indifferent and cold woman's voice broke the dead silence of the burial ground. "The blood essence of your clan is also a great tonic in the myriad worlds. It's just right to use it to baptize my junior sister." As soon as she finished speaking, a green light suddenly appeared. In an instant, everything around it was overshadowed. It cut across the sky and flew in the direction that the blood-red figure had fled. Almost in the next moment, "No!" An unwilling and shrill cry came from afar. Then, in that direction, a powerful aura was also annihilated. It disappeared like a torrential downpour. The cold and beautiful figure instantly disappeared. A pair of slender jade-like hands stretched out and made several hand seals. Suddenly, a blood mist began to condense in the void. Then, drops of scarlet blood with a touch of golden light also solidified. Chapter 43-54. In the World of Divine Remains. The Xia family. With the arrival of the two from the inner palace of the 10,000 Laws Palace, the atmosphere in the Xia family became much more solemn. Are they Duanling Tian's two senior brothers? A delicate-looking young man from the Xia family muttered to himself as he gazed at the two figures who were being led into the Xia family mansion by the Xia family members. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man beside him raised his hand and hit him on the head. "What Duanling Tian? Little brat, don't call the young master by his name." The young man was in pain and his face turned pale. He then said with some grievance, "I know, father." However, after a short moment of grievance, his eyes were filled with admiration and yearning. "I heard that the young master is now recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying world. When I reach his age, it will be great if I can be half as capable as him." Hearing this, the middle-aged man, who was the young man's father, did not reply at all. However, he felt that his son was too arrogant. When we go back, I'll give him a beating so that he won't be too arrogant. At least, when I was your age, I was far from being as arrogant as you." Not to mention Duanling Tian, even the master of the Xia family did not expect to be half as capable as him when I was young. If the two from the inner palace of the 10,000 Laws Palace had come in the past, Although the Xia family would have received them, it would definitely not be Xia Yu, the master of the Xia family, who personally received them. But now, in Xia Yu's heart, he had already acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his son-in-law, even if this son-in-law did not seem to be willing to pay much attention to him. And Duan Lingtian was the little junior brother of the inner palace of the 10,000 Laws Palace. In his opinion, his son-in-law's senior brother was an important guest. Junior Yang Yuchen greets Master Xia. Hong Yifeng greets Master Xia. Both Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng were flattered that Xia Yu, the master of the Xia family, would personally receive them. They never thought that they would be treated so well in the Xia family. The two of them looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Could it be that the rumor that little junior brother is the son-in-law of the Xia family is true? When Xia Yu spoke, the two of them realized that the rumors were true. Xia Ningxue, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, is indeed the wife of their younger brother. Xia Yu cut the long story short and told them about his daughter's reincarnation after rejecting the marriage. He also told them about the series of events that happened after she returned to the Xia family in this life. When they heard that their sister-in-law had fallen into a coma, and that it was a restriction imposed by a supreme expert from the blood world, their faces turned ugly. Go and see your little junior brother. It won't be long before he leaves. Xia Yu did not chat much with Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. His son-in-law, Duan Lingtian, still had no idea about the two of them. If he knew about it, he would definitely be happy. Leave. Hearing Xia Yu's words, both Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng were stunned. Yes. Xia Yu nodded. I don't think I need to tell you about his current situation. So, I plan to ask our old ancestor to come back and forcefully break the space so that he can leave through the turbulent space and head to the outer realm. If he leaves through the teleportation portal, I am worried that the supreme experts will target the god-corrupting spring in his hands. Xia Yu said. As soon as Xia Yu said that, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng fell silent. Their little junior brother seemed to have only one choice. Otherwise, he would have to stay in the Xia family. If nothing had happened to their sister-in-law, they believed that their little junior brother would be willing to stay in the Xia family until he had finished absorbing the god-corrupting spring. But now that might not be the case. Especially Yang Yuchen, who knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else. He knew that Duan Lingtian would definitely not choose to do that. Although the god-corrupting spring was good, it still required time to digest it. Furthermore, after consuming the god-corrupting spring, one did not need to constantly cultivate to consume the medicinal power of the god-corrupting spring. The medicinal power of the god-corrupting spring would be digested by itself at any time. In fact, if one entered a state of extreme pleasure during a fight, the medicinal power of the god-corrupting spring would evaporate faster. Because of this, the god-corrupting spring was regarded as a treasure. Even the most powerful people would fight to the death for it. Let's go and see our little junior brother first. Yang Yuchen looked at Xia Yu. I'll have to trouble you to find someone to lead the way for us. I'll take you there, Xia Yu said straightforwardly. At this moment, he did not have the arrogance of the Xia family head at all. He was more like an amiable elder, which made Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng have a good impression of him. Of course, the two of them knew that the reason why the Xia family head was so nice was definitely because of their little junior brother. With their little junior brother's talent and demon-like talent, it would be hard for the Xia family head not to be satisfied with his son-in-law. Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, again in the world of divine offering, and in the Xia family's residence. Little junior brother, this is your second senior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled brightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce Hong Yifeng, who was beside him. Duan Lingtian was also surprised to see his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. After greeting Yang Yuchen, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed to Hong Yifeng. Duan Lingtian greets second senior brother. Second senior brother. Hong Yifeng. Although it was his first time meeting him today, he had heard about him from his fourth senior sister many times in the past. He knew that his second senior brother was a kind person. At least, according to his fourth senior sister, his second senior brother was not as cunning as his third senior brother. He had never deceived or tricked her. Haha, Hong Yifeng laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian. I've heard from third junior brother that you're handsome and extraordinary. Now that I've met you today, I can see that he wasn't lying. If eldest senior sister knew that we have a little junior brother like you in the inner palace, she'd be very happy. Although it was their first meeting, Hong Yifeng was not at all restrained and acted as if they were close friends. This made Duan Ling Tian think that his second senior brother was such a person. Yang Yuchen, who was next to him, knew that their second senior brother was only easy to talk to in front of them. He was usually grumpy outside and would kill anyone who made him unhappy. Of course, he was very protective of his own people. Once, because someone bullied him, he went to another sect and almost destroyed it. Following that, the three of them began to chat. When Duan Ling Tian asked his third senior brother Yang Yuchen why he did not make it into the list of mid-level ultimate gods in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, Yang Yuchen told him that he and Hong Yifeng had been looking for Duan Ling Tian. At that moment, even though Duan Ling Tian was as calm as water, he could not help but feel excited. His two senior brothers had given up on the list battle in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory for him. This was equivalent to giving up on the divine corrupting spring that they might have gotten. Although they might not be able to make it into the first place of the list of mid-level ultimate gods, or even the top 3. With their abilities, it would not be a problem for them to make it into the top 10. Second senior brother, third senior brother. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian took out the divine corrupting spring that he had gotten and shared it with them. However, both of them declined. In the end, they only accepted a small portion under Duan Ling Tian's insistence. Whether it was Yang Yuchen or Hong Yifeng, before they met Duan Ling Tian, both of them had said behind his back that they would definitely ask for some divine corrupting spring when they met him. However, when they really met Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian offered to give them the divine corrupting spring, they chose to decline. What they had said in private was just a joke. However, their little junior brother's insistence had almost caused them to fall out with him. They had no choice but to accept some of the divine corrupting spring. Of course, they did not ask for much. Second senior brother. Third senior brother. After Duan Ling Tian gave them the divine corrupting spring water, he said solemnly, "Now, the news of you coming to the Xia clan must have spread to the outside world. Even if I didn't leave the Xia clan, I'm sure they'll suspect I gave you the divine corrupting spring water. Therefore, if you leave the Xia clan, you must be careful." That was what Duan Ling Tian was worried about. He was worried that he would harm his two senior brothers by giving them the divine corrupting spring. It's fine. However, faced with Duan Ling Tian's worries, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng shook their heads and smiled. It won't take long for us to digest the divine corrupting spring. At most, we can absorb it in the Xia clan. At that time, we won't have the divine corrupting spring, so we won't have to worry about what those people will do to us. If they don't believe us, we can ignore the weak ones. As for the strong ones, so what if we show them our storage rings? So what if we take a look at the small worlds in our bodies? Of course, if they dare to look at our storage rings and small worlds in our bodies, we will remember them. We can't do anything to them now, but that may not be the case in the future. As Hong Yifeng finished speaking, a cold light flashed across his eyes. Yang Yuchen's lips also curled into a cold smile. If there was really someone who did not know what was good for them, they were not people who did not have a temper. Duan Ling Tian finally felt at ease when he heard his senior brother's words. It's not a bad choice to make. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, "Little junior brother, that father-in-law of yours seems to be very satisfied with you." When second senior brother and I arrived, he personally welcomed us and even escorted us here. Hearing this, Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly. Before his two senior brothers arrived, he had heard from Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, about the difficulties that Xiayu faced as the patriarch of the Xia clan faced. However, this did not mean that he was willing to accept Xiayu as his father-in-law. Even if he could understand some things, he still could not understand why a father would give up his daughter's lifelong happiness for the sake of the clan. If it were him, he would not do that. Of course, he also knew that this did not mean that the other party was definitely wrong. It was just that he did not agree. Chapter 43-55. From the Xia family's point of view, Xiayu, as the head of the family, had to choose between his family and his daughter. This was his responsibility as the head of the family. From Duan Ling Tian's point of view, if he were Xiayu, he would give up his position as the head of the Xia family and protect his daughter wholeheartedly. If the Xia family threatened him, he would take his daughter and flee far away. Of course, although this was what he thought, Duan Lingtian also knew that this was a decision he had made before becoming the head of the Xia family. If he really became the head of the Xia family, he would be indebted to the Xia family and receive a large amount of resources from the Xia family. However, when the time came, he might not make such a choice. He was not an ungrateful person. Because of this, although he did not agree with Xia Yu's decision regarding Kerr, he did not hate Xia Yu. It could only be said that he was still unable to accept Xia Yu. If Kerr woke up, and Kerr did not resent her father, he naturally would not resent Xia Yu. Before the arrival of the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time with his two senior brothers. They talked about everything, and Duan Lingtian learned many things that he did not know in the past. At the same time, he also learned more about the monstrous talent of the eldest senior sister, whom he had never met. I only found out after entering the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. The current eldest senior sister is recognized by many supreme experts as the #1 high-level supreme god in the god-defying world. Hong Yifeng sighed and said, I thought that I had gained a lot in the dimensional battlefield and was one step closer to becoming eldest senior sister. But now, it seems that I was too naive. I'm improving, and so is eldest senior sister. Based on the current situation, eldest senior sister's improvement is obviously greater than mine. When Hong Yifeng spoke up to this point, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Little junior brother, if eldest senior sister finds out that our inner palace has a monster like you, I'm sure she'll be very happy. Eldest senior sister is not a stingy person. If I see you, I will give you a greeting gift. While Hong Yifeng was talking happily, Yang Yuchen looked at Hong Yifeng with a mocking expression. Second senior brother, if eldest senior sister isn't a stingy person, then are you? You haven't given little junior brother a greeting gift yet. Yang Yuchen asked with a smile. When Hong Yifeng heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he was a little embarrassed. Third junior brother, you did it on purpose, didn't you? It's not like you don't know that I've always been very poor. Moreover, I've never been to the outer world, so where can I get something that little junior brother is interested in? Even if I can take something out now, it will pale in comparison to the divine corrupting spring that junior brother gave me. Hong Yifeng's words were not only directed at Yang Yuchen, but also at Duan Lingtian. Of course, after he finished speaking, he opened his storage ring and took out a huge pile of items and placed them in front of Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, I don't know what you're interested in. Take a look yourself. If there's anything that you like, just take it. The small bottle of divine corrupting spring that Duan Lingtian gave him was among the items that Hong Yifeng took out from his storage ring. Moreover, looking at the sparkling light around his storage ring, it was not difficult to tell that the storage ring was indeed empty. Obviously, Hong Yifeng had taken out everything from his storage ring. This showed how magnanimous he was as the second senior brother of the internal palace. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian did not even look at the items that Hong Yifeng took out. He shook his head and said with a smile, Second senior brother, third senior brother is just joking with you. I don't need anything at the moment. You should keep these items for yourself. However, Duan Lingtian declined tactfully, but Hong Yifeng insisted. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only choose 2 items that were useful to him because he knew that if he did not choose, his second senior brother would not let him off so easily. Therefore, he might as well choose 2 items according to his wishes. Although he did not spend much time with his 2 senior brothers, they got along very well because of their congenial natures. On this day, the most powerful ancestor of the Xia family finally arrived. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng had witnessed the Xia clan's supreme expert's ancestor attack with their own 2 eyes. He broke open space and directly opened up a path within the turbulent space for Duan Lingtian to leave. Thank you, senior. Before Duan Lingtian entered the space, Duan Lingtian bowed and thanked the ancestor of the Xia family. At the same time, he silently remembered this favor in his heart. After you go in, be careful. The ancestor of the Xia family's attitude towards Duan Lingtian was obviously very good and did not have the slightest arrogance. This was also because he had long heard about Duan Lingtian, and also knew that one of the strongest existences in the god-defying realm was very optimistic about this little guy. Now, this little guy might not be on equal footing with him. However, in the future, when this little guy really became an ultimate expert, perhaps he would not be qualified to be on equal footing with him. If he becomes an ultimate expert, he will definitely not be an ordinary ultimate expert. The ancestor of the Xia family was very sure of this. What a joke! A lower ultimate god who had not consolidated his cultivation yet was not weaker than a top medium ultimate god. If he became an ultimate expert in the future, would he be a weakling among the ultimate experts like him? Even if the two of you stay in the Xia family now, you will definitely be targeted when you leave in the future. I will make a trip to the Shengang land and send you back. After Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared into the turbulent space, the ancestor of the Xia family looked at Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng and said this to them. When the two of them heard this, they were naturally flattered. Of course, they also knew in their hearts that the ancestor of the Xia family must have made such a decision because the patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Yu, had mentioned this matter to him. If nothing unexpected happens, that eldest senior sister of yours should be able to become an omnipotent expert before long. The ancestor of the Xia family was polite and kind to Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. Of course, the two of them had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, but in fact, it was also because of their eldest senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan. In the eyes of the ancestor of the Xia family, Huangfu Mengyuan would definitely become an ultimate expert earlier than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, after becoming an ultimate expert, she would not be a weakling among the ultimate experts. Today, forming good relations with Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, the two disciples of the Wanfa Academy's inner palace, was equivalent to forming good relations with Huangfu Mengyuan. To him, this was a matter of great benefit and no harm. What's not to like? Then we will have to trouble you, senior. To Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, if they had a choice, they naturally hoped to return to the Wanfa Academy as soon as possible. Although staying in the Xia family would not affect their cultivation, it was still not their home after all. Chapter 43-56. The means of an ultimate expert are really terrifying. Duan Lingtian shuttled through the turbulent space, and the shock on his face did not fade for a long time. The path he was walking on was surrounded by colorful lights. Different kinds of power kept attacking the path he was walking on, but they were all blocked by the protection of the path. During this process, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover that the power supporting the road was also constantly being consumed. This road was forcibly opened by the ultimate expert of the Xia clan with his own strength. Although Duan Lingtian could see the end of the path in the distance, he was still shocked by the fact that someone had forcefully opened a path in the Turbulence Void clan's estate. Even if the path would not last long, he was still shocked. In the past, he had only heard that the ultimate expert was powerful and terrifying. Today, he had finally witnessed the terror of a supreme expert. No wonder it said that, there's a natural moat between a high-level ultimate god and an ultimate expert. Once you cross it, you'll soar into the sky, just like a mortal becoming a god. Now it seems that it's true. In addition to being shocked, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became solemn. Next, he would take the extraordinary road and go to the outer realm. According to the words of the Xia clan's supreme expert ancestor, he might not necessarily appear in the outer realm this time. He might end up in another place by mistake. For example, the endless void between the outer realm and the god-defying realm. It was also possible that he would accidentally enter other realms near the god-defying realm, including the realms under the god-defying realm. Although the god-defying realm was not the strongest realm among the 10,000 realms, it was one of the 18 realms that could be ranked in the second echelon. There were some subordinate realms below it. Now, I have to go to the end of this road before it disappears. After I reach the end, I'll have to rely on myself for the rest of the road. Seeing that the end of the road was getting closer and closer, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn. Now, he was walking on the road opened by the ultimate expert of the Xia clan. This road had the effect of protecting him, blocking all kinds of forces raging in the surrounding turbulent space. However, once he left this path, he would have to defend against the invading forces from the outside by himself. Of course, the existence of this path had already helped him pass through the most difficult part of the journey and sent him to a safer place. At the very least, a powerful high-level ultimate god would have a high chance of surviving after being sent there. Although Duan Lingtian was only a medium ultimate god, his strength was not weaker than many superior ultimate gods. It was also because of this that the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yu, thought of letting him take this path and secretly leave the Xia family, even secretly leave the world of divine remains, and even secretly leave the god-defying world. After the ancestor of the Xia family had sent Duanling Tian away, it would be extremely difficult for even the most powerful people to track down Duanling Tian. This was because Duanling Tian had already left the world of divine remains, and had even left the god-defying realm. I can only hope that the end of the path isn't the endless void. Even if I can't directly enter the outer world, I can enter the other realms first. The other realms were also subordinate realms of the god-defying realm. In those realms, Duanling Tian might have some fame now, but the people who knew him were definitely limited to the most powerful people in those realms and the people around them. Therefore, after entering those realms, he could completely use the teleportation formation of those realms to go directly to the outer world. Those realms were in the resting places of the outer world and were separated from the god-defying realm. Even if there were some powerful people guarding there, they would not have thought that the genius Duanling Tian of the god-defying realm would appear in the place they were guarding. The transit stations and resting places of the major realms in the outer world are also called barracks. The barracks in the dimensional battlefield are modeled after them. Duanling Tian already knew this point. While Duanling Tian was still walking towards the end of the path, his two senior brothers, second senior brother Hong Yifeng and third senior brother Yang Yuchen, had successfully returned to the Shengang land and returned to Myriad Law Academy under the escort of the Xia clan's most powerful people. Then, the Xia clan's most powerful people left. Not long after the Xia clan's most powerful people left, Myriad Law Academy also welcomed a few uninvited guests. All of them were powerful people. And the reason they came to visit was very simple. They were even willing to pay some rare items to buy the divine corrupting spring from Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. However, they did not even get to see Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen's faces before they were directly turned away by the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Baili. In front of these few powerful people, Su Baili appeared very domineering. In the end, although the few powerful people wanted nothing more than to slap Su Baili to death, they did not do so, because they were also worried that they would offend the few powerful people who were related to the Myriad Law Academy. None of those powerful people were easy to deal with. Of course, the most important thing was that any one of those powerful people was stronger than them. As powerful people, unless there was a huge conflict, they would usually greet each other with a smile and would not easily offend each other. Once they were offended, the other party might be afraid of the existence of the meeting of the powerful people and would not directly attack them. However, it was still possible for them to trip you up at a crucial moment. Usually, it was at a crucial moment that they would trip you up at a crucial moment. It was very likely that something big would happen to you, and there was even a risk of death. They came here to ask for the divine corrupting spring for their descendants. Even if they took the divine corrupting spring for themselves, they would not use it on themselves because they were already powerful people. No matter how important their descendants were, they would not risk their lives for it. Therefore, in the face of Myriad Law Academy's palace master Su Baili, who they could crush to death with one finger, although they were very angry, they did not do anything to Su Baili. In fact, on the surface, they were still polite and did not overstep their boundaries. It was also because Duanling Tian did not know that the palace master of Myriad Law Academy could be so arrogant in front of the powerful people. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked. At this moment, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng had returned to the Myriad Arts Academy, and the first thing they did was return to the inner palace to cultivate. They also brought back the divine corrupting spring for their fourth junior sister, Lang Chun-Wan. Their little junior brother, Duanling Tian, specially left a portion of the divine corrupting spring for his fourth senior sister. Little junior brother, did not forget about me. After Lang Chun-Wan received the divine corrupting spring, she was also a little emotional. However, when she found out about her little junior brother's current situation from her two senior brothers, her expression changed completely. Then, she did not even greet her two senior brothers and directly went into seclusion to cultivate. Fourth junior sister has never worked so hard before. Hong Yifeng sighed emotionally. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he also deeply agreed. Maybe, she has motivation. After all, he is not only our little junior brother, but also her little junior brother. In the past, she has always been our little junior sister. He could understand his fourth junior sister's feelings. Although his fourth junior sister was brought back by his eldest senior sister and was mainly taught by his second senior brother, in terms of time spent with her, he had spent the most time with her. It could be said that he understood his fourth junior sister the most. We should also work hard. This time with the divine corrupting spring, I will strive to enter the upper ultimate god realm. Hong Yifeng said with a serious face. As for Yang Yuchen, before he could finish speaking, he had already left and returned to his residence to cultivate. At this moment, the cultivation atmosphere in the inner palace was unprecedentedly hot. All of this was something that Duan Lingtian did not expect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had reached the end of his path when the three of them from the inner palace began their seclusion. At this moment, the path he had been on was becoming fainter and fainter, as if it would disappear at any time. It was obvious that even if he had not reached the end, he would not be able to hold on for long. After all, this was a path that the supreme expert of the Xia clan had opened up in one go. Without the power to continue, the power that formed the path was constantly being depleted. It was actually not bad that he could hold on until now. I'll be out soon. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian leaped out and left the end of the path. Moments after he left, the path behind him did not hold on for long before it began to shatter and finally disappeared completely in the turbulent space. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in a relatively calm area in the turbulent space. He stood high in the air as the turbulent space around him swept past him from time to time. Unlike the path ahead, which was unusually chaotic, even if he was confident in his own strength and felt that even if he could survive to this point with his own strength, it would definitely take a lot of energy. It was impossible that the divine power in his body was still at its peak like it was now. The path that the senior opened up for me has come to an end. I will have to rely on myself from now on. I will continue to move forward until I see a space barrier in front of me. No matter what is behind the space barrier, whether it is the endless void or other realms, or even the outer realms, I will break through it and enter. It is most dangerous to continue to stay in the turbulent space. Here there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help me recover my divine power. Even if I take the divine elixir, there will be a moment when the divine elixir will be used up. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the turbulent space within the turbulent space was not very frightening. However, the most frightening thing in this place was not the power of the turbulent space, but the lack of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this place, even the small world in the body was restricted. Now that he was in the turbulent space, Duan Lingtian could not even open a small hole in the small world in his body. If he forced it open, even if no one reminded him, he had a feeling that the turbulent space within the turbulent space would most likely enter his small world and destroy it. Therefore, although the small world in his body was full of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could not use it at all. Chapter 4357. Before entering the chaotic space, Duan Lingtian had been warned by Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family, not to open his mini-world in the chaotic space. Once opened, there was a risk that his mini-world would be destroyed. Apart from Xianxia, the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiayu, and the ancestor of the Xia family had also warned him about this. However, their warnings were only hearsay after all. Now that Duan Lingtian had personally experienced it, he could feel how terrifying the energy in the turbulent space was. If he did not open his little world, he could still withstand it. However, if he opened his little world, the turbulent space would definitely invade his little world and wreak havoc. Even a higher ultimate god would not dare to open his mini-world here, unless he's an ultimate god. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unusually careful and cautious. After that, he tried his best to conserve his energy as he moved forward. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any sense of direction, he was not without a sense of direction. He was walking in the opposite direction of the path that the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had opened for him. Before he entered, the ancestor of the Xia family had told him that he would only open a path for him as no one could determine the direction in the chaotic space. If the ancestor of the Xia family had opened this path, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up with Duan Lingtian who was taking this path. In the chaotic space, the existence of the chaotic space would destroy the energy in the chaotic space while also allowing the energy in the chaotic space to perform a spatial shift similar to teleportation. Even Duan Lingtian had been teleported away from the place he had entered from when he first entered the chaotic space. It was also because of this that the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiayu, felt that Duan Lingtian was safe. This was because even if a supreme powerhouse found Duan Lingtian, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Duan Lingtian continued forward, trying his best to preserve his strength. Although he still had a lot of divine pills to recover his divine power, They were not endless. If he kept using them, there would be a day when they would be exhausted. I hope we can reach the spatial barrier as soon as possible. As long as we find the spatial barrier and break it, we'll be in a new space. The new space could be the endless void, other realms, or the land outside the realm. None of these could be confirmed. The only thing he could be sure of was that it definitely wasn't the god-defying realm. This was because the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had considered this when he opened the path for Duanling Tian. Therefore, no matter how the path changed in the turbulent space, it would always be in the same direction. Leave the god-defying realm. While Duanling Tian was still hurrying through the turbulent space, another uninvited guest arrived at the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. A young man dressed in green with a sharp aura and an extraordinary temperament arrived at the Myriad Arts Academy and announced that he was looking for the Academy Master, Su Baili. As the Academy Master, Su Baili was not someone who would easily meet with just anyone. However, this time, the informant said that the other party wasn't simple. Although he was only a lower-level ultimate god, even some of the lower-level ultimate gods patrolling the Myriad Law Academy felt like they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. They couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. Lower ultimate god? Based on what they said, this lower ultimate god is considered one of the top existences even among lower ultimate gods. Curious, Su Baili ordered someone to bring the other party in. Su Baili could tell that the other party was not ordinary as soon as he saw him. The other party stood there, giving him the feeling that he was not looking at a person, but rather a sword. If he had seen someone like this when he was still weak, it would not mean anything. Perhaps the other party had just comprehended the sword principle or had just mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle. However, the current him was considered one of the best even among upper ultimate gods. Right now, in front of him, he could still make him feel a certain way. Moreover, the other party was only a lower ultimate god. This showed how terrifying the other party's attainments in the sword principle were. Could it be that person? At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a person he had only heard of recently but had never seen before. He did not know the other party's identity. The other party's name was Feng Qingyang. Of course, it might just be an alias. However, the other party had used this name in the realm of chaos in the dimensional battlefield, although that person was only an upper ultimate god at that time. However, with the generous reward of the divine corrupting spring, it was normal for him to enter the ultimate god realm in such a short time. In particular, the person in front of him had obviously just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. In the next moment, Su Baili confirmed his guess when the person in front of him spoke. "Greetings, Palace Master, Feng Qingyang." The young man in green who looked like a threatening sword in Su Baili's eyes was none other than Duanling Tian's master, Feng Qingyang. Some time ago, Feng Qingyang had also made it into the top 3 in the realm of chaos in the upgraded version of the dimensional battlefield. Although he was only 3rd, he had also received a generous reward. On top of that, he was ranked 1st on the upper ultimate god realm ranking list. The combination of the rewards from the 2 ranking lists was enough to make anyone jealous. Even Su Baili in that instant had the urge to kill Meng Hao and steal his treasures. However, he held himself back in the end. Since the other party had come looking for him and said that he wanted to see him, it meant that he had something to do with him. Moreover, the other party did not hide his name and did not plan to hide it from him. Otherwise, the other party could have used an alias. Feng Qingyang. Su Baili smiled faintly. "You. Could it be that you are Feng Qingyang who took 3rd place in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos?" "Yes." Feng Qingyang nodded. "I didn't expect Senior to know me. I know that you are very normal." Su Baili smiled. "Now, it's not just me. Even the godly venerable level forces in the various planes have heard of you, as long as they are not in closed-door cultivation. However, our Myriad Arts Academy shouldn't have anything to do with you. Why are you looking for me?" Su Baili knew that the person in front of him was from a lower plane, just like the few people from the inner palace. Someone had said that the other party had a law clone. Even now, the other party might not have come with his true body, although it did not feel much different from his true body. It should be the law clone of the law he is most proficient in. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to tell if this is his law clone or his true body without using my divine sense. Su Baili thought inwardly. Palace Master. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, I came here to meet Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen of the Myriad Arts Academy. Yang Yuchen. Su Baili was surprised to hear Feng Qingyang's words. You know Yang Yuchen? I don't know him. However, Feng Qingyang's next words stunned Su Baili. You don't know Yang Yuchen? Then why did you say you wanted to meet Yang Yuchen? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Su Baili couldn't help but feel annoyed. If it wasn't for the other party's outstanding performance, he would have slapped the other party out of the Myriad Arts Academy. Even so, Su Baili couldn't help but frown. Feng Qingyang also vaguely saw through Su Baili's thoughts and quickly explained, Palace Master, although I don't know Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, I know his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is a disciple I took in the lower dimensions. I came to see Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen this time because I want to ask him about my disciple. In fact, Feng Qingyang had already heard about Duan Lingtian in the Xia clan of the Divine Offering Land. Because of this, he was very worried about his disciple's safety. Currently, due to the needs of his previous cultivation, he no longer had any law clones in the lower dimensions. There was no way he could obtain first-hand information through his law clones. In addition, he also felt that even his disciple would not be able to leave his law clones in the lower dimensions. Sometimes, law clones could be used separately. However, after entering the upper-ranked Divine Emperor realm, if one wanted to break through to the Ultimate God realm or achieve a higher cultivation base in the Ultimate God realm, one would need to retrieve his law clones. If there was no way to return his law clones to his body, he would have to disintegrate his law clones and form new law clones. Of course, only the cultivators from the lower planes had such restrictions. The natives in the realms of gods did not have such restrictions because they did not have law clones and could not form law clones. Of course, they also needed the assistance of their bloodline power when they wanted to break through to the Ultimate God realm or the Ultimate God realm. Moreover, if the bloodline power was depleted too much recently and was not enough to assist in the breakthrough, it might cause them to miss the opportunity to break through. You're Duan Lingtian's master in the lower dimensions? Su Baili, on the other hand, was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's self-introduction. Although he had lived for many years and had a heart as calm as water, he was still taken aback. Then, he recalled Duan Lingtian's sword principle and came to a realization. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian's sword principle originated from you, Su Baili said with a sigh. Su Baili sighed and continued, I'll contact that kid Yang Yuchen now. If he receives my message, he'll definitely come to see you at the first possible moment. Although the inner palace was located in an independent realm, However, the Myriad Art Academy had a way to contact the inner palace. Naturally, he could only contact the current overseer of the inner palace. This was because he was using the Myriad Art Academy's special communication method for the inner palace's independent realm instead of an ordinary message. An ordinary message could not cross the independent realm between the inner palace and the Myriad Art Academy. Chapter 4358. In the independent dimension where the inner palace was located. As the current leader of the inner palace, although Lang Chun-Wan was in closed-door cultivation, she would still be awakened if the Myriad Arts Academy had a special communication method. This was because, under normal circumstances, the Myriad Arts Academy wouldn't use this kind of communication method. Once a message was sent, it meant that it was really urgent. Therefore, although Lang Chun-Wan was awakened after receiving the message and was a little angry, she quickly calmed down and contacted the outside world. Old Su, why are you in such a hurry to send me a message? If there's nothing, don't disturb me. I still need to cultivate. Lang Chun-Wan replied to the Myriad Arts Academy's master, Su Baili, in a very rude tone. Su Baili was not surprised by Lang Chun-Wan's tone because he already knew this little girl's temper. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Duan Lingtian's master in the lower dimensions, Feng Qingyang, has come to our Myriad Arts Academy. He wants to see your third senior brother and understand Duan Lingtian's situation. Why don't you ask your third senior brother if he wants to meet him? As soon as Su Baili finished speaking, Lang Chuanyuan's tone suddenly changed. She was no longer impolite. Instead, there was a hint of surprise and curiosity in her voice. Little junior brother's master in the lower realm? Feng Qingyang. Little junior brother's master does seem to have this name. Moreover, little junior brother said that his master's attainments in the sword Dao are even more profound than his. While Lang Chunwan was surprised, Su Baili gave her a straightforward answer. This person in front of me who calls himself Feng Qingyang has a profound attainment in the sword Dao that is definitely above Duan Lingtian. Even your eldest senior sister's attainments in the sword Dao are far inferior to his. Su Baili said, "You should hurry and tell your third senior brother about this." Following Su Baili's words, Lang Chunwan did not reply. However, not long after, Su Baili's side was greeted by two figures who had just come out from the independent dimension of the internal palace. Not only Yang Yuchen, but also Lang Chunwan. Where is junior brother's master? Lang Chunwan was obviously very curious about her little junior brother's master. I heard from little junior brother that his master's cultivation is not as high as his. However, his attainments in the way of the sword are extremely deep. If he has the cultivation of a upper divine lord, it shouldn't be considered bullying him if I spar with him, right? As soon as Lang Chunwan entered the house, he acted as if Su Baili's house was his own home. Little junior brother's master is our elder. Don't be rude. Yang Yuchen berated. Upon hearing this, Lang Chunwan finally quieted down. After a while, under Su Baili's lead, Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuchen formally met with Feng Qingyang. Yang Yuchen and fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan greet senior Feng. When Yang Yuchen saw Feng Qingyang, he bowed slightly to Feng Qingyang. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was his little junior brother and was of the same generation as him. His little junior brother's master was naturally his senior as well. Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, was not as polite as Yang Yuchen. She stared at Feng Qingyang curiously as she walked in circles around Feng Qingyang. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as well. She wanted to see what was so special about her little junior brother's master to be able to produce such an outstanding disciple. Fourth junior sister. When Yang Yuchen saw Lang Chunwan's behavior, he smiled awkwardly at Feng Qingyang and said, "Senior Feng, please don't take offense. My fourth junior sister is still a child at heart. It's inevitable that she's a little rude." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, "I can see that. I don't mind. Senior." At this moment, Lang Chunwan seemed to have seen enough. She came in front of Feng Qingyang and stared at Feng Qingyang. "If I become your disciple, will you teach me the way of the sword?" When Lang Chunwan said that, not only was Feng Qingyang shocked, but even Su Baili was stunned. He did not expect this little girl to have such thoughts. Yang Yuchen was even more embarrassed. "Senior Feng, my fourth junior sister is not only a child at heart, she also likes to talk nonsense sometimes." However, before Yang Yuchen could finish his sentence, Lang Chunwan interrupted him. "Third senior brother, don't interrupt. I'm sincerely asking Senior Feng." As for Feng Qingyang, he smiled at Lang Chunwan who was staring at him innocently. "If you really want to learn my way of the sword, I can teach it to you. However, how much you can comprehend will depend on yourself. As for becoming my disciple, there's no need for that. You're the senior sister of my disciple, Duan Lingtian, so I won't hide anything from you." He had also heard about the two disciples from the 10,000 Law School's inner palace killing those who were eyeing his disciple, Duan Lingtian, for the God's Convergence spring near the 10,000 Law School. Therefore, he had a good impression of the 10,000 Law School's inner palace. Of course, at this point, as Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up, Feng Qingyang continued, "The prerequisite is that you haven't come into contact with any of the four Daos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll bite off more than you can chew and it'll affect your progress in comprehending the Dao. Of course, if you're smart enough, you can observe it and maybe it'll give you some inspiration." Feng Qingyang said, "Even my disciple's senior brother can observe my way of the sword." At this point, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was also a little excited at this moment. The person in front of him might not have a higher cultivation level than him, but in terms of strength, he knew he might not be his opponent, even if his opponent had just entered the ultimate god realm. Even though he had just entered the ultimate god realm, with the help of the heaven-defying sword principle, his strength might not be weaker than his second senior brother, who was widely recognized as the top medium ultimate god. "Girl." At this moment, Su Baili looked at Lang Chunwan and said with a smile, Didn't you say you wanted to spar with your junior brother's master when you arrived? Why don't you spar with me? Su Baili's smile was meaningful. When Lang Chunwan heard that, she did not immediately agree. Instead, she looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Senior, what's your cultivation level now? At this moment, Lang Chunwan also remembered something. Not long ago, in the Chaos region of the Realm of Chaos, the person who was ranked third in the overall ranking list was also called Feng Qingyang. He was a superior god emperor. At that time, she did not think that he had the same name as her junior brother's master. Now that she saw him in person, she could not help but think of that person. If it was really that person, even if he had not broken through and was still a superior god emperor, she had no confidence in defeating him. I just entered the lower ultimate god realm. Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Lang Chunwan heard that and her eyes narrowed slightly. She then asked bluntly, Senior, you were ranked third in the overall ranking list of the Realm of Chaos in the Realm of Chaos, right? Yes. When Feng Qingyang nodded, Lang Chunwan was certain. She quickly shook her head and said, I'm not a match for you, Senior. It's better if I don't embarrass myself. Although she was straightforward, she was not stupid. Why would she want to be humiliated when she knew she would lose? As for Yang Yuchen, he was not surprised when he heard Feng Qingyang said he was ranked third in the overall ranking list of the Realm of Chaos in the Realm of Chaos since he had already guessed it. A superior god emperor who possessed terrifying strength and superb sword Dao. He was also known as Feng Qingyang. How coincidental would it be if there was another monstrous sword Dao genius named Feng Qingyang in the Realm of Chaos? Yang Yuchen felt it was impossible for such a coincidence to exist. For this reason, he was certain Feng Qingyang was Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Ling Tian had invited his law clones to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm, he had not expected Duan Ling Tian to bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, at that time, he had only heard from his little junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, that his master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had not met Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he had only heard rumors about Feng Qingyang. Previously, he had thought Feng Qingyang was not a simple person since his little junior brother was so monstrous. Now, he had confirmed his suspicions. Now, when he saw the other party, he was extremely respectful. While it was true that the other party was his junior brother, it was also because the other party had walked further on the path of the four Taos of heaven and earth than he had. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was a true monstrous genius. In fact, if they were in the same cultivation base, Feng Qingyang might not be any weaker than his little junior brother. Senior, you're here because you heard I went to the Xia clan and came back. Are you here to ask about little junior brother? Yang Yuchen looked at Feng Qingyang again and went straight to the point. Yes. Feng Qingyang's expression turned grim. I heard he didn't come back with you. Is he still in the Xia clan? No. Yang Yuchen sighed. Yang Yuchen sighed before he explained Duan Ling Tian's situation to Feng Qingyang. He also explained Duan Ling Tian's choice. I didn't expect this. Feng Qingyang's expression darkened when he heard his disciple had reunited with his little junior brother, but something had happened to his little junior brother. However, he was not surprised by his disciple's decision. After all, his disciple was such a person. If he wasn't such a person, it would be impossible for him to have such terrifying achievements in just a short 1,000 years. He was only 1,000 years old, and his strength was comparable to a peak greater ultimate god. How many people in the history of the god-defying realm could achieve this at such a young age? Feng Qingyang followed Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan to the independent dimension where the inner palace of Wanda Law Palace was located. Duan Ling Tian finally saw the space barrier in front of him. Along the way, although he intentionally controlled the consumption of the divine power in his body, his speed was not slow. He traveled as fast as lightning. After a period of time, he finally reached the end of the road and saw the space barrier that he had been dreaming of. Next, as long as he broke the space barrier, he would leave the turbulent space and enter a stable independent space. That space could be the endless void, the land outside the realm, or one of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm. Could it be somewhere else? While breaking the space barrier and shuttling through, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a little curious. If he could choose, he would naturally choose the land outside the realm. It was also the place he wanted to go the most. Chapter 4359. Of course, Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the outer realm even in his dreams. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had no choice. Everything depended on luck, and where he ended up was up to God's will. There are 3 possibilities. The best result is to reach the outer realm directly. The second best is to reach one of the subsidiary realms of the God-defying realm, and then find a way to teleport to the outer realm through the transmission formation of the subsidiary realms of the God-defying realm. The worst-case scenario would be to enter the endless void. After entering the endless void, one would have to break through space again and enter the spatial turbulence. Following the turbulence, one would have to continue searching for the next spatial barrier and break through the spatial barrier to enter the next place. Of course, after entering the endless void, Duan Lingtian had a chance to recover, because in the endless void, although the spirit chi of heaven and earth was thin, the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the small world in his body could be used. In the endless void, there was no need to worry about the interference and influence of the space turbulence after the small world in his body was opened like in the turbulent space. The endless void posed no threat to the small world in his body. The only drawback was that the spirit chi of heaven and earth here was thin, and at the same time, it was very barren. There was no end to it, and there might be some hidden dangers. What is behind the space barrier? The answer will be revealed soon. When Duan Lingtian broke the space barrier in front of him and jumped, there was no previous wave in his heart, as if he had been mentally prepared. However, when he passed through the space barrier and saw the situation in front of him, even if he had been mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a little depressed. What entered his eyes was a dusky darkness. In this place, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was so thin that there was almost no spirit chi. It was a barren land, and he could not see the sky or the ground. It was as if there was nothing. Even if he had never been to such a place before, even if it was his first time coming to such a place, Duan Lingtian could guess where it was at this moment. The endless void. It was also the last place he thought of. I didn't expect that I would encounter the most unexpected place. After sighing, Duan Lingtian's mood was completely adjusted, because he knew that since he had come to this place, the wood had already sunk, and there was no way to change it. Moreover, before coming here, in fact in the depths of his heart, he had prepared for the worst. Therefore, there was no need to think about what to do next. Using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his small world, he recovered his divine power. When his divine power recovered to its peak, he entered the turbulent space and continued to travel through it, looking for the next spatial barrier, until they entered one of the other 2 places. Fortunately, I had the help of that senior from the Xia clan to help me through the most difficult part of the journey. After that, even if I entered the turbulent space again to look for the spatial barrier to break through, I would always be nearby. The ancestor of the Xia clan could be said to have opened up a path in the turbulent space and sent Duan Lingtian away from the vicinity of the God-defying realm. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian entered the turbulent space again and looked for other spatial barriers to break, he was not worried about returning to the God-defying realm. Or he could enter the boundless void again. Or they could reach the outer realm or the subsidiary realms of the God-defying realm near the God-defying realm. For Duan Lingtian, as long as he did not have to enter the endless void, it was a good thing. After spending a few days, Duan Lingtian's divine power was restored to its peak. Then, he entered the turbulent space again. Duan Lingtian shuttled back and forth in the vicinity. After a while, he finally saw another spatial barrier. However, after breaking through the barrier again, the anticipation in his heart disappeared. It's the endless void again. This time, Duan Lingtian returned to the endless void again. According to the words of the ancestor of the Xia clan, the endless void occupied the largest space among the 10,000 realms, followed by the outer realm, then the 10,000 realms, and then the turbulent space. The endless void was separated from the 10,000 realms. Anyone could enter, but after entering, there was actually no benefit. However, according to the ancestor of the Xia clan, many supreme experts had set up their homes in the endless void. Some supreme experts opened up their own independent spatial planes in the endless void, and there were also supreme experts who simply stayed in the endless void. This was because in the history of the 10,000 realms, there were many powerful supreme experts who comprehended the Tao in the endless void, and their strength increased by a level. Among them, there was no lack of existences who once stood at the top of the 10,000 realms. Of course, for Duan Lingtian, these had nothing to do with him. Even the vast majority of supreme experts had stayed in the endless void for many years and had not comprehended anything. let alone him, a middle-level supreme god who had not even stepped into the realm of a high-level supreme god. Now, he only wanted to leave the endless void and did not need to enter the turbulent space again. As long as he did not enter the endless void, whether it was the outer realm or the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm, it was fine. The endless void again. Damn. Originally, Duan Ling Tian thought that he would be considered unlucky if he entered the endless void 2 or 3 times. However, he did not expect that he would enter the endless void 8 times in a row. He was about to break down. Fortunately, the 9th time it was finally no longer the endless void. Here. Now, after Duan Ling Tian passed through the spatial barrier again, he found that what appeared in front of him was no longer the endless void. This made him, who had once again prepared for the worst, stunned for a few seconds before a surprised smile appeared on his face. Then, he felt the heaven and earth spirit energy here. Just by feeling the heaven and earth spirit energy, I can't be sure where this place is. In the outer realm, the heaven and earth spirit energy was not considered rich. It was not even as rich as some places in the 10,000 realms with abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. Let's see if there's anyone first. The language of the god-defying realm is also the common language of the 10,000 realms. Even if this is another realm, there's no barrier to communicating with the life here. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It's best if this is the outer realm. Even if it's not, as long as I find a way to the teleportation formation of this realm to the outer realm, I can still go to the outer realm. Of course, this process is not difficult, but it's not easy either. Now, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was only at the middle-level supreme god realm. His strength could amaze others. However, once the news of a middle-level supreme god with such amazing strength spread back to the god-defying realm, or to the ears of those who were in contact with the god-defying realm, it would not be difficult for people to suspect his identity. This was not what he wanted to see. If this is one of the subordinate realms of the god-defying realm, find a force that has a teleportation formation to the outer realm to join, and use the teleportation formation as quickly as possible to go to the outer realm. In this way, even if my identity is exposed later, I'm in the outer realm. If they want to find me, it's tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. This was also Duan Ling Tian's plan. Chapter 4360. Duan Ling Tian himself knew very well. Right now, he had a large amount of divine corrupting spring water in his hands. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a delicious piece of cake. Even supreme experts would not be able to resist the temptation of the divine corrupting spring water and would attack him. Of course, those people did not know that he only had half of the divine corrupting spring left. As for the other half, apart from giving a portion to his 2 senior brothers and a portion to Xianxia, the 3rd master of the Xia family, most of the rest were taken to the lower dimensions by his law clones. His law clone used the space-piercing godly shuttle to leave the world of divine remains. Of course, he had originally planned to use his true body to leave using the space-piercing godly shuttle. However, according to Xianxia, if his true body used the space-piercing godly shuttle to leave, it would leave behind traces. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see those traces, but supreme experts would be able to detect some clues as long as they wanted to. From there, they would be able to find the lower planes by following those clues. And this was not what he wanted to see. Naturally, he would not choose to take the risk. Currently, his law clones had brought the divine corrupting spring water back to the lower secondary realm. They had traveled through many mundane realms and Devata realms to ensure they were safe before they returned to the place where they had settled down to give the divine corrupting spring water to his family and friends. What surprised him the most was the increase in Huan Er's cultivation base. It was too fast. It was so fast that it was somewhat exaggerated. Divine Emperor realm? Even Duan Ling Tian found it hard to believe. After all, this was something that he did not expect. This was because Huan Er had always stayed in the place he had arranged for her and her family. It was a mundane realm, and she had always listened to him and never left. Huan Er, what happened to your cultivation? How did he improve so quickly? Duan Ling Tian had returned to the mundane plane with his Law of Life avatar, which was also the strongest law avatar besides his Law of Time and Law of Space avatars. The reason why he had brought back this law avatar was firstly because it was strong enough, and secondly, even if he wanted to condense this law avatar again, it would be much easier with the help of the divine tree of life. I'm not sure either. However, in response to Duan Lingtian's question, she shook her head. It was to the extent that she didn't have much of an idea of her current strength, because she didn't have the opportunity to make a move. She only knew that recently, her cultivation had increased rapidly. Every once in a while, when she was cultivating, a black hole would appear beside her. Then, energy would surge out and fuse into her body to help her cultivate. That power was incomparably mysterious, but when it entered her body, it gave her the feeling of a wanderer returning home. Her body did not feel any discomfort at all. When she told Duan Lingtian about what had happened, Duan Lingtian's expression turned incomparably serious. Based on what Huaner said, her power comes from behind the spatial barrier. That's an external force. What's going on? Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he still could not figure out what was going on with Huaner's situation. Therefore he could only ask, Huaner, when did the energy from behind the spatial barrier appear? Sometime after I became a lesser deity, Huaner answered immediately. Huaner's cultivation base had been rising rapidly all this while. Moreover, with the resources that Duan Lingtian had given her, it was not difficult for her to become a deity. When Duan Lingtian pressed her further, he learned that the mysterious energy had only appeared after she had consolidated her cultivation base and become a lesser deity. In the end, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. Huaner was most likely able to obtain the mysterious energy because of her true form. Her true form was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, a rare super-divine beast that only appeared once in a million years in the Devata realms. According to Huaner's mother, there were only a few records about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox due to the passage of time. There was no mention of the previous Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's cultivation base. It was rumored that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had attained godhood. However, no one knew for sure. A Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not as simple as he thought when he thought about how she had become a divine emperor in such a short time. Moreover, according to her, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not as simple as she seemed. Otherwise, why would the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox receive such treatment after becoming a deity? There must be something fishy going on. I've been in the realms of gods for many years, and I've learned about some powerful divine beasts. However, no matter how powerful they are, they have their limits. Most of the major ultimate god forces are human forces. However, there are some divine beasts in the major ultimate god forces. Among the high-level ultimate gods, it's difficult for the powerful divine beasts to become a top high-level ultimate god. Naturally, it's not necessary for a divine beast to become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, among the supreme powerhouses, there aren't many supreme powerhouses who have become divine beasts. It's as though the origin of a divine beast is not a human but a beast. There's a limit to how much it can become a supreme powerhouse. In the history of the god-defying realm, there have been divine beasts who don't have such a limit. However, they are extremely rare and haven't appeared for many years. However, it's rumored that any of those divine beasts are extremely terrifying. Those who have just become upper ultimate gods do not even need to consolidate their cultivation base to be as strong as a top upper ultimate god. Once they become a supreme powerhouse, they'll be at the peak of the supreme powerhouses. It's as though the divine beasts are blessed by the heavens. However, it seems like the divine beasts haven't appeared for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. If I didn't read the ancient book in the inner palace, I wouldn't have known about this. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened when he thought about this. There was also a record in that ancient book. It was the speculation of the ancestor of the inner palace. That ancestor also had a divine beast companion. According to him, after that divine beast companion had become a deity, it would feel like a small portion of its power was being drained away when it cultivated. Moreover, all beast cultivators would have that kind of trouble when they reached the divine spirit realm. It was more like a kind of rule. Perhaps, after the beast-type cultivators became gods, the energy they lost was accumulated somewhere. In the end, this power would leave the place where it was accumulated and help those rare divine beasts who are blessed by the heavens to advance, thus giving birth to a heaven-defying divine beast that's only seen once in a million years. Even now, Duan Lingtian still remembered that record. Not only would my companion lose its divine power when it cultivated, but it would also lose its comprehension of the power of law. It would never be able to enter the perfected realm. It's the same for other divine beasts. This is also one of the reasons why it's almost impossible for a top-upper ultimate god to appear in beast cultivators, unless the beast cultivator can comprehend one of the four Tao of heaven and earth at an extremely high level. However, for ordinary beast-type cultivators to be able to comprehend any one of the four Taos of heaven and earth to that level, they've basically become supreme experts. Therefore, I guess, after beast cultivators become gods, the loss of power during cultivation, their comprehension of the power of law is close to the perfected realm, and the continuous loss of the power of law is most likely caused by some kind of rule in the god-defying realm. In addition to the existence of the heaven-defying divine beast that's said to be rarely seen in 1,000,000 years. I further guess that the beast cultivators within 1,000,000 years, after becoming gods, are all using a special method to feed back the heaven-defying divine beast that's said to be rarely seen in 1,000,000 years. This kind of feeding back is caused by the rules of the god-defying realm and not by the beast cultivator's own will. Perhaps, this is a scheme set up by the ancestors of the heaven-defying divine beasts so that their lineage can continue to grow stronger. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence could set up such a shocking scheme. Even the strongest supreme expert in the god-defying realm might not have such an ability, right? Instead, the strongest experts in the strongest few realms in the 10,000 realms might have the ability to do so. If all my guesses are correct, there must have been an existence at that level in the god-defying realm. Perhaps a long time ago, the god-defying realm was once one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds because of the existence of the heaven-defying divine beast's ancestor, who set up such a shocking scheme. Although these were the guesses of the ancestor of the inner palace in the myriad jurisprudence palace, Duan Ling Tian did not think the ancestor's guesses were likely to be true. This was because it was too unbelievable. What kind of existence could set up such a shocking scheme and forcibly extract the power and comprehension of the laws from the beast cultivators in the god-defying realm to feed back to their descendants? However, now that he knew what had happened to Huan Er, he could not help but recall the speculation of the ancestor of the inner palace. If his speculation was true, then Huan Er's experience could be explained. Huan Er was the heaven-defying divine beast of this generation. Moreover, the ancestor of the inner palace also mentioned that only the beast cultivators in the god-defying realm would be restricted in their comprehension of the laws in the god-defying realm. There are some beast cultivators in the god-defying realm who leave the god-defying realm to cultivate. Such a situation would not occur in the land outside the realm. However, even if these beast cultivators successfully break through in the land outside the realm and possess the strength of a peak superior ultimate god, after they return to the god-defying realm, the power in their bodies will still be drained away. The laws that they originally comprehended to the perfection stage will also drop in their realm. It's as if there's a curse in the god-defying realm that targets the beast cultivators. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with shock. The guess of the ancestor of the inner palace was very likely to be true. In the past, there might really be a heaven-defying beast cultivator in the god-defying realm who set up such a shocking scheme to feed back his descendants who were only born in nearly 1,000,000 years. End of this chapter. Chapter 4361. Before Duan Ling Tian went to the realms of gods, he had learned that some of the powerful beasts in the Devata realms were just an extension of the forces in the realms of gods. In other words, the powerful beasts in the Devata realms had established their own forces in the realms of gods. Some of the beasts had even given birth to supreme powerhouses. However, it was not until he went to the realms of gods that Duan Ling Tian discovered some of the powerful divine beast forces were not weaker than the major ultimate god forces. Many people regarded them as major ultimate god forces, but they regarded themselves as major ultimate god forces. In the beginning, he did not understand. It was not until he learned about the restrictions on beasts after they entered the ultimate god stage that he realized why the powerful divine beast forces were so low-key. It was because of the restrictions on beasts in the divine defiance realm. Not only divine venerable realm beast cultivators. It said that even divine venerable realm beast cultivators will be restricted to a certain extent in the god-defying realm. This has also led to many beast cultivators who have become supreme experts to be more willing to stay in the outer realm outside the god-defying realm, or to guard the subsidiary forces of the god-defying realm. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but become vigilant. If it were not for Huan Er's strange behavior, he would not have thought of this. If the place his original body went to was not the land outside the realm, but a subsidiary realm of the reverse god realm. In that realm, it was very likely that there were beast-type cultivators from the reverse god realm who had become supreme experts. The people in the subordinate realms might not know about Duanling Tian or Duanling Tian. In the past, those from the Divine Defiance realm most likely knew about Duanling Tian's existence. If that place is not a land outside the realm, and is really one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm, and there is a divine beast of the God-defying realm guarding there, the other party most likely knows me and understands me. For this reason, I can't join any ultimate god forces in that realm to avoid being discovered. At this moment, Duanling Tian became vigilant. At the same time, his life clone looked at Huaner with a gentle gaze. He felt that Huaner was his lucky star. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have cared about her at all. One had to know that the slightest mistake in this matter could cost him his life. Huaner, tell me more about the characteristics of that energy. Duanling Tian was happy for Huaner's fortuitous encounter. At the same time, he was curious as to how the energy had returned to Huaner. At the same time, he was also worried that the energy might cause some instability to Huaner. However, as Huaner described the characteristics of the energy, Duanling Tian gradually relaxed. Based on what Huaner had said, it was unlikely that the energy would affect her. It hasn't been that long, but you're already a celestial emperor. Perhaps, it won't be long before you become a god emperor. It won't be long before I reach the ultimate god realm. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. Initially, he thought his family and friends could only live under his protection in the future. However, based on Huaner's experience, her future achievements would not be mediocre. She might even become a supreme expert, one of the strongest among supreme experts. After all, if Huaner was really the descendant of that heaven-defying divine beast, even if she was not as strong as that person, she would not be too far off. Based on the heaven-defying plan that person had set up, that person was definitely one of the strongest existences in the Divine Defiance realm. Perhaps, he might even be one of the strongest existences in the myriad of worlds. The plan that person set up is still in place. This means that either no one in the Divine Defiance realm is capable of breaking his plan, or no one is capable of breaking his plan. Otherwise, someone is capable of breaking his plan but has yet to do so. If it was the latter, it would be fine. If it was the former, how strong was that person? After so many years of planning, no one had been able to break through it until now. How terrifying was his strength? Duanling Tian's life clone returned to the mundane realm where his family and friends were settled. Then, he distributed the divine corrupting spring water to them. Naturally, with the cultivation bases of his family and friends, forcefully consuming the divine corrupting spring water would only cause adverse effects. For this reason, he deliberately diluted the divine corrupting spring water. The water he used to dilute the divine hoarding spring was not ordinary water. Instead, it was a liquid treasure that he had collected in the realms of gods. It was a treasure that could help those with weaker cultivation bases in their cultivation. These treasures were useless to him, but they were treasures to his family and friends. Father, mother, I saw Kerr. Duanling Tian's life clone arrived at his father, Duan Ruffing, and mother, Li Ro's residence. He sat with them and mentioned his wife, Kerr, for the first time. Previously, when he was with his daughter, Duan Xiling, he did not mention Ku'er at all. This was because he did not want his daughter to know about her mother's current condition. Duan Xiling was a sensible child. Although her mother, Kerr, was not by her side, she had always missed her mother. Therefore, she understood why her mother could not be by her side. She had never complained about this before. Although she did not have her mother by her side, she did not lack maternal love as she grew up. Whether it was Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, or Huaner, all of them had cared for her so much that she never felt like she lacked maternal love. How's Kerr? Li Ro suddenly became nervous. She had just heard her son mention her daughter-in-law. In fact, when the whole family was gathered together, she wanted to ask very much, but she didn't dare to. Duan Ruffing reached out and held his wife's hand. Don't worry. Let's listen to our son first. Duanling Tian did not hide anything and told his parents everything that had happened to his wife, Kerr. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro fell silent when they heard Duanling Tian's words. In the end, Duan Rufeng said, "Therefore, you plan to head to the outer realm and grow stronger so you can kill the supreme powerhouse who has merged with Yun Qingyan to save Kerr?" Duanling Tian nodded. As for Li Ro, although she knew it was dangerous for her son to head to the outer realm, she did not try to persuade him. After all, she knew her son well and knew it was impossible to persuade him. Moreover, she was worried about her daughter-in-law and hoped her son would be able to rescue her daughter-in-law. Although her son had many wives and confidants, and Li Ro did not usually favor any of them, Ker was different in her heart. First of all, Ker had been by her side since she was a young girl. At that time, she only had a son and not a daughter. Therefore, she treated Ker as her daughter. Not only did she treat Ker as her daughter-in-law, but she also treated her as her daughter. It was an additional emotion. Father, mother, don't worry. Haven't I been fine for the past 1,000 years? Don't worry, it won't be long before I bring Ker back. When Duan Tian saw that his parents were worried but did not express it, he took the lead and comforted both of them with a smile on his face. Tian. Duan Ruffing finally spoke. He sighed softly and said, "The next time you see the clan leader of the Xia family, please be more courteous. After all, you're a junior. Ker may have lived 2 lives, but her soul has not changed. She's still his daughter. Even if he did something that upset you, it's because he has a responsibility that is different from ordinary people. As the clan leader of the Xia family, he has to consider the interests of the family in many things." Duan Ruffing had once led a prefecture in the mundane realm. Therefore, he knew that as a leader, there were many things to consider. It was not that simple. Father, I know that. Duan Tian nodded. It was because he knew this that he did not fall out with the clan leader of the Xia family, and only dealt with it coldly. If Ker did not blame the clan leader after she woke up and even wanted him to call him father, he would do so. But now, he could not treat the clan leader like a normal son-in-law. Duan Tian chatted with his parents for a while, asked about their cultivation situation, and solved some of their doubts. After that he left. However, after he went out, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. I've encountered the worst-case scenario after all. That place is not the land outside the realm. It's one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm. The reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm was one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm. In fact, Duan Tian did not know much about this realm. Even when he was in the God-defying realm, he had not heard anyone mention this realm. Of course, the reason why he had not heard anyone mention it was because the people he came into contact with were at most some divine masters. The communication between divine masters was basically limited to the God-defying realm. Perhaps, when he became an ultimate expert one day, he would talk about the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm when he communicated with other ultimate experts. Now there are 3 choices. The first choice is to return to the turbulent space and continue to try my luck. The second choice is to immediately join a reincarnation realm force that has a teleportation formation to the land outside the realm and go directly from the reincarnation realm to the land outside the realm. The third choice is to cultivate in the reincarnation realm and enter a force in the reincarnation realm after entering the upper divine master realm. From there you can go to the land outside the realm. 3 choices, the third was undoubtedly the safest and the safest. It was almost impossible to be targeted. His cultivation was at the upper divine master realm. No matter how strong he was, no one would guess his identity. If he went directly to a force now and showed his strength, it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. The first choice, I'd better give up. I'd better not touch things like luck. Duan Tian did not dare to believe his luck at all. He had wandered in the turbulent space many times before he ended up in the boundless void. The third choice, although stable, is too long. Chapter 4362. In the end, Duan Tian chose the second option. He would join a top force in the reincarnation realm and use their transporting formation to travel to the outer land before he became a greater ultimate god. The most important thing now is to join a top force in the reincarnation realm that has a transporting formation to the outer land. Then, I'll have to find a way to enter the reincarnation realm and use their transporting formation to travel to the outer land. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to join any top force in the reincarnation realm. However, I'm afraid it'll attract too much attention if I reveal my strength when I'm only a lesser ultimate god. Naturally, it'll be best if I can join a force without revealing my full strength. I'll have to plan for this. Although Duan Tian wanted to go to the outer land even in his dreams, he did not lose his cool. Instead, he became calmer. After all, a wrong decision could cost him his life. If he was alone, then he would dare to take the risk. However, the problem was that he was no longer alone. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He could not allow himself to do as he pleased. In the end, Duan Ling Tian began to ask around to find out which top force was the closest to the Samsara realm. During this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered the reincarnation realm was completely different from the reverse divine realm. In the reverse divine realm, there were 18 realms of gods. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. In the reincarnation realm, there were only 9 realms. Moreover, these realms were called realms. The reincarnation realm was divided into the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. The lower 3 realms were similar to the mundane realms in the reverse divine realm. However, they were at least 10 times larger than the largest mundane realm in the reverse divine realm. In the lower 3 realms, those who were close to becoming a celestial being or had just become a celestial being were the strongest. The middle 3 realms were similar to the Devata realms in the reverse divine realm. Lesser gods who had just become gods were strong enough to rule over a region. The upper 3 realms were similar to the reverse divine realm. There were many gods and top forces in the upper 3 realms. After all this time, I'm currently in one of the 3 middle regions of the reincarnation realm. After asking around, Duan Ling Tian felt a little helpless. Then, he went to a nearby teleportation array that led to the upper 3 regions and directly teleported to the upper 3 regions. Although there were some twists and turns in this process, Duan Ling Tian only displayed the cultivation of an ordinary deity, so no one dared to make things difficult for him. Even in the hands of a lesser deity, as long as they did not go overboard, they would be able to run amok in the middle 3 regions. Even the most powerful forces in the middle 3 regions, who had the backing of deities, or even forces from the upper 3 regions, would not easily provoke a lower-ranking deity. This is the Luo region, one of the 3 upper regions of the realm of Samsara. In the Luo territory, there are 3 great powers, and all of them have patriarchs who are extremely strong. These 3 powers all have teleportation arrays that lead to the outer realms. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Luo territory of the reincarnation realm, he quickly found out about this. Then, he set his sights on one of the 3 great powers in the Luo region, the Sun family. This was because the Sun family was the closest to him after he arrived at the Luo region. Moreover, as the only family among the 3 great powers, it was relatively easier for the Sun family to sneak in and use the teleportation array. If I don't display my full strength and enter the Sun family, as long as I display part of my strength and get to know the direct descendants of the Sun family who have the right to speak, I will have a chance to enter the Sun family. They might not be stingy with using the Sun family's teleportation array just once. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian began to plan and investigate the Sun family at the same time. Everything was carried out cautiously. In fact, with his current strength, even if he forced his way into the Sun family and displayed his strength, the Sun family would still be willing to do him a favor and send him to the outer realms using the teleportation array. However, the consequence of this was that the Sun family would know his strength. If he displayed such strength with the cultivation of a medium godly master, perhaps, when he arrived at the reincarnation realm in the outer realms, his identity would be exposed and he would be hunted down by the ultimate powerhouses of the reincarnation realm. Of course, he might not be so unlucky. However, he could not take the risk. In particular, in the reincarnation realm, there was an ultimate powerhouse from the god-defying realm. Although he did not know where the ultimate powerhouse from the god-defying realm was in the reincarnation realm, it was necessary to be careful. The Sun family was one of the top 3 forces in the Luo region of the upper 3 regions of the reincarnation realm. An ultimate powerhouse was born in the reincarnation realm nearly 100,000 years ago. Since then, the entire family had walked to the peak of the reincarnation realm. In the Sun family, the direct descendants were also divided into many branches and there was a lot of competition between them. Although the position of the patriarch of the Sun family was passed down from one branch, as long as one was a direct descendant, any direct descendant of any branch had the qualifications to compete for the position of the patriarch. In the current generation of the Sun family, the direct descendants were divided into 7 branches. Sun Yuqian was the most outstanding descendant of the current generation of the direct descendants of the Sun family. He was also one of the direct descendants of the Sun family, who was most likely to become the next patriarch of the Sun family. Of course, he was not the son of the patriarch of the Sun family, but the son of the 4th master of the Sun family. In the eyes of the Sun family, the competition for the position of the next patriarch of the Sun family was basically decided between 3 people. One of them was Sun Yuqian. As for the other two, one of them was the son of the current patriarch of the Sun family, while the other was a genius from another branch of the direct descendants of the Sun family. Among the three of them, Sun Yuqian was the strongest. However, in terms of overall strength, Sun Yuqian's branch was the weakest among the several branches of the Sun family, as it had been a long time since they had produced an expert. Because of that, this branch also saw Sun Yuqian as their hope. On this day, Sun Yuqian returned from his job as usual. He was accompanied by a medium ultimate god from his branch to protect him. Among the many branches of the direct descendants of the Sun family, only Sun Yuqian's branch did not have a high-level ultimate god. The other branches all had high-level ultimate gods. Second uncle, actually, you don't have to keep following me. The family's property is not far from the Sun family. There won't be any danger. On the way back to the Sun family, Sun Yuqian said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was Sun Yuqian's second uncle, Sun Long. When he heard Sun Yuqian's words, he shook his head. Yuqian, you're the hope of our branch. As the strongest person in our generation, it's only right for me to protect you as you grow up. As long as you surpass me in the future, everything I do for you will be worth it. Sun Long was Sun Yuqian's second uncle and Sun Yuqian's younger brother. There were only 6 people left in their branch. Sun Long was the branch patriarch of this branch. Sun Long's greatest wish in this life was to see this nephew of his become the head of the family and restore the glory of their bloodline. In the past, their bloodline had produced quite a few patriarchs. However, in the past 20,000 years, there had not been a single patriarch. Second uncle, I won't let you down, Sun Yuqian said solemnly. All right. Sun Long smiled. However, the smile on Sun Long's face froze in an instant. Then, his pupils shrank sharply. The energy in his body swept out and shrouded Sun Yuqian, who was beside him. Boom! There was a loud noise. Sun Long turned into flames and left the place with Sun Yuqian. Almost at the same time, a saber with a terrifying aura of destruction slashed down from the heavens, landing where the two of them had been standing. The void trembled, and a tiny spatial crack appeared, closing after a while. Then, a tall figure shrouded in a black robe stepped on the air and landed. At the same time, another loud noise was heard. This time, it was a tall man in a gray robe with a mask on his face. He flew towards Sun Long, who had escaped with Sun Yuqian. Who are you? Sun Long's expression changed again. He hurriedly tried to stop the other party, but soon found that the other party's strength was not weaker than his. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of the other party. However, the other party had a helper. Moreover, judging from the helper's attack just now, it was very powerful. The helper's strength was not weaker than his. There were 2 middle-level ultimate gods who were on par with him. Leave Sun Yuqian behind and you can leave. The black-robed man flew over. He was also wearing a mask and his voice was extremely cold. Otherwise, both of you will stay here today. Hee hee. The gray-robed man chuckled. You can send a message to the Sun Clan for help. However, the 3 of us are confident that we can kill both of you before the Sun Clan arrives. 3 people. As soon as the gray-robed man said that, Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, who had just sent a message to the Sun Clan for help, turned pale. Don't talk nonsense. Just kill them. A cold voice was heard. A thin figure seemed to appear out of thin air. Every move he made was accompanied by an extremely cold aura that swept across the sky. Once he made his move, it was as if thousands of miles were frozen. The surrounding space instantly froze. Kill. The other 2 attacked together. It's over. Sun Long's face was pale. Another middle-level ultimate god who was on par with him had come. If it was just the 2 of them, he was confident that he could stop them and allow the Sun Clan to come in time to protect his nephew. The worst-case scenario was that he would die alone. However, with 3 middle-level ultimate gods who were on par with him, even if the Sun Clan came now, it would be too late. They were still some distance away from the Sun Clan. Even if the Sun Clan sent a high-level ultimate god, it would take at least half an hour for them to arrive. Sun Yuqian's face was filled with despair. Was he going to die? Who was it? Who was the one who found these 3 people to kill him? Was it those 2 guys? How could they be so bold to do such a thing? Were they not worried that they would be found out and executed according to the rules of the clan? Kill them! The three of them attacked Sun Long and Sun Yuqian at the same time. Just as Sun Long made his move with an extremely ugly expression, he suddenly saw a figure flying past them from the corner of his eyes. That person only glanced at them before leaving on his own. Judging by the speed of the other party, he was obviously a middle-level ultimate god. At that moment, Sun Long's eyes lit up as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He shouted loudly, "Brother, help me stop these three people for a quarter of an hour. My Sun Clan's high-level ultimate god will be here soon. My Sun Clan will reward you handsomely." In the distance, the young man who had been flying by as if nothing had happened and had no intention of meddling in this matter even though he had seen the situation here. However, after hearing Sun Long's words, he paused. At that moment, Sun Long and Sun Yuqian saw each other clearly. It was a young man in purple. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. End of chapter. Chapter 4363. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was not someone to be trifled with. Everything that had transpired was part of Duan Ling Tian's plan. The three medium-level ultimate gods were actors that he had spent a lot of effort coaxing, pestering, threatening, and bribing to get them to join him. After all, they were targeting the Sun Clan, one of the top forces in the Luo region. If the three intermediate ultimate gods did not submit to Duan Ling Tian, they would not have been so bold as to target the Sun Clan. They wore masks because they did not want to expose their identities. Although their masks looked simple, there were many formations hidden in them that completely blocked out divine consciousness. It was extremely difficult to see their faces. At the very least, it was almost impossible for anyone below the level of a higher ultimate god to see their faces. Boy, don't meddle in other people's business. When one of the three masked men saw Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving and turned to look at Sun Long, one of the masked men cried out in a loud voice, "Brother Ling Tian!" Duan Ling Tian looked at the masked man who had warned him and said slowly, "I didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but your tone pissed me off." Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were pleasantly surprised when Duan Ling Tian made his move. He did not seem to have made any movements, but the void seemed to have solidified. At the same time, when they regained their senses, they saw the purple-clad young man in front of them moving at an exaggerated speed. How fast? Sun Long's eyes widened. However, he shook his head in the next instant. "No. I felt like I was affected by a force earlier. Is it the law of time? This person is skilled in the law of time." The law of time was one of the four supreme laws. It was also the most mysterious law among the four supreme laws. The person in front of him had crossed such a great distance to approach him. It was obvious the person's attainment in the law of time was not inferior to his attainment in the law of time. "We're saved." Sun Long was ecstatic. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to inform his nephew. Meanwhile, Sun Yuqian's face was filled with joy. However, in the depths of his eyes, there were still waves of coldness. As long as Sun Yuqian could survive this, he would definitely not let this matter rest. "I don't care which one of you did it. This isn't over." In Sun Yuqian's mind, two figures appeared. They were the only two who had the ability to compete with him for the position of the next head of the Sun family, but were slightly inferior to him in all aspects. They were the direct descendants of the Sun family. It was a fair competition. Even if he lost, he had no objections. But if they found someone to kill him, he would not be able to die in peace because of this. "Don't bother with this brat. Kill them." The three masked men ignored the Duan Ling Tian charging over and continued to charge at Sun Long and the other two. To be more precise, they were charging towards Sun Yuqian. Of course, as they charged over, they were also on guard against Duan Ling Tian. "What kind of deep hatred do you have for you to be so obsessed with killing a high-level emperor god?" Duan Ling Tian sighed. Although it was not loud, it was clearly heard by Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, causing their expressions to turn even uglier. The three masked men were obviously targeting Sun Yuqian. "If I, Sun Long, survive today, I will not let the mastermind off." Sun Long roared in his heart. At this moment, facing the three masked men charging towards him, Sun Long did not dare to hold back. The divine power in his entire body surged as he used all his techniques to protect Sun Yuqian behind him. At this moment, as a high-level emperor god, Sun Yuqian was naturally of no help at all. Senior, please lend me a helping hand. Sun Yuqian looked at Duanling Tian, who was not far away, and said sincerely through voice transmission, "If I, Sun Yuqian, am lucky enough to survive today with your help, I, Sun Yuqian, will definitely help you to the best of my ability in the future." Duanling Tian, who had originally planned to attack, laughed in his heart when he heard Sun Yuqian's voice transmission. Then he attacked as well. Of course, he did not display his full strength. He only displayed his strength to the extent that it was comparable to Sun Long's. Even so, with Sun Long joining forces, it was enough to stop the three masked men for a short period of time. As for the three masked men, although they had the upper hand, it was obvious that they were getting more and more anxious, as if they were really worried that the high-level ultimate god from the Sun clan would arrive in time. After about 30 breaths of time, the three masked men looked at each other and retreated. "Brat, you've ruined our plan. If we meet you again in the future, we'll definitely tear you to pieces." While the three of them retreated, they did not forget to threaten Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Sun Long did not chase after the three people. Duanling Tian did not make a move because Sun Long did not allow him to chase after the three people. Sun Long, on the other hand, thought it was meaningless to chase after the three people. After all, if the three people joined forces, they would be stronger than him and the purple-clad young man. After making sure the three of them had left, Sun Long looked at Duanling Tian gratefully and cupped his hands together to express his gratitude. "Friend, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid both of us would have been buried here." Sun Yuqian also stepped forward and silently knelt in the void and bowed to Duanling Tian. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Then, Duanling Tian forcibly lifted him up with his divine power. At this time, even Duanling Tian was a little embarrassed by the honesty of the person in front of him. After all, he was the mastermind behind all this. "It's nothing," Duanling Tian said. At the same time, Sun Long asked a few questions about Duanling Tian's background. Duanling Tian also briefly explained his background. He said that he was a rogue cultivator who had used his connections to pay a high price to go to another top force in the Luo territory and borrow their teleportation formation to teleport to the outer land. During this process, Duanling Tian changed his name to Li Feng. However, he did not expect to meet them on the way. Teleportation formation to the outer land? Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were shocked when they heard that Duanling Tian planned to go to the outer land. Sun Long directly said, "Brother Li Feng, why are you going to the outer land? Although your strength is not bad, I don't recommend you to go to the outer land now. The outer land is too dangerous. If a medium-level ultimate god goes there, if he's unlucky, he might never return. I went there once with the clan's experts and saw with my own eyes that many medium-level ultimate gods were killed. Even some weak high-level ultimate gods are meat on the chopping board. They are at the mercy of others." When Sun Long reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with dread. Obviously, he saw the outer land as a scourge. When Duanling Tian heard this, he merely smiled faintly. "I know what you're talking about. However, the cultivation method of our progeny is not only about seeking breakthroughs in danger, it also has an extremely high requirement on one's mental state. I'm going to the outer land because I want to become a high-level ultimate god. If I don't go, I might not be able to become a high-level ultimate god in this lifetime. I even have a feeling that if I don't dare to go to the outer land, I might not be able to become a high-level ultimate god in this lifetime." As Duanling Tian spoke, the smile on his face disappeared and he became extremely serious. Hearing Duanling Tian's words, Sun Long smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Li Feng, you really don't have a choice. Although the outer land is dangerous, you might not necessarily be in danger as long as you are careful. In order to become a high-level ultimate god, it's worth taking some risks." Speaking to this point, Sun Long paused. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Li Feng, since you still haven't given the promised benefits to the people from the Jianghu sect, you shouldn't go to the Jianghu sect. Our Sun family also has a teleportation formation to the outer land. You saved us this time. If we can't even help you with such a small matter, we're not worthy of being human." Sun Long said. At this time, Sun Yuqian also said, Yes, Senior Li Feng, you can go to the Outer Land from our Sun family. The Zhan Yuan sect's teleportation formation to the Outer Land is no different from our Sun family's. This, won't it be too troublesome? Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. Actually, I can also go to the Zhan Yuan sect. Although I need to pay something, at least it's still within the scope of what I can afford. Brother Li Feng. Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to want to decline, Sun Long's expression became serious and he asked with a serious face. Are you declining like this because you look down on us? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard this. I definitely don't mean that. Since eldest son has invited me so graciously, then I'll bother you. However, if this matter is difficult, elder son doesn't have to worry about me. I can still deal with the Zhan Yuan sect. Duan Lingtian said again. It's not difficult. Sun Long waved his hand and said, it's just using the teleportation formation. There's no difficulty at all. Brother Li Feng, I don't know what the people from the Zhan Yuan sect told you. In fact, the teleportation formation in the Outer Land only needs to consume enough divine crystals to activate the teleportation formation. There's nothing mysterious about it. Upon hearing Sun Long's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Only divine crystals? However, I heard from the people from the Zhan Yuan sect that other than divine crystals, there's another price that needs to be paid. As for what the price is, they didn't tell me. They only said that it's their sect's secret. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face as he spoke. One could not tell if he was lying at all. If his acting skills were on Earth, he would definitely be called a best actor. At this moment, Sun Yuqian also spoke up. Senior Li Feng, the people from the Zhan Yuan sect must be trying to take advantage of you, so they made this matter sound difficult. After all, this way, Senior Li Feng will be willing to pay a bigger price. Although I, Sun Yuqian, am only a god emperor and have never been to the Outer Land, I still know a little about the teleportation formation in the Outer Land. It's just like what my second uncle said. It only needs to spend a certain amount of divine crystals. As for the divine crystals that support a person to teleport to the Outer Land, it's nothing to our Sun clan. Even if it's just me, I can still afford it. End of this chapter. Chapter 4364. Although Duan Lingtian looked young, he felt young as well. However, because of his strength and the fact that he was Sun Yuqian's savior, Sun Yuqian also respected him as a senior. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's words also guaranteed Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian could leave the reincarnation realm through the Sun family's Outer Land teleportation formation. Duan Lingtian saw that Sun Yuqian had solved it so well and did not refuse anymore. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. The two of you gave me a chance to go to the Outer Land through the Sun family's Outer Land teleportation formation. Then, I'll write off my so-called help earlier. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Although they had just met, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Sun Yuqian's sincerity from Sun Yuqian's attitude. Sun Yuqian really took Duan Lingtian as his savior and sincerely wanted to help him. Therefore, he directly pointed this out so that Sun Yuqian would not feel that he owed him a life-saving grace after this. Sun Long was about to speak but was interrupted by Sun Yuqian. Senior Li Feng, how can the life-saving grace that you have for Yuqian be compared to this small thing that Yuqian can do for you? The life-saving grace is greater than the sky. Yuqian will remember it for the rest of his life and never forget it. In the future, if you have any errands for me, I will do my best to help you. Even though it was already after this, Sun Yuqian's attitude was still very firm. He felt that he should repay the life-saving grace with his life. Sun Long also nodded with a satisfied smile at this time. This was how the sons of their bloodline should be. However, while Sun Yuqian was serious, when Duan Lingtian heard and saw this, he felt extremely embarrassed in his heart. After all, everything that Sun Yuqian went through was carefully planned by him. Those 3 medium-level ultimate gods were the actors he found. Moreover, in order to get these actors to cooperate with him a few days ago, he could be said to have spent a lot of effort. It could even be said that he threatened and lured them. In the end, he promised that they would not expose their identities and that they would not be targeted by the Sun family. Only then did they agree. It could be said that he was being very careful. If he used this method to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation and his identity was still exposed, then he would really have nothing to say. Forget it. Even if he wants to repay me, he might not find a chance. Let him be. Now, Duan Lingtian found that Sun Yuqian was more and more pleasing to the eye. Because of this, he felt a little guilty. If there's a chance in the future, I'll think of a way to make it up to him, and then tell him the truth of what happened today. I really do need his help now. Now, the more Sun Yuqian was, the more that Sun Yuqian, the more he was, the more guilty he felt Lingtian. Seeing that's Lingtian's son. There was not only Lingtian Longs, there was Lingtian, not that was a Lingtian. Sun Linga, Lingtian. Is Yuqian all right? The two Lingtian upper ultimate gods were an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man looked kind, but his eyes were fierce. As for the middle-aged man, he looked ordinary, as if he did not show his emotions on his face. At that moment, the old man looked at Sun Long with a serious face. Grandfather Hong, I'm fine. Sun Yuqian looked at the old man and shook his head. Uncle Hong. Sun Long was no longer as calm as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian and Sun Yuqian. He looked a little angry. Those three people just left. They're heading in this direction. If we capture them, we can find out who's behind this. Sun Long did not waste any time and directly pointed in the direction that the three people left in as he spoke to the old man. In his opinion, the most important thing right now was not to complain, but to get the two Sun family upper ultimate gods to chase after the three medium ultimate gods. If they could capture them and bring them back to the Sun family, it would not be difficult to find out who was behind this. The old man, Sun Hong, who was another upper ultimate god from the Sun clan's direct line of descent, understood Sun Long's intention. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and walked in the direction Sun Long pointed. Although the middle-aged man did not hear what Sun Hong said, he understood Sun Hong's intention with just a glance. Sun Hong obviously wanted him to chase after the three medium ultimate gods. The middle-aged man immediately followed. When the two upper ultimate gods disappeared from his sight, the anger on Sun Long's face disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the two men. Brother Li Feng, those two are from another branch of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. They are also the branch that has the closest relationship with us. Uncle Hong's full name is Sun Hong. He's one of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods and also the person in charge of his branch. The one beside him is not a disciple of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. He's his adopted son and also has the same surname as the Sun family. His name is Sun Leijing and he's a genius. Many people say that if Sun Leijing is not of the Sun family's upper ultimate god bloodline, he would most likely be the current patriarch instead of the current patriarch. Duan Lingtian also knew the identity of the two men after Sun Long's explanation. He was not surprised that the two men were close to Sun Long's branch because Sun Long would only find trustworthy upper ultimate gods from the Yang family. After all, he had set up a trap to lead the suspects to the other two Sun family members who could compete with Sun Yuqian for the next patriarch's position. Sun Long would certainly not find the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline. If the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline were to come and kill Sun Yuqian, they might not help Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. They might even help kill Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. It was better to find trustworthy people for this kind of thing. It's almost as I guessed. However, I didn't know that Sun Hong has an adopted son who's also a upper ultimate god. In fact, Duan Lingtian had done a comprehensive investigation on the Sun family before this. He also knew about Sun Hong, the upper ultimate god from the Sun family, but he had never met him. He knew about Sun Hong because he knew that Sun Hong's branch was close to Sun Long and Sun Yuqian's branch, and there was no conflict of interest in this generation. Sun Hong's branch did not have any talented disciples who could compete for the patriarch's position in this generation. Sun Hong was more inclined to let Sun Yuqian become the next patriarch compared to the other two competitors of Sun Yuqian. Firstly, Sun Yuqian was indeed stronger than the other two in all aspects. Secondly, Sun Yuqian's branch and Sun Yuqian's branch were very close. Duan Ling Tian was not worried that Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng would catch up with the three upper ultimate gods because he had already told the three of them to change directions after they left. It was best to split up. Although the two upper ultimate gods from the Sun family were strong and fast, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they wanted to catch up with them after they had left for almost half an hour. As expected. About a quarter of an hour later, Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng returned. Sun Hong shook his head. We didn't catch up with the three of them. They've already changed directions. We didn't find any clues along the way. It's harder to find them than climbing the sky. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Hong. Sun Long expressed his gratitude and sighed at the same time. However, since we were unable to capture those three people, I'm afraid it will be impossible to find the real culprit behind this. Humph. Sun Hong's eyes flashed. Even so, we still have to get to the bottom of this matter. No matter who it is, the entire Sun family will not tolerate anyone who does this behind our backs. In fact, even Sun Hong now suspected that the three of them were hired by Sun Yuqian's other two competitors. Otherwise, he could not think of anyone else who would go through so much trouble to kill Sun Yuqian. Uncle Hong, please don't be angry. I believe the family will give me an explanation for this matter. Sun Yuqian said. With that, Sun Yuqian introduced Duan Ling Tian to Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng. Sun Hong also expressed his sincere gratitude to Duan Ling Tian for saving Sun Yuqian. Brotherly Feng, thank you for saving Yuqian. You don't have to worry about the transportation formation in the outer realm. I'll take care of it for you. Follow us back to the Sun family. After we've dealt with Yuqian's matter, I'll personally bring you to the transportation formation and send you to the outer realm. During his conversation with Sun Yuqian, Sun Hong had learned about Duan Ling Tian's determination to go to the outer realm. Due to this reason, he did not try to persuade Duan Ling Tian to go to the outer realm even though he felt Duan Ling Tian would most likely die. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just a stranger. He helped Duan Ling Tian only to repay him for saving Sun Yuqian's life. Duan Ling Tian, using the identity of Li Feng, followed the few people from the Sun family back to the Sun family. The entire Sun family was in an uproar because Sun Yuqian was almost killed. Many high-ranking members of the Sun family were furious. Among them were the high-ranking members of the families of Sun Yuqian's two competitors. Perhaps they were gloating in their hearts and even felt that it was a pity that Sun Yuqian did not die. However, they knew they could not show it on the surface. On the surface, they had to be united against a common enemy. The Sun family was in turmoil. All of this naturally had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian. However, the Sun family had reached a consensus regarding their savior, Duan Ling Tian. The Sun family directly took out divine crystals in the name of the family, and sent Duan Ling Tian to the outer realm to repay Duan Ling Tian for saving Sun Yuqian's life. At this moment, no one stopped them. Even the direct descendants of Sun Yuqian's two competitors, even though they felt that Duan Ling Tian was meddling in other people's business, on the surface, they unanimously agreed to repay Duan Ling Tian. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian left the Sun family through the transportation formation in the outer realm of the Sun family. He left the reincarnation boundary and went to the outer realm. Duan Ling Tian, who felt as though only a moment had passed, but also as though a century had passed, began to size up the new environment in front of him. This is the outer realm. Chapter 4365. This place. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to realize that he had appeared in a cluster of buildings after arriving in the outer realm. There were very few people in this cluster of buildings. Before coming, he had learned from the Sun clan that behind the transportation formation was a stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. The rotation boundary in the outer realm had a total of 3 strongholds. Each of the 3 upper regions had a stronghold. Each stronghold was guarded by the strongest experts of that region. Currently, the person guarding the Luo territory's stronghold in the outer realm was the strongest expert of the Sun clan. Someone is coming from our Sun clan? A disciple of our Sun clan? The strongest expert of the Sun clan was guarding the stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. Usually, he would be able to sense every movement in the stronghold. After Duan Ling Tian appeared in the stronghold, he scanned with his divine consciousness and confirmed that the other party was not from the Sun clan. As the ancestor of the Sun Clan, he could sense the bloodline of the Sun Clan. He's not from the Sun Clan? Sun Pingyun, who was originally calm, was slightly stunned at this moment. At this moment, the other person sitting in front of him, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked puzzled. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Nothing. Sun Pingyun came back to his senses, looked at the guest in front of him, and shook his head. There's a young mid-level ultimate god coming from our Sun Clan, but he's not from our Sun Clan. I think he's a friend of one of our juniors. A mid-level ultimate god. The old man was surprised. Although it's not rare for a mid-level ultimate god to come to the Outer Realm, it's not that easy for them to establish themselves in the Outer Realm. A mid-level ultimate god who isn't confident usually doesn't dare to come to the Outer Realm. The old man said. He should be quite strong. Sun Pingyun hesitated for a moment before saying, since he came from our Sun Clan, it means that he has a close relationship with one of our juniors. Under such circumstances, it's impossible not to warn him of the dangers of the Outer Realm. I think he's a mid-level ultimate god with decent strength. However, at this point, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment before looking at the guest in front of him. Speaking of medium ultimate gods, I'm afraid that Duan Ling Tian from your god-defying realm is the most terrifying. It's said that he now has the strength of a superior ultimate god with his medium ultimate god cultivation base. The old man sitting in front of Sun Pingyun was from the god-defying realm. He was the supreme expert of the god-defying realm. When he heard Sun Pingyun's words, his eyes flashed. In the known history of the god-defying realm, I have never heard of anyone who is comparable to him in the medium divine master realm. He is now recognized as the strongest medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Furthermore, he has a large amount of divine corrupting spring water. As he spoke, a glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. God corrupting spring. That was what he had always dreamed of. Although he had no use for it and did not have any disciples, the divine corrupting spring water was a hard currency in the Outer Realm and could be used to exchange for what he needed. Moreover, some powerful existences were often willing to pay a high price in exchange for the divine corrupting spring water, just to cultivate their younger generation. Those existences were very generous with their money. Divine corrupting spring water. When Sun Pingyun heard the supreme expert from the god-defying realm in front of him mention the divine corrupting spring water, his eyes were full of greed. Speaking of which, that person from the god-defying realm is really lucky to have obtained so much divine corrupting spring water. It's said that the news of him obtaining the divine corrupting spring water has even alarmed the three realms. Many people are clamoring that the way he obtained the divine corrupting spring water is not honorable enough. Sun Pingyun said. The supreme expert from the god-defying realm sneered when he heard that. Those people are just talking nonsense. What do you mean by not being honorable enough? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Isn't this a very common phenomenon? If they were the oriole, would they say that they are not honorable enough? Ridiculous! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know that he had become the topic of discussion of the two supreme experts. He also did not know that the two supreme experts who were talking about him were at the stronghold of the Luo region in the Outer Realm where he was now. According to the supreme expert from the Xia family, the stronghold of any realm in the Outer Realm is not actually in the Outer Realm. It is just close to the space barrier of the Outer Realm. One can smoothly enter the Outer Realm from here, and there is no need to worry about getting lost or anything. And these strongholds are also protected by the realms behind them. It is very difficult for ordinary people to force their way in, unless many supreme experts take action. However, this situation is very rare. If a supreme expert takes action like this, it will be seen as a provocation. For example, this reincarnation realm is not a big realm, but if a few supreme experts force their way into their stronghold in the Outer Realm, even if the supreme experts of the reincarnation realm can't do anything to them, they will still ask for help from the god-defying realm. The reincarnation realm is a subsidiary realm of the god-defying realm. Once they ask for help from the god-defying realm, the god-defying realm will definitely not stand by and watch. They will definitely send experts to help. This is also a way for weak realms to survive. On one hand, they rely on the subordinates of a strong realm and are exploited by the strong realm. On the other hand, they also rely on the protection of the strong realm. Being exploited will take a long time before they are unlucky. And if there is no protection from a strong realm, It is very likely that the realm will be broken immediately after being invaded. Once the realm is broken, the people will be in a terrible situation. Only the supreme experts may have a chance of survival. Under the choice, many weak realms also choose to shelter under the strong realm. These were all information that Duan Lingtian knew when he was in the god-defying realm and the Xia family in the world of divine remains. Most of it was said by the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family. The god-defying realm is in front. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed the almost uninhabited stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation realm and walked all the way to the end of the road. In front of him was a layer of spatial barrier that was similar to a membrane barrier. The scenery outside also appeared clearly in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, the scenery outside changed every once in a while. Occasionally, it would appear in the outside world in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Occasionally, it would appear underground, under a lake, or even above a group of volcanoes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this because he had also heard this from the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family. The exits of the strongholds of all realms in the outer land would change from time to time. This was also to prevent people from intercepting and killing those who had just left. However, although the exits would change, they would only change within a certain range. No realm could make the exit of a stronghold change everywhere in the outer land. Even if the top supreme experts of the 10,000 realms joined forces, they could not do that. Let's go out. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and passed through the transparent spatial barrier that had just changed in front of him. He entered a vast ocean. It was indeed a vast ocean. It was not in a lake, nor was it in a small river or stream. Instead, it appeared in a vast ocean. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, entering the ocean was no different from entering a flat land or a void. This was because the divine power that rose from the surface of his body was enough to block the sweeping seawater outside. This is the outer land? After entering the outer land, Duan Lingtian's first feeling was that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had suddenly become somewhat thin. Moreover, the surrounding smell clearly carried the smell of blood. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding seawater turbulence. Then, he saw a huge demonic beast that he had never seen before approaching from afar. This demonic beast had a human form and 4 limbs. However, compared to a human, its figure was somewhat uncoordinated. Moreover, its face was ferocious and there were horns on its head. It looked very disgusting. There's a human in my sea area. You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. This demonic beast looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and spoke in the myriad world common language at the right time. Its voice clearly fell into Duan Lingtian's ears. I've killed many middle-level ultimate gods. The strongest could withstand 32 moves from me. I wonder how many moves a human like you can take. When the demonic beast approached, Duan Lingtian could also confirm its cultivation base from its aura. A higher ultimate god great demon. The other party's words were obviously said deliberately for Duan Lingtian to hear. Human, run. Let me see how you're going to run away. Although it's impossible for you to escape under my nose, who knows if you'll be lucky? The great demon continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in its tone as if it was a hunter toying with its prey. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold in the face of the other party's condescending gaze. Although he was unsure of the other party's strength, as long as the other party was not an ultimate god, he had the courage to fight it. Although he was only a middle-level ultimate god, his strength was above 99% of higher ultimate gods. Why should I run? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the great demon and smiled coldly. He then raised his hand and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword had already digested a few ultimate god embryos and was getting closer and closer to transforming into an ultimate god weapon. The great demon's eyes lit up when he saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It's a superior god weapon that's close to an ultimate god weapon. Human, you've given me a big surprise. Very good, very good. Just based on the surprise you've prepared for me, I can leave you with an intact corpse. As the great demon spoke, a god weapon appeared in his hand. Judging from the aura of the god weapon, it was a god weapon that was not any weaker than the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. No matter what, The other party was a higher ultimate god great demon. How could such a great demon not have a trump card when he had dominated this sea area for so many years? In the outer realm, those who could survive and rule over their own territories were the most powerful. Chapter 4366. You're lucky to have met me when you've just arrived at the outer realm. Duan Lingtian stared silently at the incoming great demon. In the eyes of the great demon, he was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but in his eyes, this great demon was also a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although his current strength was not invincible among the upper-level ultimate gods. However, there were very few upper-level ultimate gods who could defeat him. Even if it was a top upper-level ultimate god, he did not think he would lose to them. That was unless it was one of the best among the top high-level supreme gods, like his eldest senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan, a high-level supreme god who was feared by all the major forces in the divine planes. The seven orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand radiated sword aura in all directions as the divine power of a medium ultimate god swept out. In front of the great demon's divine power, it seemed a little dim, but its speed and power were not inferior at all. Duan Lingtian's space law vibrated, and a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared, shaking all directions. That's right. Illuminated thousands of miles. Previously, when Duan Lingtian entered the dimensional battlefield, the power of law could illuminate thousands of miles, millions of miles and millions of miles. But not thousands of miles. However, in the dimensional battlefield of the god-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated millions of miles could only illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm even if the power was the same. In the dimensional battlefield of the god-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated thousands of miles could only illuminate hundreds of miles in the outer realm with the same power. In contrast, the power of law that could illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm was able to manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon that could illuminate thousands of miles in the reverse god realm's planar battlefield. Illuminated thousands of miles? At this time, the great demon was also shocked after seeing Duan Lingtian's power of law. This was because the power of law that it had mastered could only illuminate thousands of miles. Moreover, the power of law that it had mastered was only the water law. At the same level, it could not compare to the space law, one of the four supreme laws. Fortunately, he's only a medium ultimate god. Otherwise, I might not be his opponent today. The great demon rejoiced in his heart. Of course, it was also vigilant. A medium ultimate god was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to master such powerful spatial law at such a cultivation level. Logically speaking, such a genius could not possibly be an idiot. But now, after witnessing its strength, it still dared to charge at it? Was it because he knew that he couldn't escape, so he decided to risk it all? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the great demon suddenly jolted awake. Something's wrong. He's proficient in the law of space. If he really wanted to escape, even if it was in the sea, there would still be a slim chance of survival. It can only be said that it's a slim chance of survival. But he's unwilling to cherish such a slim chance of survival? Did you choose to fight me to the death? Be careful. This little guy might have some other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps. There is a supreme divine power. But he wouldn't think that I don't have supreme divine power, right? The great demon sneered inwardly. One had to know that it wasn't as if there weren't any supreme powerhouses in the Sea tribe. Overlords like them were actually organized and were loyal to a certain supreme powerhouse in the Sea tribe. Usually, as long as they performed meritorious deeds, they would be bestowed with some supreme divine power. Drip. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian did indeed use the supreme divine power. This was because he knew in his heart that if he acted so rashly, the great demon would definitely suspect that he had some backing. Now, he was just revealing his backing. He was also worried that if the great demon was alerted in advance and even notified the other great demons in the surrounding sea, once a stronger great demon arrived, he might not be a match for a group of great demons if they joined forces. Moreover, before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that no matter where it was in the outer realm, as long as there was a gathering of great demons, there would be no lack of supreme powerhouses among them. When he gets closer, I'll use my supreme divine power as well as my clan's innate ability to kill him. At this moment, seeing Duan Lingtian charging at him menacingly, the great demon, who was also charging at him, saw that the human in front of him was getting closer and closer and had a plan in mind. Even if the other party was only a middle-level supreme god, he did not intend to underestimate him. In the outer realm, a moment of carelessness could very well lead to death. He had lived for many years and had seen too many tragedies of people dying because of carelessness. He would not let such a thing happen to him. Moreover, there were many humans in the outer realm who possessed the power of blood. Some could even form avatars of laws and possess extraordinary combat strength. He was not sure if the human in front of him had the power of blood or the avatars of laws. He only knew that the moment he got closer, he would explode with all his strength and kill the human in one blow. Boom! Rumble! The great demon was proficient in the law of water. As the artifact in his hand moved, waves surged and rushed into the sky as if there were stormy waves on the sea, the kind of stormy waves that could destroy a city. Duanling Tian seemed so tiny before him, and it was as if Duanling Tian would be completely obliterated without a trace if he was hit by a huge wave. Human, if you trespass into my territory, you will be seeking your own death. Soon after, the great demon was close to Duanling Tian. Not only that, but he had also activated his supreme divine energy. Streaks of strange energy swept out of his body. As expected, Duanling Tian, on the other hand, came to a sudden realization when he saw the other party's tricks. This was just as he had expected. Everything was within his expectations. However, this great demon probably had not comprehended the four Taoists of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would have used them at this moment. Before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that in the outer realm, even if he met an opponent weaker than himself, he should not be careless. Otherwise, he would very likely be killed by the opponent. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Human, let me see your power of blood or your avatar of laws. As the great demon roared, a terrifying attack swept out from all directions. Like a fierce flood, the great demon opened its bloody mouth and bit at Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian heard the great demon's words, he smiled calmly. As you wish. In the next moment, a law avatar swept out from Duanling Tian's body. It was his space law avatar. Whoosh! The space law avatar swept out and the sword principle that he had not used before was also used. He became one with the sword and attacked the great demon head-on. When the great demon saw Duanling Tian's space law avatar become one with the sword, his pupils shrank rapidly and his eyes were filled with fear. The weapon principle. It's the weapon principle. He has mastered the weapon principle of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. No. Impossible. He's just a higher ultimate god human. How can he master such a powerful weapon principle? At this moment, the great demon was filled with shock and at the same time, he realized that his full-powered attacks were continuously being defeated by the law avatar of man and sword. He was no match for a law avatar. No. Impossible. Although he knew that the law avatar of his opponent was not much weaker than the original body, the great demon was still terrified. The law avatar had such strength. Even if the original body was not much stronger, it was still stronger than the law avatar. If the two joined forces, would he still have a chance of survival? Run. Although the great demon was violent and bloodthirsty, his intelligence was not inferior to that of a human's. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, he would be courting death if he continued to fight. The great demon turned around and fled, but Duanling Tian was faster than him. Demon Venerable, save me. The great demon fled at full speed, not daring to look back. Although he was proficient in the law of water and was like a fish in water in the sea, his opponent's mastery of the law of space was also extremely strong. Coupled with the sword principle that made his heart palpitate, Duanling Tian's speed terrified him. In a dozen breaths, Duanling Tian would catch up to him. By then he would be dead for sure. The human who is chasing me is a medium ultimate god. He has mastered the law of space and his sword principle attainments are above rank 5. Rank 5 sword principle. Even in the outer realm, level 5 sword principle was an extremely terrifying technique. At the very least, among the higher ultimate gods, only those who stood at the top of the pyramid could master this level of sword principle. Even some of the supreme experts who called themselves sword cultivators had not mastered rank 5 sword principle. Medium ultimate god? Rank 5 sword principle. He has mastered the law of space and can illuminate thousands of miles. At the same time, the great demon's voice resonated in the air, alerting the great demons in the surrounding sea. Even some of the great demons who were on par with Duanling Tian felt chills running down their spines. Such an existence was definitely comparable to a top higher ultimate god. If he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, he would be one of the best among the top higher ultimate gods. Retreat. Go further away, don't be dragged down by that guy. How did Huka provoke such a powerful human? The group of greater demons in the vicinity, including those at the upper level ultimate god realm, scared the ordinary greater demons away. Of course, they also began to send out messages to the others. The demon venerable could not hear the great demons scream. Now they could only do their best to pass the message to the demon venerable's messenger and let the messenger, who had the strength of a top higher ultimate god, know that such a genius human was nearby. Such a genius human. If the demon venerable knows about it, he'll probably kill him immediately. I just don't know if the demon venerable will be able to find him when he knows about his existence and wants to kill him. The human is not stupid. After killing Huku, he'll definitely leave as soon as possible. A dozen breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. When the group of great demons fled, Duanling Tian caught up with them and killed them in a flash. I have to leave quickly. After killing the great demon, Duanling Tian took his divine weapon and ignored the shattered storage ring as he quickly fled in the direction where he could see land. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. Chapter 4367. Although it was Duanling Tian's first time in the Outer Realm, he had easily killed the higher ultimate god great demon that he had encountered. After killing the great demon, everything was calm. However, he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He could almost foresee that if he stayed nearby after killing the great demon, the same day next year would definitely be his death anniversary. In the Outer Realm, most of the great demons are not individual demons. Behind those great demons, there is more or less a group of demonic beasts, and the experts at the top of these demonic beasts are basically the strongest. Even if they are not the strongest, they are the best among the top high-level ultimate gods. Only such tyrannical great demons can lead a group of demonic beasts and make a group of arrogant and powerful great demons submit. Among the great demons, they usually do things their own way, but if a great demon is killed, as long as that great demon is not an individual demon, the demonic beasts behind him will definitely have stronger great demons to avenge him. Before coming, Duanling Tian had learned a lot of useful information from the Xia clan's strongest ancestor. Because of this, after accidentally appearing in this sea area, he did not intend to provoke any great demons that might exist in this sea area. However, if a great demon attacked him, he could only passively defend and even kill the other party. In the Outer Realm, one had to be low-key when it was time to be low-key, and also be strong when it was time to be strong. The law of survival in the Outer Realm was the same as in the God-defying realm. The strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. Quickly leave this sea area. On land. The great demons in the sea area, including some powerful demon masters, generally will not leave the sea area rashly. They also have opponents in the sea area. If they leave rashly, their nests may be invaded. In the Outer Realm, demonic beasts occupied an area and did not occupy a random place. The stronger the demonic beast group, the better the place they occupied. Those places were basically conducive to the breeding of heaven and earth treasures. Usually, many heaven and earth treasures were in the growth period or close to maturity. When the strong left, there was no defense and it was very likely that people would take advantage of the situation. Of course, if the strong left quietly, no one would rashly enter because once the strong did not leave, rashly entering was no different from courting death. Even if he wants to chase me, he won't go too far. Duanling Tian was very clear about this. Just as Duanling Tian was about to escape from the sea and onto land, suddenly, a figure took form in the sky above the sea region that Duanling Tian had left. That figure narrowed its eyes slightly as it looked at Duanling Tian, who had turned into a small black dot in the distance. This was a young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. He wore a dark blue robe, and his figure was tall and straight. He didn't look like a human at all. However, there were two robust humanoid greater demons following behind him. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were strong like bulls. Moreover, the faintly discernible auras on their bodies were extremely powerful as well. If Duan Lingtian was still here and saw these two strong human-shaped great demons, he would immediately know that these two great demons were much stronger than the great demon he had killed earlier. Lord Demon Venerable, aren't we going to chase? One of the great demons asked the tall and handsome youth standing in front of him respectfully. When the youth heard this, he shook his head. There's no need to chase. Now that he has entered the territory of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the Crimson Demon won't let this go easily. It's not worth offending the Crimson Demon for a human. When he spoke up to hear, the young man paused for a moment before he smiled and said, Moreover, it's still unknown whether this human kid will be able to escape alive after entering the Crimson Devil Ridge. Although the Crimson Devil Ridge is filled with human cultivators, most of them are the devil puppets of the Crimson Devil. The Crimson Demon won't miss such a demon puppet since this human boy is already so powerful as a medium ultimate god. The smile on the youth's face gradually disappeared. But this is good too. After becoming a demon puppet, that human boy will never be able to enter the ultimate realm again. To us, it's a good thing that the human race has one less ultimate expert with extraordinary talent. A medium ultimate god who has comprehended the space law to the point of illuminating thousands of miles and mastered such a powerful sword principle. The traces left by his attack haven't completely disappeared even now. What a terrifying talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth turned around and flew away. The two great demons behind him also left. Duan Lingtian still did not know that he had entered a place called the Crimson Demon Ridge. He only knew that he was safe to a certain extent after leaving the sea and entering the land. Of course, although he knew that the land was safer than the sea where he had killed the great demons, he did not dare to be careless. He continued to move forward while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that his whereabouts had been tracked. At the same time, in a stone house behind a short mountain in the Crimson Demon Ridge, a mirror image appeared in the void. It was a mirror image formed by a formation. What appeared in the mirror image was Duan Lingtian, who was moving forward vigilantly. How dare he trespass into our Crimson Demon Ridge? Moreover, he's only a medium ultimate god. Let's go. Capture him and send him to the Centurion. A group of people stood in front of the mirror image. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in black armor with blood energy surrounding his body. The moment his words left his mouth, the black armor extended and covered his head as well, making him seem like a black warrior who was completely covered in black armor. The group of people behind him were also dressed in black. Each of them had a cold expression on their faces and their eyes were filled with blood energy. They gave off an evil vibe. Whoosh! The dark warrior was the first to make a move. The 10 people behind him also started to move and follow him. Whoosh! 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 11 figures flashed across the void like black phantoms. The dark warrior in the lead had the cultivation base of a higher ultimate god, while the 10 people behind him were all medium ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Duan Lingtian had already noticed it when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Just as he subconsciously paused, he realized that there were rapid wind whistling sounds coming from the front, left, and right. Then, he saw 4 groups of people surrounding him from 4 different directions. The 4 groups of people were led by a person in black armor. His face could not be seen clearly due to the black armor covering his entire body. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with blood energy could be seen. Behind the 4 leaders were 10 other people in black armor. Whether they were old, middle-aged, young or women, all of them had a cold expression and their blood energy eyes were terrifying. Duan Lingtian felt that these people were not normal people at all. He's mine. The leader of the group on Duan Lingtian's left let out a loud roar and took the lead to charge towards Duan Lingtian. He also displayed the strength of a higher ultimate god. However, this higher ultimate god's strength was much weaker than the great demon Duan Lingtian had previously encountered. Perhaps, if this person had encountered the great demon, he would not have been able to withstand 3 moves. Humph! Another cold snort was heard and another group of people also charged towards Duan Lingtian. As for the remaining 2 groups, they also followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could see that these people were organized and disciplined. Could it be that he had entered another force's territory? There were many wilderness areas in the outer land, but there were also many places that were territories of other forces. Let's get out of here quickly. Although the four groups of people's strength were average, Duan Lingtian could completely destroy them in a few breaths if he wanted to kill them. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to attack these people. Once he killed them, it might cause even more trouble. This place was different from the sea area. In the sea area, he could see the land not far away and could confirm that the land was not the territory of the sea monsters. Therefore, after killing the great demon, he immediately headed towards the land. He would be safe once he reached the land. However, this place was land and he did not know how wide the force behind these four groups of people covered. If it was very wide and he killed these four groups of people, he would inevitably attract more powerful forces. Therefore, he chose to escape directly. He did not want to confront these people directly. Whoosh! In a flash, Duan Lingtian quickly flew away. It was not that he did not want to teleport, but there were many people who were skilled in the law of space among these four groups of people. These people disturbed the space and made it impossible for him to teleport. At the same time, Duan Lingtian moved and displayed the law of space. Suddenly, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared. It also made the leaders of two of the four groups of people exclaim, "Is he the person who displayed the heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles in the nearby sea area?" A middle-level ultimate god who had mastered the law of space that illuminated thousands of miles. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. In the next moment, four messages flew out from the hands of the four leaders. After Duan Lingtian discovered this, he quickly left the space disturbed by these people and teleported away. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. "I have to leave immediately." Duan Lingtian's face was extremely solemn. After the four groups of people realized that they could not stop him, they decisively sent out messages which made him realize that something was wrong. These people must be notifying a stronger existence. In the next moment, a thunderous laughter echoed in a large area around him. A middle-level ultimate god who has comprehended the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles? Interesting, interesting. I'm sure Lord Crimson Demon won't be stingy with such a genius if I offer him to him. Chapter 4368. Master Centurion. At the place where Duan Lingtian was previously at, where Duan Lingtian could not see, the eyes of the four black-armored Decurions who led the team to kill Duan Lingtian flashed with fanaticism when they heard the loud voice. That voice belonged to their Master Centurion. Their Centurion was a top-notch high-level ultimate god who could single-handedly defeat 10 of their Decurions. Even in their Crimson Demon Ridge, there were only 8 Centurions under their Master Crimson Demon's command. "I'm also good at the spatial law. I'll play with you." When the voice sounded again, Duan Lingtian realized that the large space he was in was once again disrupted by another spatial energy, causing him to be unable to teleport. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay any longer and continued to flee. Although he could feel that the person who attacked him was only a upper ultimate god who was slightly more powerful than the great demon he had killed in the sea region. If they were to fight, he could easily kill his opponent if he unleashed his full strength. However, what would happen after he killed his opponent? Would there be someone even more powerful in this area? Would there be a supreme powerhouse? The Outland is filled with danger at every step. It's better for me to leave now that I know I'm in the middle of a force. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most at that moment. He wanted to leave this place and at least get as far away as possible from this area that belonged to a force. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer use the teleportation profundity to escape, said in a clear voice, "Sir, I've accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I've offended your sect. I have no intention of being your enemy. What I want to do now is to leave this place and walk out of here." Duan Lingtian lowered his voice and spoke sincerely. "Haha." A loud laugh sounded. "You're a guest, so stay." This time, the voice was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the formation that he did not notice earlier had begun to swirl around him, preventing him from moving forward. The power of the spirit formation wasn't very strong, but when it enveloped him, it was like waves of a stormy sea. Although it couldn't injure him, it obstructed his path forward. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He knew that the formation must be controlled by the person who had just spoken. The four groups of people that he had encountered earlier were most likely unable to control the formation. Otherwise, they would have controlled the formation long ago. Not only would they be able to stop him, but they would also be able to block his path and prevent him from teleporting. Within the power of the formation, the power of space appeared. It could affect the surrounding space and prevent him from teleporting. However, the four groups of people did not do so. Obviously, they were unable to control the formation. The person is obviously an important figure from this force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After his path was blocked and he was forced to slow down, Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man who was also dressed in black armor and had a bloody aura around him appearing in front of him. The middle-aged man had a square face and cold eyebrows. He stared at him with a mocking smile. A middle-level ultimate god with your strength. You can be considered a genius among geniuses. However, in front of a truly powerful high-level ultimate god, your strength is not enough. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he did not waste any more words with Duan Lingtian and immediately flew towards Duan Lingtian. The moment the middle-aged man attacked, the power of law appeared. He was an expert in the power of law of fire. Flames filled the sky and his entire person seemed to have turned into an invincible fire god. His high-level ultimate god's divine power fluctuated, the power of law appeared, and the vision of heaven and earth appeared. Illumination for thousands of miles. Moreover, after illuminating thousands of miles, there were signs that it would continue to extend outwards. It was obvious that his attainment in the power of law of fire was much deeper than Duan Lingtian's in the power of law of space. Bang! The middle-aged man's weapon was a huge mace. It was longer than his height of more than 2 meters. The largest side of the mace was more than 1.5 meters wide. It did not look like a weapon that a 2-meter-tall man would use. Instead, it looked more like a weapon that a 10-meter-tall giant man would use. Although the mace was huge, it was extremely agile in the middle-aged man's hands. As he swung it, rolling flames burned the sky like a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens. The mace was swung in the direction of Duan Lingtian. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was slightly weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. In other words, it did not have as many supreme divine weapon embryos as the 7 orifices exquisite sword. It was even weaker than the divine weapon of the great sea demon that he had encountered earlier. He is stronger than that great sea demon, but the divine weapon in his hand is inferior. At this moment, this thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible. Logically speaking, the stronger the person, the higher the grade of the divine weapon in his hand. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of this. Human cultivators were different from great sea demons. Great monsters, as long as they left their own monster beast clan, they could kill wantonly. Human cultivators, on the other hand, were more orderly. Although there were people who killed without warning, these people would become the public enemy of others. It was fine if they were strong, but if they were weak, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Huang! Seeing the mace fall from the sky, the weapon spirit within it appeared to assist the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred and he also awakened the sword spirit within the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, he attacked again. Not only did he use the power of law of space, but he also used the sword principle. Originally, there was still a huge gap between him and his opponent. But now, with the sword principle, not only did it instantly close the gap, it even overshadowed his opponent's brilliance. Sword principle. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the sword that rose into the sky and was still being defeated, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the blood in his body surged, and the power of the bloodline in his body also erupted instantly. As a human cultivator in the outer realm, he either had the power of the bloodline or could condense a law avatar. The middle-aged man was obviously someone who had the power of the bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline was unleashed, the middle-aged man's attack became slightly stronger. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian. And just as the middle-aged man thought that the purple-robed young man in front of him would follow up with a victorious attack and even kill him in one go, he realized that the other party had held back in time. At the critical moment, after the 7-colored sword light annihilated his power, the sword turned and only sent him flying instead of splitting him in two. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a lingering fear in his heart. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. In the next moment, the other party's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Thank you for showing mercy. If you want to leave, head to your right. Go all the way there and cross 13 hills. You'll no longer be in the territory of our Crimson Devil Ridge. You'll only pass by the territory of a centurion on this path. You'll have to pass by the territories of at least 2 centurions in the other directions. If you go this way, he'll most likely make a move as well. As long as you don't kill him, he probably won't inform Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard immediately. If the personal demon guard makes a move, he can mobilize all the formations in the Crimson Devil Ridge. This is a privilege that centurions don't have. At that time, even if your strength is on par with his, you'll most likely be left behind. Try your best to escape. If you're left behind, your life will be ruined here." The middle-aged man reminded Duan Lingtian in time through voice transmission because he had spared his life at the critical moment. "In the next few breaths, I'll have to contact Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard. Otherwise, I'll be incompetent. If Lord Crimson Devil pursues the matter, even if I don't die, I'll be skinned alive." Whoosh! Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian had already listened to the middle-aged man's words and fled to the right. A moment later, he used teleportation. Lord Crimson Devil. Judging from what he said, Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard is stronger than him. If he's stronger than him, he's probably not weaker than the top ultimate gods in the various divine planes, giant ultimate gods forces in the reverse god realm. Lord Crimson Devil is an ultimate expert. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At the same time, he thought of the sea area he had just left and was suddenly enlightened. Since the Crimson Devil Ridge dared to rule over a region of the sea area, it was more than 99% likely that they had the combat strength of an ultimate expert. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian teleported away, the 4 groups of people who had surrounded him and followed behind him saw the injured middle-aged man coughing up blood and looking weak. Centurion? The 4 groups of people's expressions changed at the same time. Now the leaders of the 4 groups had put away the armor on their heads, leaving only the armor on their bodies. Their faces were filled with shock. That purple-clad young man was stronger than their centurion? Was he really just a medium ultimate god? Bang! 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 In the next moment, they noticed that there were sounds of fighting coming from the right side. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. "Centurions! I'm no match for this intruder. Quickly come and help me." At this moment, Duan Lingtian met another centurion from the Crimson Devil Ridge and successfully crushed his opponent. At the same time, he spared his opponent's life at the critical moment. However, his opponent's reaction was different from the previous centurion. He was determined to deal with Jian Wushuang and was unwilling to let him go. "Get lost!" Sensing a few strong auras whistling from afar behind him, including the aura of the middle-aged man he had defeated earlier, Duan Lingtian's face darkened and the 7-colored sword ray whistled out again. This time, although he did not kill, Duan Lingtian dealt a heavy blow and directly knocked his opponent out. "I have to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge as soon as possible." After realizing that this was the territory of an ultimate expert, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately fled into the distance and crossed the hills. After the 13 hills, it was the outside world. Once there would be no formation to restrict him and he could leave as fast as he could. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 13th hill in front of him, he seemed to have sensed something. He instantly came to a halt and retreated immediately. Buzz! In the next instant, a terrifying thunderbolt saber ray whistled in front of him. It seemed to be able to slash the heavens and split the earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense traces of saber Dao in it. The vision of heaven and earth that appeared when the sword ray was released continued to spread out. It was much more exaggerated than the light of 10,000 miles. Duan Lingtian scanned with his divine consciousness and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, his heart trembled. Light of 10,000 miles? In the outside world, the law that could trigger the vision of heaven and earth and light of 10,000 miles was, without exception, a law that had entered the complete realm. A high-level ultimate god who had mastered this law could be called a top high-level ultimate god, even if he did not master the 4 heavenly Dao or other special powerful techniques. Mastered song. In the next moment, a respectful greeting came from behind. Not far in front of Duan Ling Tian, a thunderbolt flashed and a person appeared. A tall, strong, half-naked 3-meter-tall giant was staring at Jianghu Shuang with bloodshot eyes. This is the personal demon guard of that Lord Crimson Demon mentioned by that person? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Chapter 4369. Boom! The terrifying lightning saber light whizzed down, directly splitting apart a mountain below. A bottomless ravine appeared, like a bottomless abyss. This was the result of a single slash. Illuminate 100,000 miles. Duan Lingtian was really shocked. In the outer realm, illuminating 100,000 miles with the power of law was a sign that one's power of law had reached the perfected realm. Although it was only the small perfection, it was the lifelong pursuit of many upper-level ultimate gods. Many upper-level ultimate gods had not even reached the small perfection realm in their power of law when they became ultimate gods. Of course, one could not become an ultimate god just by relying on the power of law. Even if one mastered the power of law to the highest level, the great perfection realm, one could not become an ultimate god. However, a upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the great perfection realm was definitely the strongest below an ultimate god. At that level of cultivation, unless an omnipotent expert intervened, no one below the level of an omnipotent expert would be able to kill him. Upper-level ultimate gods at the great perfection realm were rare even in the 10,000 worlds, let alone the god-defying realm. As for the god-defying realm, according to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, there were upper-level ultimate gods at the great perfection realm in history. But there were no upper-level ultimate gods at the god-defying realm. However, even an upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the small perfection realm was definitely a top upper-level ultimate god. In the god-defying realm, there were not many of such upper-level ultimate gods and all of them were giants. In the outer realm, such a upper-level ultimate god is only a personal demon guard. However, since the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge is an ultimate god, it's not demeaning for such an existence to be his personal demon guard. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he stared at the 3-meter-tall giant before him who was covered in lightning. However, his expression became slightly solemn. In terms of strength, such an existence was not much weaker than him. Moreover, who knew if the other party had other tricks up his sleeve? In the outer realm, there were many experts, especially such a top upper-level ultimate god. Who dared to say that he did not have other tricks up his sleeves? An ultimate god's personal demon guard. He might have an ultimate divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his heart trembled at the thought. At this moment, he finally reacted. Ultimate divine weapon. That was a divine weapon that was much more powerful than the 7 exquisite sword in his hand. Although he had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon in his hands, which was enough to transform the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme divine weapon, it still needed time. As a result, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was still on the path to becoming a supreme divine weapon. If he has a divine weapon, I might not even divine demon guard. Duan Lingtian. After all, if such an existence had grasped other shocking techniques to the point where they could defeat him, it was likely that they would be able to become an omnipotent expert. One needed an opportunity to become an ultimate power level strength. It did not mean that one would be promoted based on the level of comprehension of the laws or the level of accumulation of divine power. Once one was promoted, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As an upper-level ultimate god, some weaker upper-level ultimate gods might be able to become an ultimate power more easily. After becoming an ultimate power, they would be able to crush you with one finger. However, before the other party became an ultimate power, they would not be a match for you. Once a paragon cultivator made a breakthrough, the increase in their strength would definitely be at least 5 times greater than before. In fact, it might even be higher than that. Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that even if the other party was extremely powerful, he would be able to contend with him with the help of an ultimate divine weapon. However, he would only be able to contend with him. This was not the result he wanted. He wanted to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge as soon as possible. Even he himself did not know why, but in this Crimson Demon Ridge, He always felt uncomfortable all over. Perhaps it was because of the 4 groups of people he had met at the beginning, or perhaps it was because of the 2 centurions he had met later on, or perhaps it was because of everyone else, including this personal demon guard in front of him. These people didn't give him the feeling that they were normal humans. They resembled the devil Dao cultivators he had encountered in the Devata realms in the reverse god realm. However, they did not seem like human cultivators at all. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3-meter-tall man who was glaring at him with battle intent in his eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you. I'm just about to leave." However, the 3-meter-tall man only smiled wickedly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity. "So what? Since you've come to the Crimson Demon Ridge, you should stay. If a genius like you stays, I'm sure Lord Duan Lingtian will be willing to accept you as his personal devil guard. When you become a upper-level ultimate god, you won't even need to consolidate your cultivation base. I'm afraid you won't be any weaker than me." A hint of shock could be seen in the 3-meter-tall man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Not only did the intermediate ultimate god in front of him comprehend the law of space, but he had also mastered the sword Dao. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian would become a supreme powerhouse as soon as he became a upper-level ultimate god and accumulated enough cultivation base. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. He was destined to never become a supreme powerhouse. Even if he mastered the 4 Dao of heaven and earth to become a supreme powerhouse or had other means to become a supreme powerhouse, it was impossible. After all, he was the personal devil guard of that supreme powerhouse. His body was restricted by that supreme powerhouse's power. It was not only a restriction that was close to slavery, but it also restricted his chances of becoming a supreme powerhouse. As long as he was by that supreme powerhouse's side, he would never be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Unless that supreme powerhouse died. A hint of despair flashed in the depths of his eyes when he thought about this. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to kill that supreme powerhouse. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had powerful means to protect himself. According to him, 2 supreme powerhouses who were more powerful than him had joined forces to kill him, but he had managed to escape. Of course, he was not sure if that supreme powerhouse was bragging. However, based on his understanding of the supreme powerhouse, even if he was bragging, he would not bother bragging in front of his personal devil guard. If I capture this genius and hand him over to my lord, he might be willing to promise to give me freedom after a certain number of years if he's happy. After all, the personal devil guards by my lord's side have also received similar treatment. A different light shone in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. It was hope, desire, and anticipation, however, in the next moment, when he sensed that the purple-clad young man in front of him seemed to want to go around him and leave. He instantly regained his senses and attacked again with lightning speed. Bas! The long saber in his hand swung and a terrifying lightning saber ray whizzed out again, stopping Duan Lingtian who was about to go around him. It really is a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on the long saber in the giant man's hand after he had narrowly avoided the saber. The long saber looked ordinary, but it did not contain any soul aura. Obviously, it was a divine weapon without a soul. However, this divine weapon without a soul gave him the feeling that it was more powerful than the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword. Moreover, it was more powerful by more than one level. Chapter 4370. The long saber, including the hilt, was about 5 feet long and was dark green in color. It was hard to tell what material it was made of as it looked ordinary. However, when the surrounding lightning surged into the blade, the seemingly simple and unadorned blade gave off a suffocating aura. It was an aura that did not belong to a high-grade divine artifact at all. This aura not only made Duan Lingtian feel suffocated, but it also gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his soul as though it contained a terrifying will. A supreme divine weapon, the weapon of the strongest. Even a higher ultimate god would be invincible when using it. When he was in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had heard of the terror of a supreme divine weapon many times and knew that it was widely recognized as an invincible weapon. Of course, it did not mean that anyone who had a supreme divine weapon would be invincible. However, at the very least, if one of the 2 parties had a powerful divine weapon, they could easily crush the other party. This is the personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge Master. A powerful ultimate god. Now, he's trying to stop me and is even using a supreme divine weapon. An ultimate god is an existence that I can't match. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if he has a supreme divine weapon, he can forget about stopping me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a cold light. Today, even if this person was a top higher ultimate god with the power of law at the small perfection level and had a supreme divine weapon, he could forget about stopping him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. 7-colored sword ray shone brightly as he displayed all his sword principle. At the same time, his space law was raised to the maximum. Even his doppelganger of the space laws had come out. I just want to leave, Duan Lingtian said coldly. When he stepped out in the void, he moved his 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. It was as beautiful as the rainbow-colored clouds falling from the 9 heavens. At the same time, his space law doppelganger also made his move and attacked his opponent. Good timing. The giant man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian making his move. He had been waiting for this moment. Earlier, he had only stopped the other party from leaving. Now that his opponent had made a move, Jian Wushuang planned to exchange blows with him to see how strong this medium ultimate god was. When the saber light and the sword light collided, the giant man was shocked. His face was filled with incomparable shock. This was because he discovered that even though he had grasped the laws of lightning to minor perfection, even though he had a powerful god artifact to rely on, he was unable to gain the upper hand against his opponent at all. Although his opponent was only a medium-level ultimate god, his mastery of the law of space was close to the small perfection realm, and the high-grade divine artifact in his hand was clearly integrated with many supreme divine artifact embryos. However, all of this was not worth mentioning in front of him. He crushed his opponent in every aspect. Cultivation, laws, divine artifacts. Even his opponent was inferior to him. But now, his opponent was able to fight him to a standstill with his law clone and sword principle. Was he really just a medium-level ultimate god? If he's not a medium ultimate god but a higher ultimate god, even if he just entered the higher ultimate god realm, I might not be able to defeat him even if I use my bloodline power. At this moment, the giant man could not help but rejoice in his heart. However, just as the giant man was about to rejoice and was about to use his bloodline power, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? This was because Duan Lingtian, who was fighting the giant man to a standstill, suddenly unleashed his full strength and pushed the giant man back. At the same time, the energy in the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand suddenly changed. It turned out to be the law of space. In the next moment, the sword light whizzed out and touched the surrounding void, causing the surrounding void to stagnate. In the next moment, the giant man saw the purple-robed young man dashing out of the Crimson Demon Ridge at an exaggerated speed. The law of time. His law of time is stronger than the law of space. The giant man was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's law of time. The giant man could only watch as Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Demon Ridge. It's useless. When the burly man regained his senses and realized he had no way of catching up to Duan Lingtian, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a nonchalant smile. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge, a solid crystal barrier swept up and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At the same time, the giant man finally broke free from the law of time and caught up with Duan Lingtian, who was trying to destroy the barrier but could not break it in a short time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was as ugly as it could be. That guy had activated a more advanced formation in the Crimson Demon Ridge. The 2 centurions who had come into contact with this formation were obviously unable to activate it. Otherwise, they would have already activated it to block his path. What a monster! The giant man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at Duan Lingtian's back. A medium ultimate god's comprehension of the law of space and the law of time was infinitely close to the initial perfection realm. It was as though he could make a breakthrough at any time with an opportunity. Was he really just a medium ultimate god? At the same time, the Crimson Demon Ridge Centurions who had arrived earlier and witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and the giant man were equally matched. They had even switched to the law of time in an instant to restrain the giant man. This medium ultimate god is too strong. If he had used all his strength earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted a breath. He's too strong. Moreover, I can feel that his life force is as strong as a rainbow, as though he's not very old. Where did this monster come from? Why did he barge into the Crimson Demon Ridge? It won't be easy for such a monster to leave after coming in. At the very least, Master Wuxia won't be able to watch him leave. Of course. Didn't you see that Master Wuxia has used his highest authority in the Crimson Demon Ridge to activate the formation barrier that can stop anyone below the level of an ultimate god? As long as the formation barrier isn't attacked by an ultimate god, it'll be able to last until Master Crimson Demon arrives. Now that the barrier is being attacked, Master Crimson Demon must have sensed it. I think he'll arrive soon. Master Crimson Demon has arrived. He's at the end of the road. As the few centurions spoke, their gazes towards Duanling Tian were filled with a sense of pity. What a genius! What a monster! Next, he would become the devil puppet of Master Crimson Demon just like them. Once they became devil puppets, their souls would be shackled. If they wanted to break free from the shackles, they would have to become extremely strong. However, the shackles would also restrict them. They would never be able to become extremely strong. What? At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was still attacking the formation barrier blocking his way, was shocked when he heard the centurion's words. The formation barrier had attracted the ultimate god from the Crimson Demon Ridge? Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. Just as Duanling Tian's expression changed, Wuxia, the devil guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge's ultimate god, bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. At this moment, a crimson light gathered in the void in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of Duanling Tian and the centurions. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. He had a strong body and was clad in blood-red armor. He was handsome and looked harmless, but the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, giving people an extremely evil feeling. Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. After Wuxia, the other centurions from the Crimson Demon Ridge also bowed in the direction of the young man in crimson armor. Unlike Wuxia, the centurions lowered their heads as if they did not dare to look at the young man. A medium ultimate god? The young man in crimson armor did not pay any attention to the centurions who greeted him. His eyes immediately fell on Duanling Tian. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was sensing something. After a few breaths of time, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of excitement that disappeared. A medium ultimate god has comprehended the space-time law to such an extent. What a monster! The young man in crimson armor was shocked. Even Wuxia had to rely on my formation to stop him. It's hard to imagine that he's only a medium ultimate god. The young man in crimson armor's eyes lit up. Senior Crimson Demon. At this moment, Duanling Tian also regained his senses. He looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him, who made Wuxia so respectful. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. I accidentally entered the Crimson Demon Ridge. Everything happened by coincidence. I'm preparing to leave now. I hope Senior Crimson Demon can grant me my wish. Even though he was able to tell from the mouths of the several centurions that the person before him was definitely not a benevolent individual, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, he was no different from an ant in front of a supreme expert even if he used all his techniques. Under such circumstances, he could only try his best to survive. In his opinion, if he really became the demon puppet of the Crimson Demon, his path to becoming a supreme expert would be no different from death. Trash. The Crimson Demon ignored Duanling Tian and glanced at Wuxia indifferently. You can't even stop a medium ultimate god. You even had to use the highest authority I gave you to activate the formation to stop him. My lord, please calm down. Duanling Tian did not expect Wuxia, who was still looking majestic, to turn pale when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Wuxia immediately fell to his knees in mid-air and trembled. I was careless and gave him an opportunity. Please calm down, my lord. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his bloodline energy at the beginning. That way, he would have been able to suppress his opponent. His opponent would not have had the opportunity to change the law and catch him off guard. End of chapter. Chapter 4371. As the Supreme Expert's personal demon guard, Wuxia was well aware of his temper. In the past, Wuxia had witnessed with his own eyes another personal demon guard, who was as strong as him and more favored than him, being killed by the Supreme Expert because he had no choice but to do something. That personal demon guard had followed the Supreme Expert for tens of thousands of years. He had only followed the Supreme Expert for a few thousand years. That was why Wuxia panicked when he heard the coldness in the Supreme Expert's voice. Although he was one of the top high-level ultimate gods and 99% of high-level ultimate gods were no match for him, he was no different from an ant in front of the Supreme Expert in front of him. He still remembered that the personal demon guard who was as strong as him had tried to resist the Supreme Expert when he attacked. However, all resistance was futile and he was killed by the Supreme Expert in front of him. So this is the Supreme Expert. Xianxia stood at the side with a slightly stunned expression on his face. He could not help but feel sad when he saw a superior ultimate god kneeling and begging for mercy with his own eyes. The Supreme Expert was not weak at all. If the Supreme Expert used his bloodline power or law avatar, Jianghu might not be able to defeat him without the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his small world. Even if Jianghu's sword principle was not weak, Jianghu had estimated that even if his original body used the law of time, which was stronger than the law of space, together with his time law avatar and space law avatar, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the Supreme Expert. If Jianghu wanted to defeat the Supreme Expert, he would need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. When Jianghu was still in the god-defying realm before he came to the outer realm, the 5 divine elements had made use of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Although the 5 divine elements had not recovered to their peak, they had recovered about 50% to 60% of their strength. Jianghu had no problem borrowing their strength occasionally. However, such a powerful top high-level ultimate god was so weak in front of the Supreme Expert. At this moment, Xianxia felt powerless in his heart. He could only hope that the Supreme Expert was willing to let him go. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Humph. The omnipotent expert, Crimson Demon, let out a cold snort. Under the watchful eyes of the centurions nearby, who held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe loudly, he shifted his gaze from Wuxia to Xianxia. Xianxia noticed the direction of Crimson Demon's gaze and immediately cupped his hands again. Senior Crimson Demon, it's my fault for trespassing on your mountain range. I hope that Senior won't hold a grudge against me. Now, for the sake of survival, even if Xianxia was proud and awe-inspiring, he still couldn't help but lower his head. Utmost powerful beings were simply too strong. And now, he was not alone. Not to mention that he had a whole family to take care of. Even his wife, Ker, needed him to save. Why did he come to the outer realm? It was all for the sake of becoming stronger and becoming an omnipotent being. He also wanted to find the omnipotent being who had merged with Xianxia and ask that omnipotent being to remove the shackles on Ker. Naturally, even if he became an omnipotent being, he might not be able to find that omnipotent being if that omnipotent being wanted to hide. However, he firmly believed that even if he could not find that omnipotent being, as long as he was strong enough, it was not impossible for him to find another way to save his wife. In the god-defying realm, he knew that even the omnipotent being from the god-defying realm would not be able to save his wife. However, what if it was the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms? They were stronger than any omnipotent being from the god-defying realm. Perhaps, they would have a way to save his wife? Naturally, he might not be able to get them to help him. However, since those people could reach such heights, did it mean that he, Xianxia, could not do the same? Along the way, no one in the current generation of the god-defying realm could compare to him. Even in the known history of the god-defying realm, according to the experts of the god-defying realm that he had come into contact with, there had never been an existence that grew faster than him. If others could do it, how could he, Xianxia, not be able to do it? Moreover, I've also asked the senior from the Xia clan. He said that perhaps the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms has a way to save Ker. However, even the strongest omnipotent being from the god-defying realm would find it difficult to ask them to help. When he thought of this, Xianxia's gaze became even more determined. He could not let anything happen to him here. He must leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. He could not become the master of the Crimson Devil Ridge, the omnipotent being, Crimson Devil's devil puppet. It's not impossible if you want to leave. Crimson Devil looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Even Wu Tsong, who was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Lord Crimson Devil was willing to let this person leave? Impossible, right? Such a monstrous existence would definitely become the strongest devil puppet under Lord Crimson Devil in the future. Such a person could help Lord Crimson Devil do many things. Lord Crimson Devil would let him leave? It was not only Wu Tsong. Even the other centurions present looked at each other when they heard Crimson Devil's words. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. When did Lord Crimson Devil become so easy to talk to? Could it be that Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Although these people were not Crimson Devil's personal devil puppets, they were still centurions of the Crimson Devil Ridge. They were considered high-ranking officials and had a lot of contact with the centurions. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Crimson Devil was. He was an extremely powerful and domineering existence. Over the years, all the humans and demons who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge had either died or become Lord Crimson Devil's devil puppet. There were no exceptions. However, Lord Crimson Devil said he would let this person who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge by mistake leave. Moreover, this person was a medium ultimate god who could be considered a monstrous genius in the myriad realms. Thank you, Senior Crimson Devil. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Crimson Devil to be so straightforward. However, when he heard Crimson Devil's words, he realized that Crimson Devil might have other conditions. In his opinion, as long as there was a chance to leave, he would seize it. To him, this was no different from his last hope. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Crimson Devil said indifferently. If you want to leave, there's a condition. If you can't fulfill this condition, not only will I not let you leave, but I'll also make you my devil puppet. As soon as Crimson Devil said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. It was coming. Earlier, he realized that Crimson Devil had a condition. Now, it turned out that he had guessed right. When the centurions, including Wu Tsong, heard Crimson Devil's words, realization dawned on them. This was the Lord Crimson Devil they knew. Of course, they were also certain that Crimson Devil would not fulfill the condition because it was impossible for Crimson Devil to let him leave. He must have given an impossible condition. As for why Crimson Devil was so leisurely and elegant, they did not know. They only subconsciously felt that Crimson Devil would not let Crimson Devil leave. Senior, you mean, if I fulfill the condition, you won't make me your devil puppet and let me leave the Crimson Devil Ridge? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked to confirm. Yes. Crimson Devil nodded. Senior, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Ling Tian mustered up his courage and asked. At this moment, his life was already hanging by a thread. He did not care about the additional danger. Moreover, in his opinion, this was not considered as offending Crimson Devil. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Crimson Devil said indifferently. Senior, please speak. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath again and waited for Crimson Devil to state the condition. No matter what the condition was, he would do his best to fulfill it. It was all for the sake of leaving the Crimson Devil Ridge and avoiding the risk of becoming a Crimson Devil puppet. At this moment, Wu Tsong and the other centurions held their breaths. Even they were curious as to what kind of condition this powerful existence of the Crimson Devil Ridge would give to the person before them. Of course, in their opinion, it was definitely an impossible condition. Chapter 4372. Of course, the other centurions, including Wu Tsong, were also puzzled. Why would the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge have the leisure to play such a time-wasting game with the other party? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the cold-blooded Crimson Demon had such a playful side to him. Maybe he's bored. Maybe it's because he thinks the other party is more talented than he used to be, so he wants to play with the other party before he becomes a demon puppet. The centurions guessed in their hearts. Regardless of what they thought, Duan Ling Tian stared at the Crimson Demon in front of him, waiting for him to state his conditions. The Crimson Demon spoke slowly under the watchful eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. As long as you can kill one person, not only will I not let you become a demon puppet under my command, but I'll also let you leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. Kill one person. The Crimson Demon stated his conditions. When Wuxia and the others heard this, they immediately thought that the Crimson Demon wanted Duanling Tian to kill a higher ultimate god who was as strong as Wuxia. At the very least, Wuxia was confident that although the medium ultimate god was strong, it was impossible for the Crimson Demon to kill him. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for him to kill the Crimson Demon. If they fought with all their might, their strength should be about the same. Senior, who do you want me to kill? Duanling Tian asked in a deep voice. Although it wasn't Duanling Tian's style to rashly kill people for no reason, he didn't have a second choice now. If he wanted to survive and save his wife, this was the only path he could take. An ultimate expert was too strong. He had complete control over his life and death. There was no way he could retreat. Kill him. In the next moment, the Crimson Demon spoke again and pointed to the side. Duanling Tian looked over and saw that the direction the Crimson Demon was pointing at was where Wuxia was kneeling on the ground. At that moment, other than Wuxia, who had his head lowered, the rest of the Centurions had a look of realization on their faces. True enough. Lord Crimson Demon had no intention of letting this medium-level ultimate god leave. How could he ask the chief ultimate god to kill his personal demon guard, Wuxia? Master Tsong of the Crimson Demon Ridge was Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Only a peak high-level ultimate god was qualified to be Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Wuxia finally regained his senses under the gazes of several people. At the same time, he subconsciously lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Scarlet Demon. However, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in their eyes. At this moment, the Crimson Demon also looked at Wuxia and said indifferently, "You can fight with him. If you don't die, I will forgive your sins today and won't pursue the matter any further. If you die, then it's because you're trash. If you die, then so be it." Crimson Demon's tone did not contain any emotions. Wuxia's eyes lit up when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. "Thank you, sir." Obviously, he did not think that he would be killed by the mid-level ultimate god in front of him. He had a rough idea of the other party's strength. The other party was a mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the temporal and spatial laws. He also had his nomological laws doppelganger and 2 other nomological laws doppelgangers. In addition, Wuxia's strength was not any weaker than Wuxia, who had activated his bloodline power and possessed a supreme divine weapon. In Wuxia's opinion, Master Crimson Demon was giving him a way out. As for the other party, he would definitely stay in the Crimson Demon Ridge today. Duanling Tian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Kill Wuxia? Wuxia was not weak at all. Without the help of the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 Divine Elements, Jianghu was not confident he could kill Wuxia. At most, they would fight to a draw. Even though Jianghu had the upper hand and almost escaped the Crimson Demon Ridge, that was because Wuxia did not know Jianghu's true strength and had been careless. Moreover, Wuxia had not activated his bloodline power. "Come on, boy." Wuxia rose into the air and faced Duanling Tian from afar. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, "If you're strong enough, kill me and walk out of the Crimson Demon Ridge." Duanling Tian sighed and rose into the air. "I have no intention of killing you. However, I have no choice today." Wuxia sneered. "Based on your words, do you think you're strong enough to kill me? Don't tell me you think you're stronger than me just because you had the upper hand earlier? What a joke. I, Wuxia, did not use my full strength earlier." As Wuxia spoke, layers of blood qi rose from his body and merged with his divine power and the law of lightning. They fused together and emitted an even stronger aura. It was as though Wuxia had become a completely different person compared to when he had fought Duanling Tian earlier. The supreme divine weapon in his hand was a long saber. The power of lightning continued to gather on it as though there was a net of lightning around it. As more and more power of lightning gathered, even the void around the long saber began to tremble. "Lord Song, prepare to use your full strength. This is a matter of life and death. Lord Song can't be careless." The Centurions present communicated with each other through voice transmissions. As for Duanling Tian, he gently shook his head when he saw that Wuxia was on high alert and did not dare to be careless. In the next instant, Swoosh! Swoosh! Two clones flew out from Duan Lingtian's body. One of the clones exuded a tyrannical spatial energy while the other looked ordinary. However, as the energy around him fluctuated, the void would sometimes stagnate and sometimes accelerate like a torrent of water. Even the wind that blew past him seemed to slow down. They were Duan Lingtian's Law of Space and Law of Time clones. Currently, the two clones each had a sword in their hands. They were both full soul superior grade divine swords. They were the strongest divine weapons below supreme divine weapons. Of course, full soul superior grade divine swords were also divided into different grades. The number of full soul superior grade divine swords depended on how many supreme divine weapon embryos they had fused with. For example, the swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's two clones had not yet been integrated into the supreme divine weapon embryo. This was because the supreme divine weapon embryo in his hand was only enough for the seven orifices exquisite sword in his body to absorb and transform. Although the sword souls of the two clones were envious, they did not dare to say anything. After all, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, Huang was the first to follow Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian's body, he pointed the seven orifices exquisite sword in his hand at Wuxia. His gaze was calm and indifferent. Do you think I don't know that you didn't use your full strength just now? Or, do you think that I used all my strength just now? When Duan Lingtian said this, Wuxia's expression changed slightly. Then he sneered, deliberately mystifying things. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a stronger technique. If he did, he would have used it long ago. There was no need for him to use the Law of Time and Law of Time clones at the critical moment to catch Wuxia off guard and then take the opportunity to escape. Wuxia and the other centurions present felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Only the master of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse Crimson Demon, who was standing in the first level of the void, looked at the purple figure standing in the void meaningfully. It seems like he really does have other trump cards. Crimson Demon thought to himself. As this thought crossed his mind, the depths of Crimson Demon's eyes were burning with desire. How many years had it been? He had thought that he would be forced to compromise. However, it seemed like the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 4373. Trying to be mysterious? Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. His divine power vibrated and the power of the Law of Time integrated into it. The seven orifices exquisite sword shone brightly. The avatars of the Law of Time and Law of Space flew out and surrounded Wuxia from three directions. Clearly, they did not intend to give Wuxia a way out. What an unnecessary move! Wuxia sneered disdainfully when he saw this. Do you really think that I would choose to retreat in front of you? What a joke. Brat, I'll show you my full strength now. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, his body moved and thunder rumbled. A shocking saber ray whizzed out from the rolling thunder and went straight for Duan Lingtian's original body. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have transformed into a lightning saber god. Lightning flashed around his body as if he had stolen all the light in the world. This is Lord Song's true strength. That medium-level supreme god has underestimated Lord Song. The few centurions present all looked at Wuxia with respect. Duan Lingtian's original body faced the menacing Wuxia and went up to him. At the same time, he opened up his mini-world and communicated with the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his mini-world. He borrowed their power and swept out with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Of course, these powers could not perfectly integrate with Duan Lingtian's power and could only follow Duan Lingtian's attacks. Even so, these powers did not clash with Duan Lingtian's power. Instead, they seemed to be another power that was attached to his body and cooperated with him. I have no choice. Although Duan Lingtian knew that it was not a good thing for him to expose the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he also knew that he had no other choice. Moreover, even if he exposed the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, it would not be easy for someone to take the divine tree of life away. As for the 5 divine elements, unless the other party also had a high level of the 5 divine elements, they would not be able to threaten the 5 divine elements. At most, they would be able to defeat the 5 divine elements. Most importantly, Now, his life was hanging by a thread in the hands of a powerful expert not far away. His opponent could kill him as easily as cutting grass. If he really killed him, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements would still be discovered. Duan Lingtian's original body made a move. The power of the sacred tree of life and the 5 divine elements followed him like a shadow. At this moment, there was a hint of sternness in his indifferent gaze. Today, he had merely entered this place by mistake and had not done anything offensive. But now, he was in a life-and-death situation. Even if he was weak in front of an ultimate expert, he was not afraid of a mere high-level ultimate god. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, his 2 clones also made their move. Although the strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than the strength of the main body, at this moment, the main body had the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Facing Wu Tsang, who had activated his bloodline power and was no longer holding back, the doppelganger was at ease. After a few exchanges, the doppelganger grasped the rhythm of the attack and even gained the upper hand. The tree of life. The 5 divine elements. At this moment, the ultimate expert Crimson Demon, who had already guessed that Duan Lingtian was hiding his strength, could not help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian make a move again and use 2 powers that did not belong to him. It was not a big deal if it was the tree of life. It was normal for a medium ultimate god like Duan Lingtian to encounter the tree of life in advance and obtain the blessing of the tree of life. In fact, there were many ultimate gods in the outer realm who possessed the tree of life. But the 5 divine elements. In the outer realm, it wasn't that no one had the 5 divine elements, it was just that those who had the 5 divine elements only had one type of 5 divine elements. There were also some people who had multiple types of 5 divine elements and forced the 5 divine elements to coexist, but in the end, none of them had a good ending. At least, he had never heard of anyone who had more than 2 types of divine elements in the current era who could enter the ultimate god realm. All of them died prematurely. Some said that it was a curse of the 5 divine elements that prevented existences above the level of ultimate god from controlling more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. However, what did he see today? A talented mid-level ultimate god who possessed 5 types of 5 divine elements had stepped into the ultimate god realm and could easily control the power of all 5 types of 5 divine elements. What did this mean? The 5 divine elements are all prideful. Perhaps when they were weak, they were forced to let the other 5 divine elements coexist in the same host. However, when they grow stronger, they will betray their masters. After all, the outer realm is so big. Without a master, they can always find another master. Perhaps, the next master will be better and more suitable for them. Crimson Demon knew a little about the 5 divine elements because he had a good friend who had attained the ultimate god realm as one of the 5 divine elements. 5 types of divine elements. Moreover, they are all high-level divine elements, yet they are willing to follow him until today and get along well with him. This means that all 5 of the divine elements have acknowledged him. How monstrous must he be to make all 5 types of divine elements acknowledge him and coexist in his body? Crimson Demon was shocked. At the same time, his eyes burned even more intensely. He was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius. A true monstrous genius. I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate god realm who has more than 2 types of divine elements. However, there have been such people in the history of the outer realm. Without exception, all of them have been acknowledged by the divine elements and felt that it would be difficult to find a better master without them. The purple-clad young man in front of him could make all 5 types of divine elements react in such a manner. He was definitely one of the best in the outer realm. I've found a treasure this time. Perhaps he can really fulfill my expectations. Crimson Demon began to look forward to it after recovering from his shock. The gleam in his eyes grew brighter. At the same time, the Centurions from Crimson Demon Ridge initially thought that even if the middle-level ultimate god in front of them was not weak and was on par with Master Tsong, they would at most be on par with Master Tsong. It was almost impossible for him to kill Master Tsong. But now, the change in the situation before their eyes caused their expressions to change continuously. Lightning flashed in all directions and the saber gleamed fiercely. Master Wu Tsong from Crimson Demon Ridge had used all his means. Every slash of his saber seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. It was ferocious and domineering. They knew that if they were targeted by Wu Tsong, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. There was a 99% chance that they would be killed on the spot. However, even in the face of such a powerful opponent, the purple-clad young man came and went like the wind. He was surrounded by sharp sword gleams that shot into the sky and easily blocked every slash of Wuxong's. Moreover, he did not look like he was forcing himself. He has 2 law clones. Oh my god! How can he be so strong? Do you see that? The 2 energies surrounding the divine sword in his hand obviously don't belong to him. However, the 2 energies are completely compatible with him. It's as though he's controlling them like they're his arms. What kind of energy is that? One of the energies is filled with vitality. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the energy of the divine tree of life. This monster has the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life? It's said that if someone below the level of an ultimate god obtains the complete divine tree of life and allows it to move into his little world, he can use the divine tree of life to become an ultimate god in the future. He actually has the divine tree of life? It's not strange for such a monster to have the divine tree of life. What I'm curious about is the other energy. It seems like the energy of the 5 divine elements, but it doesn't seem like it. What do you mean? That energy seems to be a mixture of the 5 divine elements. How can it be the 5 divine elements? 2 of the 5 divine elements can't coexist, let alone 5. Moreover, I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate god realm who has more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. The centurions were whispering among themselves. Wuxia was completely dumbfounded. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not expect his opponent to not use his full strength either. Impossible! How can he control the energy of the 5 divine elements? Unlike the other centurions, Wuxia was certain that the purple-clad young man had borrowed one of the 2 powers from the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, the levels of the 5 divine elements were not low. They were all very powerful divine elements. However, the fact that the 5 divine elements were willing to coexist in the purple-clad young man's body meant they had acknowledged him. They did not think they would be able to find a more suitable host if they left the purple-clad young man. Wuxia had lived for a very long time. It was only natural for him to know a lot of things. There's also the divine tree of life. Wuxia had already given it his all. In the beginning, he was still able to fight evenly with the purple-clad young man's true body. However, as time passed, Wuxia's energy was being depleted. On the other hand, the purple-clad young man had the help of the divine tree of life. This was because the divine tree of life was constantly healing his body while lending him energy to attack. In terms of endurance, the purple-clad young man was much better than him. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not using his full strength yet. The purple-clad young man's 2 powerful law clones were only watching from the sidelines and had yet to join the battle. If the purple-clad young man's 2 law clones joined the battle, Wuxia could foresee his defeat and death. This can't go on. Let's make a move first and destroy his 2 law clones. If his law clones are destroyed, his true body will be affected as well. As long as I find the best opportunity to injure his true body, I might be able to kill him. Wuxia had lived for many years and had fought for many years. He had rich combat experience and quickly came up with a countermeasure. Naturally, he did not make a move to attack Duan Lingtian's law clone immediately. Instead, he pretended to attack Duan Lingtian's true body. Bas! A saber ray shot up to the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian's true body. Chapter 4374. Although Wuxia was at a disadvantage, he still had the confidence to win. He had fought many battles in his life. Twice, he had fought battles that seemed certain to be a losing battle. However, he still managed to turn the tables and obtain the final victory. Therefore, he would always be calmer at times like this. Just like now. So long as I defeat his 2 clones of the laws, then his main body will definitely be affected. At that time, if I seize the opportunity and give him a thunderous strike, then I'll have a very high chance of turning the tables and even killing him. Humph. You want to kill me, Wuxia? You're too naive. When Wuxia attacked Duan Lingtian's original body, his expression was fierce and his eyes were filled with anger. He looked as though he had lost his mind and wanted to fight to the death. However, in reality, He was extremely calm. As for his appearance, it was just a confused Duan Ling Tian. As for Duan Ling Tian, he naturally thought that Wu Tsang wanted to fight to the death. Wu Tsang wanted to show off his brilliance before he died. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Ling Tian did not know how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Therefore, before he borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, he had summoned his 2 avatars to fight to the death. However, after experiencing it personally, he realized how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Even if he only used his original body, he would be able to defeat Wu Tsang. As for the 2 avatars, they seemed a little redundant. I'll keep the avatars. I don't want to be injured and have to heal them. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared from Wu Tsang's attack range. Then, he appeared in front of one of the avatars. The avatars merged with his original body as soon as he appeared. A second teleportation. Duan Ling Tian's original body appeared next to the avatars. The avatars also entered his body. At this moment, the 2 avatars returned to Duan Ling Tian's body. At this moment, Wu Tsang, who had just regained his senses, was shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Wu Tsang's heart trembled. Did this brat realize my plan? How is this possible? How can his senses be so sharp? He's clearly in a sure-win situation, and I look like I'm going to fight him to the death. Why is he spending so much effort to withdraw his 2 law clones? Wu Tsang found it hard to accept. The scene before him also meant that his plan had failed. When Duan Ling Tian saw the change in Wu Tsang's expression, he was first startled. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank rapidly as fear filled his heart. This fellow actually intends to target my law clone? After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his 2 law clones, he saw Wu Tsang's expression change drastically. Wu Tsang, who seemed to have lost his mind, At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could guess Wu Tsang's intention. He didn't expect that he would actually escape this calamity by accident. Even though he might not be the one to perish in the end. Even if he didn't perish, he would definitely suffer some injuries. Is it luck? Or did he see through Wu Tsang's intentions? The supreme powerhouse, Crimson Demon, who had been watching the battle from the side, looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. Wu Tsang was his personal demon guard who had been with him for many years. He knew very well what kind of person Wu Tsang was. He was definitely not the kind of person who would lose his mind in the face of death. Under such circumstances, Wu Tsang would only be calmer. Of course, he had not guessed Wu Tsang's intentions in the beginning. It was only when he saw Wu Tsang's expression change drastically when the purple-clad young man withdrew his 2 law clones that he realized Wu Tsang's intentions. It was obvious that Wu Tsang had his eyes on the purple-clad young man's law clones. The law clones are both a help and a burden. If they're defeated, the purple-clad young man will still be affected for a short period of time. Although the purple-clad young man is stronger than Wu Tsang with the help of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, it's not by much. If Wu Tsang really defeats the purple-clad young man's law clones, even if it's just one, as long as he grasps the opportunity, he'll be able to turn things around. At this moment, Crimson Demon suddenly felt a little reluctant to see Wu Tsang die. However, when his eyes fell on the purple-clad young man again, he immediately suppressed this thought. If I save Wu Tsang, he'll definitely be wary of me. It'll be detrimental to my future plans. Forget it. It's worth it to lose Wu Tsang in exchange for such a monstrous genius. Crimson Demon's heart calmed down when he thought of this. The other Crimson Demon Ridge Centurions who were present still had a look of disbelief on their faces. They had never thought that Lord Song, who they thought had few rivals among the upper ultimate gods, would one day be at a disadvantage in front of a medium ultimate god. Where did this medium ultimate god come from? He's so monstrous. Could he be a top genius from one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds? The Centurions secretly guessed. Of course, they were not worried that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background and would bring disaster to Crimson Demon Ridge. The formation in Crimson Demon Ridge was enough to prevent the purple-clad young man from leaking information to the outside world. Moreover, their Lord Crimson Demon was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for him to put himself and Crimson Demon Ridge in danger. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, You won't have the chance. Duan Lingtian, who had guessed Wu Tsong's thoughts, glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "Next, I'll fight you with my original body alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian made his move. He withdrew the space law and the time law appeared again. Earlier, he had withdrawn the time law and used the space law when he collected his law clone. Now, he changed the law again. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand shot out toward Wu Tsong. Although Wu Tsong had regained his senses and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, he had lost most of his fighting spirit now that his plan had failed. Under such circumstances, Wu Tsong did not even last 10 moves against Duan Lingtian before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. A top-notch high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the thunder law to the complete realm had fallen just like that. After Wu Tsong's death, the sky above Crimson Demon Ridge was filled with flashes of lightning. Bolts of lightning exploded in the sky as if announcing something had happened. At the same time, after the lightning exploded, a tall shadow appeared in the sky for a moment before it crashed down. This scene was very similar to the heaven and earth vision that Duan Lingtian had seen when he was still in the god-defying realm. In fact, the heaven and earth vision of a high-level ultimate god's death in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield was also an imitation of the outer realm. However, the outer realm's heaven and earth vision was far less exaggerated. If an expert like Wu Tsong had fallen in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield, it would have been earth-shattering. However, in the outer realm's heaven and earth vision, there were only a dozen bolts of lightning floating in the void. As for the fallen shadow that appeared before his death, although it was huge, it was not very conspicuous. One might not be able to see it outside of the Crimson Demon Ridge. He's fallen. The Crimson Demon Ridge's centurions were still in disbelief. Their Crimson Demon Ridge's Lord Song, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, had fallen just like that. 2 of the centurions who had fought with Duan Lingtian were even more terrified. They were glad that Duan Lingtian had not killed them. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Senior. At the same time, after killing Wu Tsong, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate master, Crimson Demon. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that Crimson Demon would go back on his word. If that happened, he would not be able to escape and everything he had done earlier would be useless. Chapter 4375. Duan Lingtian had not felt so powerless in a long time. He had stepped into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidated his cultivation base. Even if he could not defeat a powerful upper ultimate god, he was confident that he could escape from the opponent. However, the person in front of him today was an ultimate god who stood at the top of the pyramid of the 10,000 realms. Such an existence could kill a top upper ultimate god like cutting grass. It was the same for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate god went back on his word, he would have no choice but to be at his mercy. Why? Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? The owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate god Crimson Demon, saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and asked with a disdainful smile. I wouldn't dare. Duan Lingtian quickly lowered his head. At this time, he could not provoke the ultimate god Crimson Demon. Otherwise, if the ultimate god went back on his word, he would be completely finished. Under the eaves, one had to lower one's head. If he was alone in this world, what harm would it do even if he died standing up? Wasn't this his previous life as a soldier king? Who could make him Lingtian lower his head? Today in this life he had too many concerns. Not to mention the distant ones, but the near ones, he had to save his life to save his wife, Kerr. He had worked hard for the past 1,000 years to meet his wife, Kerr. However, he did not expect that when they met, his wife, Kerr, would be in a coma. If Kerr could not recover within a certain period of time, Kerr might be completely destroyed. When he was in the Xia family, he learned from the third master of the Xia family, Xianxia, what his wife, Kerr, had done in the past 1,000 years. Of course, there were many things that he already knew when he went out of the Xia family alone to gather information. Kerr had been working hard for their future. Seeing Duan Lingtian lower his head, the ultimate god Crimson Demon smiled faintly as if he was very satisfied with this scene. So what if he was a genius? In front of the ultimate god Crimson Demon, he still had to lower his head. Don't worry. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, "Since I promised you, I will naturally fulfill my promise. I won't let you become my puppet, and I won't let you stay in the Crimson Devil Ridge. Now, you can leave." As soon as the Scarlet Demon's voice faded, the array formation barrier that Wuxia had opened earlier turned illusory and disappeared completely. The path ahead was now clearly visible to Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he cupped his hands towards Crimson Demon and thanked him before leaving in a flash. Teleportation. Second teleportation. After leaving the Crimson Magic Ridge, Duan Lingtian did not feel safe at all. He teleported all the way without hesitation. If the other party changed his mind at the last moment, he would still be in trouble while he was still nearby. If he ran far away, even if the other party changed their mind, they might not be able to catch up to him. In the Crimson Devil Ridge, when the Centurions saw that their Lord Crimson Demon had actually let go of the genius, they looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did their Lord Crimson Devil Ridge become so easy to talk to? You can all deal with this place and then leave. The Crimson Demon glanced at the Centurions before his body gradually turned illusory. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that he had also left. "Yes, Lord Crimson Demon." The Centurions responded in fear and then began to deal with the ruins. When their eyes fell on Wuxia's body, they could not help but fall silent. Wuxia, the personal demon guard of the Lord Crimson Demon, had died just like that. Moreover, he had indirectly died at the hands of the Lord Crimson Demon. When Wuxia was alive, he was an existence that they all looked up to. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, Wuxia was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, they were definitely even more insignificant chess pieces. Of course, they knew that they had no choice. After all, they were the devil puppets of the Lord Crimson Demon. Do you think Lord Crimson Demon is really so kind as to let that prodigy go? One of the Centurions asked the other Centurions through voice transmission as he cleaned up the ruins. "I don't think it's possible. Lord Crimson Demon probably has a backup plan," one of the Centurions said. Another Centurion said, "Many years ago, I heard that Lord Crimson Devil has been searching for young geniuses. Moreover, he even brought back many young geniuses. However, those young geniuses did not appear in Crimson Devil Ridge in the end. No one knows where they went. I'm afraid only Lord Crimson Demon himself knows about this. However, I have a feeling that Lord Crimson Demon won't really let that prodigy go." "Do you mean Lord Crimson Demon will go back on his word?" "That's not necessarily true. Even if Lord Crimson Demon doesn't go back on his word, he can still make a move on that prodigy. As long as he doesn't leave him in the Crimson Devil Ridge and turn him into a devil puppet, he won't go back on his word even if he kills him, right?" At the same time, at a place extremely far away from the Crimson Devil Ridge, Duan Lingtian, who was still on his way, could not help but have a change of expression when he saw the figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of him. This was because the person blocking his way was none other than someone from the Crimson Devil Ridge, the Crimson Demon. He was so powerful that Duan Lingtian could not arouse any desire to fight him at all. When he saw the Crimson Demon blocking his way, Duan Lingtian did not turn around to flee. Instead, he directly went forward to meet the Crimson Demon head-on. This was because he knew he had no chance of escaping under the watch of a supreme powerhouse like the Crimson Demon. Since that was the case, what was the point of running? Moreover, he was not sure if the Crimson Demon was going to go back on his word. If he really wanted to go back on his word, he could do so in the Crimson Devil Ridge. He did not think the Crimson Demon would need to put on a false front in front of his devil puppets. "Senior, is there something you need from me?" After Duan Lingtian went forward, he looked at the Crimson Demon with a calm expression and asked bluntly. The Crimson Demon smiled mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. "You have some guts. However, why don't you think I'm here to stop you because I want to go back on my word?" "I did think so at the beginning." Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Based on the Crimson Demon's attitude, he should not be here because he wanted to go back on his word. However, on second thought, if Senior really wants to go back on his word, there's no need to ask me to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. You can just leave me here," Duan Lingtian said. The Crimson Demon looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Indeed, I don't intend to go back on my word. However, my promise to you is that I won't leave you in the Crimson Devil Ridge and won't let you become my devil puppet. I didn't promise not to kill you. Almost as soon as the Crimson Devil finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying killing intent coming straight at him. In just a blink of an eye, it spread all over his body, causing him to feel as though he could feel the aura of death. Chapter 4376. However, even though he was filled with killing intent, Duan Lingtian's heart only trembled for a short moment before he regained his composure. If the other party really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to wait until now. The other party must have something to do by chasing after him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. Actually, how could he not realize the loophole in the other party's promise? However, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the Crimson Demon as he said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Senior, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done so the moment I stepped out of the Crimson Demon Ridge. There was no need for you to wait until I was so far away. May I know why Senior has chased after me? As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely not refuse. Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression when he finished speaking. The Crimson Demon smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. You're quite brave. That's right, I have no intention of killing you. In other words, killing you is of no use to me. I'm looking for you because of something else. Don't worry, since I promised not to turn you into my devil puppet, I won't go back on my word. Of course, I didn't go back on my word when I promised you to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. When he spoke up to this point, the Crimson Demon's eyes suddenly became slightly deep. It was so deep that one could not help but feel slightly flustered when looking at it. Duan Lingtian's heart thumped at this moment, but his gaze was still fixed on the Crimson Demon. Although it's like that, since Senior has come, there must be something you want me to do, right? He did not feel that the Crimson Demon had come to look for him just to chat. That's right. The Crimson Demon did not deny it and nodded. I'm looking for you because I want to send you to a place and give you an opportunity. Of course, it's up to you whether you can grasp this opportunity. You can also choose not to go. Of course, the consequence of not going is death. When the Crimson Demon finished speaking, a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt his determination to kill. When Duan Lingtian heard the Crimson Demon's words, his expression could not help but change. Opportunity? Instead of going to the place with fortuitous opportunities, he would kill himself? Duan Lingtian did not think that Crimson Fiend would be kind enough to give him an opportunity. There must be an unknown motive behind this matter. Otherwise, why would the Crimson Demon be so concerned about this matter? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Crimson Demon and asked, Senior, may I know where you want me to go? What kind of opportunities are there? You'll know when you get there. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, That's a spatial plane outside of the outer realm. It's a small world of its own. Once you're there, don't even think about leaving. If you dare to break through the spatial barrier and leave by yourself, it'll be fine if I don't find out. Once I find out, I'll definitely kill you. I believe that smart people won't take this risk. When Crimson Demon said this, even though Duan Lingtian was prepared, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Now make your choice. Either you die, or you go to the place I told you about. Crimson Demon continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said without any hesitation, Senior, please send me there. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Crimson Demon, who originally had an indifferent expression, immediately revealed an evil smile. Geniuses are indeed smart people. A wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon raised his hand. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding space tremble. A monstrous force that made him unable to resist swept over, causing the divine power he wanted to mobilize to be completely suppressed in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was only left with a sense of helplessness. Was this the power of a supreme expert? This Crimson Demon might not be an ordinary supreme expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was also Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. As soon as Crimson Demon made his move, an invisible force knocked Duan Lingtian unconscious. Then, Crimson Demon looked at Duan Lingtian, who had fainted and was suspended in midair by his power. His eyes shone brightly. I only hope that this kid can withstand my goo-rearing plan. Until now, I'm most optimistic about him. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon left in a flash. As for Duan Lingtian, he was also taken away by him. After spending a few hours, Crimson Demon finally stopped moving. Currently, Crimson Demon had arrived at a secluded canyon near Crimson Demon Ridge. Then he shook his hand, and a force broke through the void. Then, a spatial vortex appeared, leading to an unknown space. Go! You might be my last hope. After Crimson Demon casually threw Duan Lingtian into the spatial vortex, he muttered to himself, after living for so many years, at the critical moment, I'm still unwilling to give up and wait for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon pressed his right hand against his chest, and his body trembled violently. Cough, cough. Crimson Demon coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, but they were instantly evaporated by Crimson Demon's supreme divine power. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would definitely be able to see that the supreme expert Crimson Demon had a serious internal injury. Generally, what could injure a supreme expert was either another stronger supreme expert or multiple supreme experts of similar strength joining forces to deal with him. Other than that, there was another possibility. He was injured by an external force. This external force could be a dangerous place in the outer world that even supreme experts would be in danger if they entered, or the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds that occurred once every 10,000 years. The so-called heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds was a heavenly tribulation that could not be avoided no matter where one hid in the 10,000 worlds. The heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 10,000 years was also exclusive to the supreme experts. The existence below the supreme experts faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, and they had to experience it once every 1,000 years. When one reached the realm of the supreme experts, they only had to experience one heavenly tribulation every 10,000 years, and each heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. This was similar to the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Although many supreme experts were strong, because they had lived for a long time, the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation they had to face would become stronger and stronger, and in the end, they would still die under the heavenly tribulation. As for where the heavenly tribulation came from, no one could say for sure. More people believed that the heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds, whether it was the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation or the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. In the 10,000 worlds, not only did the God-defying realm have the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but also other realms, and the people were the same. As for the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, not to mention other realms, just take the God-defying realm as an example. Not only did one have to experience it in the various divine realms, even if one went to the Devata realms or even the mundane realms, one had to experience it. There was no way to avoid it. In the history of the God-defying realm, many people had experienced this personally. There were many people who wanted to go to the lower realms to avoid the heavenly tribulation, but in the end, they all failed. Therefore, in recent years, no one in the God-defying realm did such a stupid thing. Most importantly, as long as one was not a native of the lower realms of the God-defying realm, their strength would be suppressed when they entered the lower realms. Once their strength was suppressed and they faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would almost certainly die. Subsequently, the heavenly tribulation, which was not necessarily fatal in the divine realms, would directly kill them when they arrived at the lower realms. However, when Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he found that he had appeared in a desolate mountain range. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no life in sight, let alone human habitation. Even the figures of demon beasts could not be seen. Where is this place? Duan Lingtian shook his somewhat dizzy head, and gradually his consciousness cleared up. At the same time he discovered something. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than that of the outer realm. Where did the Crimson Demon send me? According to what he said, the place he sent me was not some place in the outer realm, but an independent realm. Moreover, there are opportunities here? Opportunities often coexist with danger. To me, this place is completely unfamiliar. The most important thing now is to first understand what kind of existence this place is. Then, I can carefully search for the opportunity that the Crimson Demon mentioned. He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. The Crimson Demon can't be so kind. He must have a purpose for sending me here, and he must have a plan. Perhaps, the opportunity here is a good thing for me, and the opportunity one obtained should be a good thing for him as well. I just don't know. What's his plan? Could it be that I obtained the opportunity first, and then he took it away? There's something he wants here, but as a supreme powerhouse, he can't enter? Duan Ling Tian thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess should be right. The Crimson Demon should want to use his hand to obtain the opportunity here. If that's the case, it's nothing. To me, as long as I can survive under the hands of the Crimson Demon, it's fine. Whatever treasure or opportunity he wants, I'll just give it to him. This time, I'll just treat it as a coolie for him. After all, my strength is not as good as his, and I have no other choice. This is the reality of this world. Previously, in the secret realm of the God Reverse Realms realm battlefield, those people who were threatened by me, weren't they the same? Their strength was not as good as mine, and they did whatever I said. They dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. What goes around comes around. This year, it's my house. If you come out to mess around, you'll have to pay for it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mentality was still good. Even if he realized that all the opportunities he obtained in this place in the end were not his. I only hope that the Crimson Demon will not make things difficult for me after he gets what he wants. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's mentality could not help but break down a little. Of course, he still had some expectations in his heart. He got what he wanted, so his mood must be good. He should not be calculative with me. Duan Ling Tian soared into the sky with such hope in his heart and began to observe his surroundings. Then, he began to wander around the surroundings. In the beginning, he wanted to find a place with people to understand this place. However, as time passed, his thoughts completely changed. Not to mention human habitation. He wandered around a large area, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, not to mention human eyes, there was not even a sign of life. Not to mention humans and demon beasts, there was not even a plant life. Everywhere was bare, and everywhere he passed, no matter if it was a plain or a mountain ridge, it was all barren land. Chapter 4377. What? What is this place? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's heart was still calm. However, as he wandered around in this unknown dimension, Duan Lingtian could not help but lose his composure. Could this place be a place of death? I don't think so. If it's a place of death, why did he force me to come here and not let me leave on my own? One would not wake up early if there were no benefits. Duan Lingtian felt that the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate expert Crimson Demon, would not be so bored as to play with him. There must be something in this place. Let's continue walking. Let's see if there's an end. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued walking. After that, days passed, months passed and years passed. When will it end? It's already passed. Why do I feel like I'm still in the same place? Could it be that this plane of existence is also a sphere similar to Earth? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian calculated the time. 6 years had passed, but he was still in the same place. He did not see any life, not even plant life. Duan Lingtian had thought of leaving during these 6 years, but he did not dare to act rashly when he recalled what the ultimate expert Crimson Demon had said. If he did not leave, there was still a way out. If he left, he might be killed immediately. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian didn't lack perseverance and willpower, and 6 years of time was nothing to him. No. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something and stopped abruptly. His eyes shone brightly. It's impossible that the divine power in my body has not changed at all in 6 years. It's normal for a medium ultimate god's divine power to not change in 6 years. But I'm different. It's only been a little over 1,000 years since I was born. 6 years is a relatively long time for me. Even if I don't deliberately cultivate, it's impossible for my cultivation to not improve at all. And now, my cultivation has indeed not improved. This means, either this place is restricting my progress in cultivation, Or this so-called 6 years is nothing but an illusion to me. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is even denser than in the outer realm, and the absorption of heaven and earth spirit chi is smooth without any hindrance. Then, there's only one other possibility left. These 6 years were just an illusion. Everything I've experienced in the past 6 years was fake. Perhaps, I entered the illusory realm as soon as I entered and spent 6 years in the illusory realm. However, it's definitely not that long outside the illusory realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Then, he shot into the sky like a cannonball. The divine power in his body vibrated, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Duan Ling Tian muttered in his heart. With that thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword drew a sword flower in the void. Then, a 7-colored sword ray whizzed out and slashed the surrounding void. With one slash, the desolate scene around him shattered. At the same time, a series of exclamations rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Heavens! Is this real? This guy has only been in the illusory realm for 6 years, and he's already out? Are you kidding? Only lost in the illusory realm for 6 years? Back then, I was lost in the illusory realm for more than 100 years, and that's considered a short time. Before this, the best record was 39 years, right? 39 years. That guy said it himself. Who knows if it's true or not? Moreover, he's the first person to enter the illusory realm, so he can say it for as long as he wants. That's true. However, that guy's strength is indeed very strong. The person who previously held the second record and stayed in the illusory realm for 55 years has been fighting with him, but he's still no match for him. That guy has lived for a long time, so it's normal for him to be stronger. After all, he's the only one among us who's more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw everything around him shatter. Then, his vision turned dark and bright, and he realized that he had appeared in a void. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a layer of translucent circular light shield. This light shield enveloped his entire body and suspended him in the air. When Duan Ling Tian looked out again, he saw the peak of a mountain in front of him. There was a vast stone platform at the peak of the mountain, and there were many people standing on top of it. These people standing there gave Duan Ling Tian the feeling that they were all very young. At least in the myriad worlds they were considered young. Based on what they said, they're not more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized that the circular light shield that enveloped him had disappeared. Then he felt weightless. He immediately reacted and controlled his body with his divine power so that he did not fall into the void. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel waves of divine power sweeping toward him from the vast stone platform in front of him. It was the divine consciousness of the people standing there. Higher ultimate gods. How many medium ultimate gods are there? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also realized that most of the people in front of him were higher ultimate gods. There were also a few medium ultimate gods who, like him, had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Where am I? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. This was completely different from what he had expected before entering the illusory realm. Of course, what he had experienced in the illusory realm was also different from what he had expected, however. That was just the environment. Is this also an illusory realm? At this thought, Duan Ling Tian ignored the unscrupulous divine consciousness sweeping toward him. He expanded his divine consciousness and at the same time, rose into the air again and swung the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Another wave of sword light swept out in all directions. He wanted to see if he could cut through the scene that he felt was similar to an illusory realm. However, this time, his attack had failed. At the same time, he heard a lot of laughter. What a familiar scene. When I first came in, I thought this was an illusory realm like him. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer. It's a familiar formula and smell. Didn't I do something stupid like this in the past? Although this newcomer is only a medium ultimate god, his comprehension of the spatial law is extremely amazing. It's almost at the completion stage. Your divine consciousness can tell that. He seems to be younger than us. I even feel that he's less than 2,000 years old. What? Less than 2,000 years old? Are you serious? Upon hearing these voices, Duan Lingtian was shocked again and could not recover for a long time. If everything in front of him was not an illusory realm, then what these people said might be true. Were these people sent here just like him? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at the people in front of him again and cupped his hands slightly. Everyone, may I know who sent you here? Duan Lingtian's question was answered immediately. A young man in black with a cold face said coldly, "Who else could it be? Of course, we were imprisoned here by the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge." Chapter 4378. Hee. Brother, you were sent in by the Crimson Demon as well, right? Being sent in by him is sufficient to show that your natural talent isn't weak, and you can be considered a genius. Another person chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. If you're not a genius, the Crimson Demon probably wouldn't take a fancy to you. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, you can't control your own life and death once you enter this place. It's a pity for him. But aren't we the same? Back in the day, I was publicly acknowledged to be in the top 3 in terms of natural talent and comprehension amongst the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in my own domain. Although the domain I'm in isn't one of those top domains, it's still one of the 10 strongest domains below. He came in at the wrong time. Recently, the Crimson Demon's elimination of us has become more and more intense. If I'm not wrong, his time should be almost up. Do all of you think, besides the people he chose, the others have a chance of surviving? It's basically impossible. Don't think too much about this. It's not impossible to survive, unless you become his devil puppet. As for Duan Lingtian, waves of shock surged in his heart as he listened to the waves of words that entered his ears. These people were actually all geniuses that had entered the Crimson Demon Pass. Moreover, from what they said, there were only a few people over the age of 10,000 among them. Most of them were below the age of 10,000. Moreover, every one of them was an outstanding figure amongst the younger generation. What exactly does the Crimson Demon want to do? Did he really send me in to help him search for an opportunity? Even if Duan Lingtian had painstakingly guessed that the Crimson Demon had sent him in to help him search for an opportunity. But now, facing this group of young geniuses and hearing their words, Duan Lingtian started to doubt his guess for the first time, and even felt that he had guessed in the wrong direction as soon as he doubted. It was very unlikely that the Crimson Demon had imprisoned so many young geniuses here to help him search for an opportunity. Everyone, do all of you know why the Crimson Demon sent us in and imprisoned us here? Duan Lingtian looked at the group of young geniuses before him and cupped his hands slightly as he asked. Just now, when he heard the words of some people, it was obvious that he knew the Crimson Demon's plan. Meanwhile, most of the people that came over to watch the show didn't pay any attention to Duan Lingtian as they turned around and left. When they left, they didn't forget to sigh emotionally. There's nothing to watch anymore. Another unlucky fellow. He is unlucky, but aren't we unlucky as well? In the end, we're all people with the same fate. There were also a few people who were not in a hurry to leave. They were all curiously sizing up Duan Lingtian because most of the people sent in by the Crimson Demon were high-level ultimate gods. A small number of medium ultimate gods were extremely talented. Even the weakest among them was as strong as a high-level ultimate god. Moreover, these people were all very young, not more than 5,000 years old. Of course, when someone said that the person in front of them might not even be 2,000 years old, they were still shocked because this was an extremely shocking matter. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not the process, but the beginning. Even if one could enter the medium ultimate god realm before 5,000 years old, or even high-level ultimate god realm before 5,000 years old, it did not mean that one could enter the lower emperor realm before 2,000 years old. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this was even more so for the path of cultivation. Among the young geniuses who stayed behind, there was no lack of people who were willing to talk to Duan Lingtian. Immediately, an ordinary-looking young man in a long green robe took 2 steps forward and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was descending from the sky. He said, "The Crimson Demon did not tell us the details. However, many people have guessed that he's looking for a new body for himself. The place we're in now is the small world in his body." The young man said, "A new body?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. "You mean, He wants to find a new body among us and possess one of us? That's right. The young man nodded. Even ultimate experts have to go through the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. Some of us have ultimate experts behind us and have heard of the Crimson Demon's existence. We know that the Crimson Demon is very old now, and his strength can only be considered average among the ultimate experts. He might have been injured during the last 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. What he wants to do now is to prolong his life at all costs. The young man said. Duan Lingtian frowned. However, as far as I know, even if a person possesses another's body, his soul is still his own soul. Under such circumstances, after possessing another's body, the heavenly tribulation will still find him. Moreover, the stronger the soul, the longer it will take to familiarize with the new body after possessing another's body. There's a very long period of time. For an ultimate expert to possess a new body, I'm afraid he won't be able to fully master the new body without thousands or tens of thousands of years, right? Duan Lingtian still knew some basic knowledge. Not to mention ultimate experts. Even below ultimate experts, there was no lack of people who possessed another's body. However, even if those people possessed a new body, they couldn't avoid the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that they should face at all. Could it be that ultimate experts had the means to avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation after possessing another's body? If that was the case, perhaps no ultimate experts would die, right? Ultimate experts were extremely powerful. If they wanted to find a new body, even if they had to choose carefully, it was definitely not difficult. Ordinary ultimate experts naturally can't avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. The green-robed young man shook his head and said, This is also recognized common knowledge. However, I heard from a few people that there are many rare races and clans in this myriad worlds. They have a bloodline secret technique that can conceal the secrets of the heavens during the process of possessing another's body, allowing their souls to undergo changes and leave behind memories. Hearing the green-robed young man say this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. There were such races in the myriad worlds? If that was the case, then wouldn't they be invincible? If an ultimate expert appeared, he would be immortal. If another one appeared, he would continue to be immortal. If this continued for generations, which race or realm in the myriad worlds would be a match for them? The same talent and comprehension, the same ultimate experts. The strength of one's strength was basically accumulated by the accumulation of time. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Of course. In the next moment, the green-robed young man continued. Although these races have a heaven-defying bloodline secret technique, they only have one chance to possess another's body in their lifetime. Moreover, the process of possession is very dangerous. The requirements for the target of possession are also very strict. To be precise, the younger and stronger the target, the better. For example, if an ultimate expert were to possess another's body, a 2,000-year-old medium ultimate god and a 1,000-year-old lower ultimate god, the probability of successful possession is higher for the latter. At this point, the young man paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. He asked hesitantly, You can't really be less than 2,000 years old, right? Just now, his divine consciousness also felt that Duan Lingtian was very young. However, he wasn't as sharp as some others. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly. If that's really the case, I'm afraid you're the target of the Crimson Demon's attention. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Crimson Demon is a member of the race I mentioned earlier. Although we can't be 100% sure, all of us feel that the Crimson Demon is more than 90% of that race. Otherwise, why would he lock us up here and eliminate a group of people every once in a while? Just to feel good. That's impossible, right? You have to know that it's quite risky to capture us here. Once some of the ultimate experts and patriarchs behind us find out, the Crimson Demon will be in trouble. After listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current situation. The Crimson Demon might have taken a fancy to his body. Letting him in was only to mix with a group of young geniuses to see if he could withstand the test and survive. If their guess is correct, the Crimson Demon not only needs to be young and strong to find a new body, but he should also satisfy other conditions. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fine if he directly chose me? Why did he throw me in here to raise goo as well? Now, after listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood why the Crimson Demon threw him in here. It was to let him compete with this group of young geniuses for a chance to survive. Only the person who survived to the end would have a chance of being taken a fancy by the Crimson Demon and be possessed by the Crimson Demon to become the Crimson Demon's new body. My guess was indeed wrong. That Crimson Demon didn't want me to find any fortuitous encounters for him. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At the same time, he realized that everything he would face next might cause him to fall into eternal damnation. Either he would die here, or he would survive and be possessed by the Crimson Demon. Of course, the Crimson Demon's possession might not be 100% successful. But even if the Crimson Demon's possession failed, the possibility of him surviving during the process of the Crimson Demon's possession and leaving his soul intact was extremely slim. I never imagined that I would encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived at the outer world. Why didn't I take a detour and head in another direction when I left the sea? Why did I head straight for the Crimson Demon Ridge? Now, even if Duan Lingtian knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world, he still couldn't help but regret his actions of entering the Crimson Demon Ridge earlier. If he didn't enter the Crimson Demon Ridge, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Crimson Demon, and everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. I'm called Wang Yiyuan. How should I address you, brother? After the green-robed young man informed Duan Lingtian, he started to introduce himself and asked for Duan Lingtian's name at the same time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of this young man that enthusiastically explained his doubts, so he spoke his name at the first moment when he returned to his senses. So it's Brother Lingtian. Wang Yiyuan smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, let me introduce these people to you. As he spoke, Wang Yiyuan turned around to look at the other people that were present. Chapter 4379. This is Su Sudong. This is Nappa. This is Krull. Wang Yiyuan introduced the few young geniuses who had stayed behind to Duan Lingtian. Similar to Wang Yiyuan, all of them were higher ultimate gods. The feeling they gave Duan Lingtian was that these people were all young. These people were obviously familiar with Wang Yiyuan. Under Wang Yiyuan's introduction, they quickly became familiar with Duan Lingtian. They were impressed that Duan Lingtian was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base at less than 2,000 years old. Although we are considered as geniuses in the myriad worlds, in terms of cultivation speed, we are far behind you, Duan Lingtian. Nappa was a young man wearing a long brown robe. His appearance was handsome and devilish. His natural long green hair fluttered in the wind like little snakes dancing in the wind. According to Wang Yiyuan's introduction, Nappa was a native of one of the top few worlds, the Mingguang world. However, he was not a member of the strongest forces in the world. The force he was in could only be ranked in the second echelon in the world he was in. It was equivalent to the godly reverse world where Duan Lingtian was in. It was a heavyweight ultimate god-level force that was second only to the giant ultimate god-level forces in the realms of gods. However, such a force that could only be ranked in the second echelon in the Mingguang world had an old ancestor who was an ultimate god. The second echelon forces all have ultimate gods? After Duan Lingtian heard Wang Yiyuan's introduction, his heart could not help but tremble. Isn't this too scary? The first echelon forces in the Mingguang world. I'm afraid there is more than one ultimate god? Duan Lingtian probed Nappa. When Nappa heard this, he grinned. His smile was very radiant, giving off a feeling of, I am proud to be a native of the Radiant Light world. That is natural. Our Radiant Light world's first-tier peak power has at least 3 supreme experts. Moreover, there are ultimate gods among them. Even some of the second-tier forces have 2 supreme experts overseeing them. The Radiant Light world was a world domain that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. As a member of the Radiant Light world, when they left the Radiant Light world and came to the outer world, they would feel a sense of superiority from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the myriad of worlds, there were very few worlds like the Radiant Light world. Nappa. At this time, Su Sudong, who was wearing a long gray robe and had an ordinary appearance, said jokingly, Even if you have an extraordinary background and are from the bright light world, so what? Now, aren't we still fish on the chopping board for that Crimson Demon to slaughter? Su Sudong's words silenced Nappa, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. At the same time, the faces of Wang Yiyuan and the other 3 turned serious. As for Duan Lingtian, He also felt the chill of the atmosphere at the scene at this time. Obviously, Su Sudong's words not only touched the most vulnerable part of Nappa's heart, but also touched the sore spot of Wang Yiyuan and the others. Su Sudong. Conqueror, who had not spoken, was a bald young genius who wore a loose black robe and looked like a middle-aged man. He glanced at Su Sudong and said in a deep voice, "We are all in the same boat. Why do you have to mock others? If he is like this, aren't you the same?" Conqueror's words were obviously displeased. However, when Su Sudong heard this, he still had a smile on his face. "Conqueror, I naturally know that my situation is no different from yours. In the end, I will most likely die here. But so what? I have already accepted it. The ones who have not accepted it are all of you. You still want to have the hope of leaving alive. Over the years, there have been people who wanted to leave by force. What happened to them in the end?" Speaking until here, Su Sudong's eyelids drooped slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. They were all forcefully captured by the Crimson Demon when they broke through the space barrier and wanted to leave. Then, in front of us, they used the cruelest methods to torture their souls and let them slowly die in endless pain. Those living examples are still before your eyes. Could it be that all of you still have fantasies? As he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Su Sudong's face that had vanished, but it was a smile of self-ridicule. Along with Su Sudong's words, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. After a short moment, the few people, including Su Sudong, turned around and left silently. Only Wang Yiyuan remained on the spot with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian." Wang Yiyuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Although it's not a good thing to be able to meet here, it's also fate. You're new here, so you're not familiar with this place. Let me show you around." "Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked Wang Yiyuan repeatedly. Compared to Wang Yiyuan and the others, he was indeed a newcomer. He did not know anything and did not know anything. Now what he urgently wanted to know the most was what kind of place this was. Even if it was the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects, he still wanted to understand what kind of place the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects was and whether he could find a chance to leave alive. Even if the chance was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if he felt the despair of Wang Yiyuan and the others, he did not intend to sit still and wait for death. Sitting still and waiting for death was not Duan Lingtian's style. Duan Lingtian followed Wang Yiyuan and left the stone platform at the peak of the mountain. At the same time, he found out from Wang Yiyuan that everyone who entered came from this place. Moreover, every time someone entered, there would be a commotion here. Moreover, these people would come forward to watch the show when they heard the commotion. Of course, the people Duan Lingtian saw earlier were not all the people that were imprisoned here by the Crimson Devil, and they were only a small portion of them. There was still a large portion of people who had not come. These people were either not very interested in the newcomers, or they were not interested in this kind of action of joining in the fun, or they just happened to be in closed-door cultivation, or they just happened to have something to do and had no time to come. Earlier, I heard someone say that there would be people dying here every once in a while? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yiyuan and asked. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, a hint of fear appeared in the depths of Wang Yiyuan's eyes, and it gradually disappeared after a while. Yes. Wang Yiyuan nodded and then laughed self-mockingly. Speaking of which, I almost died last time. Fortunately, my luck was not bad at the critical moment, and I was lucky enough to survive. However, based on this, it can be seen that I'm not the person that the Crimson Devil is waiting for. Perhaps, it won't be long before I die in the Crimson Devil's next game. Wang Yiyuan said. Game? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Yes. Wang Yiyuan nodded. Every once in a while, the Crimson Devil will set up various kinds of mystic realms and dangerous places for us to challenge. Once we die in there, we're really dead. Let me put it this way. When I came in, there were a total of 139 young geniuses here. Now, there are only 32 people left. Of course, including the person who just came in, there are 32 people. After listening to Wang Yiyuan's words, Duan Lingtian also had a rough idea of the reason the Crimson Devil allowed them to exist here. It was to set up mystic realms to test them so that they would be continuously eliminated. Perhaps, Wang Yiyuan sighed. Only when one of us survives will that person be freed. If their guess is right, that person should be the final target of the Crimson Devil's possession. If everything is true, no matter if it's the person who died or the person who survived in the end, in fact, they would not have a good ending in the end. Moreover, there were people who tried to escape and were all captured. Moreover, they were tortured and died. This made it even more difficult for people to have the thought of escaping. Now, in fact, we've all accepted our fate. Usually, we seem to be fine, but our hearts are actually dead. Earlier, Su Sudong's words could be said to have poked everyone's sore spot, including him. From Wang Yiyuan's tone, Duan Lingtian could also hear the despair in his voice. He could also understand Wang Yiyuan's feelings, and similarly, he could also understand the feelings of the others. Now that he had just come in, it was still fine. If there was really no other way, perhaps he would end up like Wang Yiyuan and the others. That's true. We're all ultimate gods, and the weakest among us is a medium-level ultimate god. If it were someone with a weaker body, perhaps they would directly die of depression after knowing what happened to them. Wang Yiyuan continued. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Yiyuan then said to Duan Ling Tian, in this place, if you want to have your own cultivation place, you need to open it up yourself. I've opened up a cave that belongs to me in a valley in the mountain range over there. In this place, you don't have to worry about anyone taking the initiative to provoke you. Here, everyone is in the same boat. As long as you don't provoke others, no one will want to provoke you. Especially those outstanding ultimate gods and top geniuses. They're looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god and have no time to be distracted by other things. Other than the desperate test set by the Crimson Demon in the secret realm that they have no choice but to go. Usually, you basically won't see them. With Wang Yiyuan's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also had a better understanding of the people imprisoned here. There were also top-notch high-level supreme gods here. They were all geniuses, and the oldest was only a little over 10,000 years old. Top ultimate gods who are a little over 10,000 years old and are looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god. These people would be giants in any plane of gods in the god-defying realm. But here, they're just prisoners. And they're prisoners who can die at any time. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but ask, among those who escaped, are any of them as powerful as them? Wang Yiyuan heard this and smiled bitterly. Do you think those who have the courage to defy the Crimson Demon and escape are ordinary geniuses? Those people are all at the same level as them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. This place was truly a chilling and despairing place. End of chapter. Chapter 4380. Through Wang Yiyuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how dangerous this place was. Even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape. Some top high-level ultimate gods had tried to escape but were captured by the Crimson Demon and tortured to death in front of everyone. If this is really the Crimson Demon's small world, even if it's not in his body, he can still monitor everything that happens here as long as he wants to. Trying to escape is no different from a fool's dream. Unless I become an immortal. Duan Lingtian settled down near Wang Yiyuan's cultivation place. His face turned solemn as he watched Wang Yiyuan's figure disappear into the distance. With his strength, techniques, and the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he was not weaker than an ordinary top high-level ultimate god. However, even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape from this place. Would he be able to escape? Even though Duan Lingtian had hope in the beginning, he could not help but feel a little hopeless at this moment. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? After Duan Lingtian returned to the cave abode he had just created, he threw out a formation disc to isolate himself from the outside world. He then sat down cross-legged and opened his small world to communicate with the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water used to reside in the divine tree of life in his body. They were partners in life and death and had accompanied the divine tree of life for a long time. According to the world-cleansing divine water, when she resided in the divine tree of life, the immortal was not yet an immortal. That immortal obtained the divine tree of life later on and relied on the divine tree of life to become an immortal. As for the world-cleansing divine water, It had personally witnessed a junior taking one step at a time to become an omnipotent being. In terms of experience, the other 4 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body could not compare to the world-cleansing divine water. Because of this, the other 4 divine elements followed the world-cleansing divine water's lead, even though their current strength was not inferior to the world-cleansing divine water. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world-cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, "Their guess should be correct. This scarlet demon should indeed be that type of person. After possessing a body, he can alter the aura of his own soul and deceive the world. He won't be discovered by the laws of heaven and earth, and he can continue to send down heavenly tribulations for 10,000 years. However, it is usually extremely difficult for such people to successfully possess a body. To possess a target, not only does it have to be monstrously talented and have shocking comprehension ability, it also has to fulfill some of the requirements of the clan. Of course, the specific requirements are different for every clan. There is more than one race of that kind of people in the myriad of worlds. Of course, although I know that such people exist, and I know that there is more than one clan of such people. However, I also know that the conditions for possession are different for each clan. The conditions are set according to the characteristics of the clan and bloodline. However, at this point, the world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued to say, "Since he set a secret realm test for all of you who are imprisoned here, it's clear that the secret realm test is a test for the new body he's looking for. The person who survives must be the most suitable person for him to possess. It's definitely not based on innate talent and comprehension ability. Otherwise, he would have chosen you directly." In fact, the world-cleansing divine water's analysis was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier speculation. If the scarlet demon really thought he was the most suitable person for possession, there was no need for him to be imprisoned here. He could have just possessed Duan Lingtian's body. Since Duan Lingtian had been imprisoned here, it was clear that the scarlet demon regarded him and the other young geniuses who were imprisoned here as the same kind of people. "Sister Water, is there a way to leave this place without anyone noticing?" Duan Lingtian asked again. This was what he wanted to do the most. He wanted to leave this place and escape the scarlet demon's control. "It's difficult." The world-cleansing divine water sighed. Even if a supreme powerhouse moves his little world out of his body, he'll still have a close connection with it. As long as he's willing, he can easily monitor all of you. It's mainly because there are too few of you here. For example, although the various realms of gods in the Divine Defiance realm are also supreme powerhouses' little worlds, as long as the supreme powerhouses don't pay special attention to the people who enter and leave the little worlds, it's difficult for them to detect the people who enter and leave the little worlds. This is because there are too many people in the Divine Defiance realm. And there are only so many people here. He can completely pay attention to every single one of them. Therefore, it's almost impossible to escape from under his nose. The world-cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, the flame of hope that had risen in Duan Lingtian's heart was extinguished by a basin of cold water. It seems like things aren't that simple after all. Of course, it's not like there's no chance at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. If this is really Crimson Demon's little world, then there must be a divine tree of life here. Most powerhouses below the level of a supreme powerhouse don't have a divine tree of life in their little worlds. There must be a divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse. Even if they didn't obtain the divine tree of life in advance to become an omnipotent expert, the seed of the divine tree of life will appear in their small world after they become an omnipotent expert. Furthermore, it will break out of the ground in a short period of time and rapidly grow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sister Water, you mentioned the divine tree of life. Are we going to start with the divine tree of life in his little world? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He could tell the meaning behind the world-cleansing divine water's words. That's right. The world-cleansing divine water replied. We'll start with the divine tree of life in his little world. Naturally, we can only hope that the divine tree of life in his little world hasn't fully matured yet. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to make a move on it. Unless the tree of life is injured, it's almost impossible to attack it and win a chance to leave this place. At this point, the world-cleansing divine water seemed to have thought of something and sighed. If he's looking for a new body to possess because he can't withstand the next 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation, it means that he's very old and has been an ultimate powerhouse for a long time. It's impossible for the divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse like him to have not fully matured yet. Now, we can only hope that the divine tree of life was damaged when he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it'll be better for you if the divine tree of life is damaged. The more serious the injury, the greater the chance of you escaping. Naturally, you're not completely confident. Even if his divine tree of life is damaged, you'll only have a 50% chance of escaping from his little world before he realizes what's going on. The world-cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while, his eyes flashed fiercely as he said through gritted teeth, "A 50% chance of escaping is not bad. Otherwise, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Sister Shui, tell me what should I do next?" Chapter 4381. The world-cleansing divine water's words gave Duan Lingtian hope. Before this, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could escape. Trying to escape from under the nose of a supreme expert while being in the space expanded by the small world in his body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to escape, unless he could become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he had not even entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. How could he become an ultimate powerhouse? Moreover, even if he had the chance to become an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he might not have the time to wait. The Crimson Demon might not wait until then to possess his body. At that time, he might not be able to pass the tests that the Crimson Demon had set for the prisoners. The test that Crimson Devil set for us prisoners in the secret realm is targeted. It's not just about strength, talent and comprehension. Whether it was from Wang Yiyuan's words or the world-cleansing divine water speculation, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Of course, now that he had the world-cleansing divine water suggestion, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After ending his conversation with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and sighed in relief. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to encounter such a disaster as soon as I arrived at the outer realm. Even with Sister Water's suggestion, there's only a 50% chance of survival. Forget it. I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. It's better for me to improve my strength as much as possible. Although I won't be able to fight the Crimson Demon even if I enter the upper ultimate god realm, at least I'll have a higher chance of surviving the tests set by the Crimson Demon. Although the tests in the secret realm might not be based on strength, those who are stronger will definitely have an advantage in many cases. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate. Drops of divine corrupting spring water were absorbed into his body to aid his cultivation as though they were free. The effect of the divine corrupting spring water was far better than any of the divine pills he had. In fact, ever since he soaked in the divine accumulating spring, Duan Lingtian discovered that the divine pills in his hands that were still somewhat useful to him before had completely lost their medicinal effects. His body seemed to have developed a very terrifying resistance. The divine pills that he could take out were completely ineffective in his body. As a result, in the end, Duan Lingtian gave up on using the divine pills that assisted in cultivation that he had been taking before. So what if you've become a divine alchemist? Now, even an ordinary venerable grade divine pill is useless to my cultivation. Perhaps, only the realm pills in the outer realm can help me feel the effects of a pill. The boundary pill was an elixir made by an alchemist who had stepped into the realm of utmost powerhouses. Furthermore, only those utmost powerhouses with profound attainments in alchemy could refine the boundary pill. The realm pill was a type of pill that could even be effective for utmost powerful beings. Many realm pellets were rare treasures even for an ultimate god. The realm pill was superior to the venerable grade divine pill. Duan Lingtian had already heard of this when he was still in the god-defying realm. A boundary pill was an extremely rare treasure even in the 10,000 worlds. It was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Whenever a boundary pill appeared, unless it was protected by a powerful force, it would set off a storm of blood. In the god-defying realm, no utmost powerhouse can refine the realm pill. The realm pills that have appeared in the god-defying realm are basically more ordinary realm pills. However, even the most ordinary realm pills are supreme treasures in the god-defying realm. This was what Duan Tian heard from a descendant of an utmost powerhouse in a military camp when he was still wandering in the chaotic region of the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield. According to the descendant of that utmost powerhouse, even the utmost powerhouse behind him was only lucky enough to obtain 5 realm pills in his life. 3 of them were exchanged with experts from other realms at a high price in the outer realm. Perhaps, my alchemy skills will only be of some use to me after I become an omnipotent being. That's good too. During this time, I can devote myself to cultivation and don't need to think about alchemy. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Tian gradually calmed down. At the same time, he immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, he gradually forgot about the passage of time and his current situation. His cultivation base was also improving at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine corrupting spring. He was getting closer and closer to the upper ultimate god realm. Crimson Demon Ridge. On a small island suspended in the clouds high in the sky, there was a beautiful scenery. Surrounded by mountains, a luxurious mansion sat there. In the front yard of the mansion, Crimson Demon, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes with a flash of light in them. Divine corrupting spring? And there seems to be a lot of it. Crimson Demon's eyes were filled with surprise. Although the little world in his body had separated from his body, it was still closely connected to him. It was easy for him to monitor someone in it. Recently, he only had to pay attention to the young genius he had just sent in, a medium ultimate god who had the ability to kill a top upper ultimate god. If it was up to him to choose, he would definitely choose the young genius as his target for possession. However, the matter of possession was not something he could choose on his own. In this matter, he had to follow the instructions of the ancestors of his clan because only in this way would he be able to maximize the success rate of his possession. It's best if it's suitable for me. It doesn't necessarily mean the more talented the body is, the more suitable it is for me. I hope it's him in the end. Look at him. He should have a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands. If I can possess his body, his divine corrupting spring will also become mine. It can help me quickly return to the omnipotent realm after I possess him. As the Scarlet Demon muttered to himself, the fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even if it's not him in the end, I have to think of a way to snatch his divine corrupting spring before that happens. The divine corrupting spring is good stuff. Even an utmost powerhouse like Crimson Demon could not help but be tempted by the divine corrupting spring. If he did not have the intention of possession, he would not have much interest in the divine corrupting spring. Even the divine corrupting spring in his hands was something he had painstakingly collected after possession. It was all for the sake of quickly increasing his cultivation base after taking over the body and being reborn. However, I have to think about this at length. Even though Crimson Demon was an utmost powerhouse, he did not have the ability to snatch a person's storage ring and open it. This was because he basically destroyed his own storage ring. Once he acted recklessly, the storage ring would self-destruct and everything inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. It would either be destroyed or carried away by the turbulence. Trying to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Duan Tian didn't know that every single action of his was under the eyes of the Crimson Devil. He also did not know that Crimson Demon, who had been watching him recently, had not only discovered that he had the divine corrupting spring, but he had also set his eyes on the divine corrupting spring and was planning to snatch it from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 4382. Duan Tian completely lost track of time as he cultivated. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. He did not even leave a trace of his consciousness outside. He only opened up his mini-world slightly so that the 5 divine elements could protect him. The 5 divine elements had recovered a lot with the help of the divine corrupting spring. They could continue to protect Duan Tian while they recovered. Not only did they not have any complaints about this, but they were also very enthusiastic about it. This was because although they could not be considered as one with Duan Tian, if they really left Duan Tian, they would not have a better future. If Duan Tian became stronger, he would be able to escape this calamity and lead them to the omnipotent realm. At that time they would be able to live a good life. If they switch to another master, they might not be able to fully trust them, and they might not be able to advance further. Even if they were talented enough and had a high chance of becoming an omnipotent realm, there was still a possibility that they would die prematurely. In their opinion, their current host, Duanling Tian, was a person with great luck. They had witnessed Duanling Tian's growth throughout the journey, and they also felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. This was the most suitable master for them. Unless they had no other choice, they did not want to leave this master. Duanling Tian knew this as well. Therefore, he trusted the 5 divine elements with his back. Furthermore, the 5 divine elements were only able to protect him from the younger generation. If the Crimson Demon really wanted to deal with him, the 5 divine elements wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if Xianxia didn't cultivate and was on full alert, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The divine corrupting spring is really magical. I feel like my soul has been sublimated. When I sense this world, it feels completely different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that I used to think was easy to communicate with has become easier to communicate with now. Duanling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, felt as though he had become one with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The divine corrupting spring in his body was also constantly releasing energy similar to the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Moreover, it was even denser, allowing his cultivation speed to increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivation. Cultivation. Right now, Duanling Tian's mind was filled with cultivation. Until he was jolted awake by a voice that seemed to resound through his soul. Everyone, get ready. In 3 months, the new secret realm will open. Just like before, I will kill all those who don't want to enter. I hope you won't make a mistake. The voice jolted Duanling Tian awake. As soon as Duanling Tian was jolted awake, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than the Crimson Devil, the master of Crimson Devil Ridge who had imprisoned him. After Duanling Tian woke up with a start, his expression turned serious. His originally calm heart could no longer remain calm at this moment. Supreme Being, in front of the Crimson Fiend, he was really no different from an ant. Now, the Crimson Demon made him enter the mystic realm. He really did not dare to not enter. I wonder when I'll be able to become a Supreme Being. Even if I find the person from the Sucking Soul clan who has merged with Yun, I'm no match for him. I won't be able to force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duanling Tian's desire to become stronger grew stronger. After that, Duanling Tian calmed himself down before he continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the little world in Duanling Tian's body, a large group of young geniuses were not as calm as Duanling Tian. The Crimson Demon is going to open the secret realm again. This time, I wonder how many of us will survive. A young man walked out of his cultivation ground and gathered with a few others. He had a bitter smile on his face. No. We're no longer 32 people. Another young man shook his head and said, 2 years ago, there was a newcomer. He was a medium ultimate god. However, that newcomer only showed his face when he first arrived. I haven't seen him since. He's really patient. Indeed. The other 2 young men agreed with the young man's words. He was patient before, but I don't think he'll be patient now. I know where that person lives. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that he'll come out. I feel that he might be able to keep his composure. I won't bet with you on that since I'm more likely to lose. In the end, one of the young men made a bet with the person who made the bet. The result of their bet was quickly revealed. The person who made the bet lost. This was because Duanling Tian did not leave his cultivation ground for a few days after the Crimson Demon announced that the secret realm would open in 3 months. He's really a guy who can keep his composure. Although the person who made the bet lost, he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He did not expect a newcomer who was only a medium ultimate god to be so patient. At the same time, there were many people who had yet to recover from their injuries when the secret realm opened last time. Their hearts sank when they found out that the secret realm would open again in 3 months. The opening of the secret realm this time was undoubtedly the most dangerous for them. This was because they were injured to begin with. Wang Yiyuan, who was considered the closest person to Duanling Tian since his arrival, walked out of his cultivation ground with a gloomy expression on his face. I didn't expect the secret realm to open so soon. It's only been 3 years since Brother Ling Tian arrived. It's only been 9 years since the last time the secret realm opened. You have to know that before this, the mystic realm would only open once every 20 years if there were no newcomers. If there were people who wanted to enter, it would only open 10 years after the newcomer had arrived. Now, Brother Ling Tian has only been here for 3 years and the secret realm is opening again? What's going on? Could it be that the Crimson Demon can't hold on any longer, and is eager to find the most suitable person for him to possess among us? I thought Brother Ling Tian's arrival would prolong the opening of the secret realm by a few years. I didn't expect it to be brought forward. Wang Yiyuan was very upset at that moment. If Duan Ling Tian did not come, the secret realm would only open 7 years later at the earliest because it had only been 13 years since the last time the secret realm opened. According to past practice, the secret realm would not open once every 20 years when a newcomer arrived but 10 years after the newcomer's arrival. He thought he would have a few more years to recover from the injuries he suffered during the last secret realm opening. He did not expect the secret realm to open earlier this time when a newcomer arrived. This meant that he would have to enter the secret realm opened by the Crimson Demon again before his injuries recovered. His life and death would be up to fate. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in this trip to the secret realm. When he thought of this, Wang Yiyuan's heart could not help but feel heavy. Wang Yiyuan. While Wang Yiyuan was in a daze in the air with a heavy heart, a young man flew over from afar. He did not look too good either. How's your recovery from the injuries you suffered the last time? When Wang Yiyuan heard this, he glanced at the young man and shook his head. How about you? The young man in front of him had also suffered serious injuries in the last secret realm. Humph. The young man's expression was gloomy as he said in a low voice. I've only recovered 60 to 70%. If the secret realm opens normally, I'm confident that I'll be completely healed in 7 years. I didn't expect the secret realm to open earlier this time. In my opinion, this is all the newcomer's fault for not coming earlier or later but at this time. The young man's words were mixed with anger toward the newcomer, Duan Ling Tian. You can't say that. At this moment, Wang Yiyuan shook his head and said, this matter might not have anything to do with him. Even if it does, the Crimson Demon might have already prepared for the next secret realm to open earlier. Perhaps the Crimson Demon's original plan was to open earlier as soon as possible? Perhaps it's all thanks to his arrival that the secret realm could open 3 years later. Wang Yiyuan's thoughts were clearly different from the young man's. Wang Yiyuan, I heard that you're very close to the newcomer. I didn't expect you to speak up for him so soon after you've met him. The young man glanced at Wang Yiyuan indifferently and said, no matter what, he's made me very unhappy. I'll put the blame on him for this matter. It was no wonder the young man was angry with Duan Ling Tian. Previously, before Duan Ling Tian came, the secret realm's opening time had always been stable, however, this time, it had suddenly opened earlier. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It might not have anything to do with him. Wang Yiyuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Perhaps the Crimson Demon is anxious and wants to find a suitable target as soon as possible. This matter is indeed not right. But what about before? Don't forget, the few times the secret realm opened before he came, each time it was more tragic than the last, and the number of people who died was also more than the last. Don't tell me you think that's normal? You should know that the number of people who died in the secret realm before those few times was about the same. What about the previous time and the time before that? The difference was more than double. Although Wang Yiyuan's words made sense, the young man did not like to hear them. When he heard Wang Yiyuan's words, he frowned and left with a scoff. Looking at the young man's departing figure, Wang Yiyuan sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. Looks like I won't have the chance to return to the clan. I really didn't expect that a trip to train would be the end of me, Wang Yiyuan. If I could turn back time, I definitely wouldn't go out. At this moment, in the little world in the Crimson Demon's body, there were many people who felt as helpless and hopeless as Wang Yiyuan. Of course, although they felt hopeless, they began to gather their spirits and make preparations to welcome the arrival of the new secret realm that would open in 3 months' time. Chapter 4383. If it was any other place in the outer world, Most people would be overjoyed when they encountered the opening of a mystic realm. This was because the existence of a mystic realm often meant some opportunities. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of worlds. Some rogue peerless experts who did not belong to any sect or family would leave behind some good things before they died, including their inheritance. They would stuff it into the mystic realm they prepared before they died, waiting for the fated person to discover it. In the history of the myriad of worlds, many experts relied on these fortuitous encounters to rise up. Of course, there were also some rogue peerless experts with bad intentions who left behind mystic realms that had a slim chance of survival before they died, or even a 100% chance of death, to cheat their descendants. However, looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, there were not many of the latter. When a person was about to die, his words and actions would be kind. Many people, even if they were bloodthirsty when they were alive, would not have the intention of cheating their descendants before they died. No matter how bad a person was, they would still hope that someone could pass on some of their things. This way, before they died, they would be able to achieve a certain degree of fame. The mystic realms outside were delightful. However, the mystic realms in Crimson Demon's small world made the group of young geniuses imprisoned by Crimson Demon unable to feel happy. This was because the test inside the mystic realm in Crimson Demon's small world was the same as the test outside. If one passed the test, there would be no reward or gain. If one could not pass the test, one would be injured at best and die at worst. There were no benefits, only disadvantages. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. However, the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world had no choice but to compromise and enter the mystic realm even if they were unwilling in their hearts. This was because entering the mystic realm gave them a chance of survival. If they did not enter, they would definitely die. For the group of young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's small world, 3 months was actually not a very long time. However, for the majority of people, each day of these 3 months was like a year. Wang Yiyuan, the young genius that Duan Ling Tian was more familiar with after entering, was one of them. During these 3 months, every day was torture for him. This was because he could almost foresee that when the mystic realm opened this time, he would definitely be one of the people who would definitely die. Previously, a total of 67 people entered the secret realm. However, only 32 people survived in the end. According to the death rate from last time, even if we don't increase the death rate this time, I'm afraid that only 15 or 16 people will survive. Not counting Brother Ling Tian, who just joined us a few years ago, there are only 32 of us. More than half of us are injured, but only 7 of us are seriously injured, including me. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, the 7 of us will definitely die. After 3 months, the secret realm was about to open. However, Wang Yiyuan did not relax at all. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. Even if he knew that he would definitely die this time. Unless a miracle happened. The mystic realm is open. Until a thunderous voice reverberated in Wang Yiyuan's ears, waking him up. Only then did Wang Yiyuan completely regain his senses. At the same time, his expression changed greatly. What should come still came. The owner of the voice was none other than the supreme expert who had sent him in, Crimson Demon. Crimson Demon's voice was like a nightmare to him. If anyone does not enter the secret realm within 100 breaths, they will be deemed as having refused to enter the secret realm. I will kill them immediately. The countdown starts now. Crimson Demon's voice caused Wang Yiyuan's expression to change drastically. At the same time, Wang Yiyuan did not dare to be negligent and immediately fled into the distance. In his muddled state, he did not even notice Duan Ling Tian, who had also risen into the air and was following behind him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was also awakened from his cultivation. I'm still a little bit away from the upper ultimate god realm. After Duan Ling Tian rose into the air, he immediately noticed a familiar figure in front of him. He recognized that it was the only person he was familiar with since entering this damned place. Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, even he could see that Wang Yiyuan's back was bleak. Brother Yiyuan. Duan Ling Tian approached him and took the initiative to greet him. However, Wang Yiyuan acted as if he did not hear him at all and continued to fly forward. Duan Ling Tian moved forward again and walked side by side with Wang Yiyuan. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yiyuan and saw Wang Yiyuan's face that was as pale as a sheet and his eyes that were filled with despair. It was only when Duan Ling Tian walked side by side with him that Wang Yiyuan came back to his senses. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his face. His smile was uglier than crying. Brother Lingtian. You are... Duan Lingtian was a little confused. The last time he saw Wang Yiyuan, although Wang Yiyuan was a little pessimistic, it was not to this extent. What's going on now? Wang Yiyuan seemed to want to find someone to talk to. He told Duan Lingtian about the early opening of the secret realm and how he felt he would definitely die if he entered the secret realm because of his injuries. Duan Lingtian finally understood the change in Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was now prepared to enter the secret realm that the Crimson Demon had opened in his small world with the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. Brother Lingtian, I'm almost certain to die this time. You've just arrived, so you don't know how cruel the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon is. But, after this you should have a better understanding. Don't be careless. I've seen many young geniuses who had just arrived die in the secret realm on their first try. Wang Yiyuan sighed. At this moment, he was clearly disheartened. His mental state was extremely dispirited. Okay. As Duan Lingtian responded, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He did not know how to comfort Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, even if he had a glib tongue, it would be difficult to calm Wang Yiyuan down. Wang Yiyuan knew much more than he did about what would happen in the secret realm that was about to open. After all, he was just a newcomer. That's the entrance to the secret realm. After walking for a while with Wang Yiyuan, Duan Lingtian saw many people flying toward them from all directions. They were all heading in the same direction. In the distance, a huge space vortex appeared. It was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could swallow everything. At this moment, a group of people had gathered and stood outside the space vortex. They were not in a hurry to enter. Duan Lingtian and Wang Yiyuan were neither early nor late to the party. When they arrived, there were almost 20 people present. Not long after they arrived, the other 10 or so people slowly arrived. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at the crowd. He had some impression of many of them. They were the people he had met when he first entered a few years ago. Wang Yiyuan had even introduced a few of them to him. Now that everyone had arrived, no one was exchanging pleasantries with one another. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. There were even some people who, like Wang Yiyuan, had weak auras, and had looks of despair in their eyes. There was no need to guess. Duan Lingtian could tell that these people must be like Wang Yiyuan. They must have been injured the last time the secret realm opened. If they entered the secret realm again with injuries, it was natural that they would not be able to survive. Before Crimson Demon sent these people here, they should be considered rare geniuses in the 10,000 worlds. But now, they're at the mercy of Crimson Demon. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was a newcomer, when he looked at these people, he felt a sense of sympathy. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself, can Sister Shui's method really let me leave this place alive? If it fails, I'll have to stay here forever. I'll be like these people. Or I'll be possessed by Crimson Demon. My body is mine, but my soul is no longer mine. The atmosphere formed when the person in front of him remained silent made Duan Lingtian feel a sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that he could not breathe. Originally, he still had a lot of hope. However now, he felt that the hope was not very high. You still have 50 breaths of time. When Crimson Demon's voice sounded again, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, they seemed to have regained their senses. It was as though they had just woken up from a dream. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw many people's gazes had landed on him. There was a hint of hatred and hostility in their eyes. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know what these people meant. He did not seem to know these people, right? Why were they looking at him like that? Brother Lingtian. At this moment, Wang Yiyuan, who was also awakened by Crimson Demon's voice, noticed Duan Lingtian's expression and immediately transmitted a message to Duan Lingtian. He told Duan Lingtian why these people were looking at him with hostility and hatred. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian came to a realization and was speechless at the same time. These people actually think that Crimson Demon opened the mystic realm in advance because of my arrival? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been shot even though he was lying down. Weren't these people too unreasonable? According to Wang Yiyuan, Crimson Demon had increased the difficulty of the Mystic Realm before he entered. The death rate in the previous Mystic Realm was more than twice as high as the previous one. Before the previous one, the death rate in the Mystic Realm was relatively stable. Actually, they know in their hearts that it might not be because of you. However, they need a target and a target that they can vent their emotions on now. They can't afford to offend Crimson Demon. When Wang Yiyuan transmitted his voice again, Duan Lingtian could naturally understand the meaning behind his words. It was none other than these people treating him as a soft persimmon that they could vent their emotions on. Brother Lingtian, let's go in. I'm afraid that if we go in to play, these people will cause trouble for you in the remaining 50 breaths of time. Wang Yiyuan called out to Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian did not intend to cause any more trouble and was about to listen to Wang Yiyuan's suggestion and enter the Mystic Realm, he and Wang Yiyuan were stopped halfway. Wang Yiyuan, you can go in. However, if he wants to go in without any injuries, I won't feel at ease. The person first glanced at Wang Yiyuan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, before he stared at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with hatred. When Wang Yiyuan heard this, his expression changed. Pang Pusha, you've gone too far. Chapter 4384. Pang Pusha was a young man who could be considered handsome. However, there was a hint of wickedness in his handsomeness. At this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Duan Lingtian. I'm too much. Pang Pusha sneered. Wang Yiyuan, the secret realm opened in advance most likely because of him. The injury you suffered last time was more serious than mine. Don't tell me you don't hate him at all? Humph. Originally, when the secret realm opened normally, I had a chance to completely heal my injuries. But now, the secret realm opened in advance. Even if I can pass this time, I may not be able to pass the next time. Today I, Pang Pusha, will say that if he wants to go in without getting injured, it's impossible. Pang Pusha's eyes were full of fierceness. Pang Pusha, everything here was caused by the Crimson Demon. If you're really angry, vent it on the Crimson Demon. Bullying a newcomer, what kind of ability is that? Wang Yiyuan said in a deep voice. Wang Yiyuan, you weren't my match in the first place. Furthermore, your current injuries are more serious than mine. You didn't have much hope of surviving this time. Don't tell me that you want to add new injuries to yourself for him? When Pang Pusha looked at Wang Yiyuan again, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was sure that Wang Yiyuan would not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian. Wang Yiyuan heard this and sneered. Pang Pusha, you also said that I don't have much hope in going in this time. It can even be said that it's close to certain death. But there's still a lot of hope. I'm indeed not your opponent. But even if I die in your hands and add more injuries to your body, I'm still confident. If you really want to fight with me, I don't mind. At this time, Wang Yiyuan did not have any hope for this trip to the secret realm. Seeing Pang Pusha looking for trouble, he was a little annoyed. Usually, his temper was considered good, but it was rare for him to explode. When Pang Pusha heard Wang Yiyuan's words, he could not help but frown. He had forgotten about this point. This Wang Yiyuan, this time, there was only a slim chance of survival. It was not that he did not dare to fight with him. In fact, if Wang Yiyuan really fought him to the death, he wouldn't be willing. However, Wang Yiyuan didn't give him any face, which made him a little angry. Just as Pang Pusha was in a dilemma, Duan Lingtian, who was beside Wang Yiyuan, took 2 steps forward and glanced at Pang Pusha. You want to stop me? Pang Pusha never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to stand up under Wang Yiyuan's protection. Suddenly, the anger that was originally caused by Wang Yiyuan was completely transferred to Duan Lingtian. So what? A newcomer like you is quite capable. You've only just arrived and you're already able to receive Wang Yiyuan's protection. Today, I'll give Wang Yiyuan face and not argue with you. As soon as Pang Pusha finished speaking, another voice sounded. Pang Pusha, if Wang Yiyuan really dares to fight with you, the 2 of us will join hands to kill him. You're not the only one who thinks that it's this brat who caused the mystic realm to open earlier. 2 figures flew over from afar, riding on the wind. It was a handsome young man dressed in black, and a sturdy young man dressed in a light blue robe. The one who spoke was the former. Ao Longyu, Jianghu, you were only lightly injured in the last mystic realm. Now, you must have completely recovered. Why are you here to join in the fun? Seeing the two people who suddenly interfered, Wang Yiyuan's face turned a little ugly. The two people in front of him, any one of them were actually on par with him. But the problem was, the two of them were together. They were also sent in by the Crimson Demon back then. It was said that they were best friends, wandering in the outer realm together. Then, they were captured by the Crimson Demon and sent here to be imprisoned. If the two of them joined hands, he wouldn't be a match for them, and Pang Pusha wouldn't be a match either. In terms of individual strength, Pang Pusha was the strongest among the four of them. Of course, there weren't many strong ones. Humph! The black-clothed youth, Ao Longyu, snorted coldly. Jianghu and I have indeed recovered from our injuries. However, because the mystic realm opened earlier this time, it interrupted my cultivation, causing my strength that should have broken through to stagnate again. You should know what it means to be interrupted at a critical moment. It means that unless I wait for that opportunity again, it will be extremely difficult. As Ao Longyu spoke, his tone became colder and colder, revealing his anger. When Pang Pusha heard Ao Longyu's words, his eyes lit up. All right. Ao Longyu, Jianghu, the two of you restrain Wang Yiyuan. I'll deal with this brat. Originally, I only planned to injure this brat. However, since he has offended you, I'll kill this brat. It can be considered as avenging you. Pang Pusha's voice was high and carefree. After all, he had been threatened by Wang Yiyuan earlier. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Now that he had helpers, why would he need to compromise? Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Pang Pusha finished speaking, Ao Longyu and Jianghu both flew out and approached Wang Yiyuan, their gazes locked onto him. Wang Yiyuan, if you dare to help him, I'm sure you know that if Jianghu and I join forces, we'll be able to restrain you and help Pang Pusha at the same time. Ao Longyu's tone carried a hint of threat. At this moment, Wang Yiyuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Haha, brat die. Seeing Wang Yiyuan standing there with an ugly expression, Pang Pusha laughed and then looked at Ling Tian with a wanton and carefree smile on his face. The original haze was swept away. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Yiyuan transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian, I can't help you right now. Otherwise, if Ao Longyu and Jianghu join forces to deal with me and then deal with you, it will be even more difficult for you to escape from Pang Pusha's eyes into the mystic realm. There are less than 30 breaths of time left. If he makes a move, you run. When the time is near, he will naturally enter the mystic realm. He won't dare to mess with the timing. If he's a breath slower, he might be killed by the Scarlet Demon. But you're different. Even if you're a breath slower, as a newcomer, the Scarlet Demon won't kill you. There are precedents for this in the past. Wang Yiyuan said. Hearing Wang Yiyuan's words, Duan Lingtian glanced sideways at him and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at Pang Pusha who was flying towards him. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Did he really think he was a pushover? Did he think he was a target to vent his anger on? Bang! Pang Pusha's divine artifact appeared in his hand halfway. Although it was not a supreme divine artifact, judging from the aura it emitted, it was obviously fused with a supreme divine artifact embryo, which was more than Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In addition, although Pang Pusha's attack did not trigger any law of heaven and earth phenomenon in the Scarlet Demon's small world. However, Duan Lingtian could see that the law of fire that Pang Pusha displayed was definitely not weaker than the law of space and law of time that he mastered. In addition, when Pang Pusha waved the divine artifact staff in his hand, it seemed to be able to shatter the void, with a trace of a familiar yet strange feeling. This is the staff of the Tao of Weapons? And it's not a prototype. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, the young geniuses who were sent here to be imprisoned by the Scarlet Demon were basically outstanding existences. Dai! Pang Pusha roared again and smashed down with his staff. Flames gathered and rushed out like a giant flame beast opening its bloody mouth, biting towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, blood chi wrapped around Pang Pusha's body and then completely merged into his body, causing his already powerful attack to become even more powerful. The attack that was like a giant flame beast pouncing down also had some blood chi around it, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. It seems that Pang Pusha really wants to kill this kid. He went all out as soon as he attacked. It seems that Pang Pusha also wants to kill this kid with one blow and then enter the secret realm. After all, there are only 20 breaths left. A medium-level ultimate god, even if he doesn't die from Pang Pusha's attack, he will definitely be seriously injured. After being seriously injured, Pang Pusha's second attack will definitely kill him. Now, there were more and more onlookers. At this time, almost everyone had come. Many people who originally planned to enter the secret realm saw that there was a show to watch. In addition, there were still 20 breaths of time before the Scarlet Demon's time limit, so they were not in a hurry to enter the secret realm. They would watch the show first. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, in front of everyone's eyes, when Pang Pusha's staff smashed out, Ao Longyu, who was originally standing there motionlessly, also had green energy turn into vines that filled the sky. Then, next to him, Tianhu's energy also swept out. Streaks of gray energy converged with Ao Longyu's energy and spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it formed a translucent cage that enveloped Duan Lingtian and Pang Pusha. Meanwhile, Wang Yiyuan's expression changed tremendously at that instant. He never thought that Ao Longyu and Tianhu would intervene at this time and not give Duan Lingtian a chance to escape. At this moment, the unguarded Wang Yiyuan's energy that was ready to be unleashed whistled out of his body. In the newly formed cage, Pang Pusha's attack had already covered the entire cage, including Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian had no way to escape. Ao Longyu and Tianhu have completely cut off the rookie's escape route. Too cruel. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads slightly. Most people felt that the rookie under Ao Longyu's attack would definitely be seriously injured this time, even if he did not die. There's nothing to see. A few people, while shaking their heads, had already entered the secret realm entrance in front of them and disappeared in a flash. They had already guessed the solution. There was no point in continuing to watch. Let's go. This rookie, even if he doesn't die under this attack, he won't be able to withstand Pang Pusha's next attack. This chapter ends. Chapter 4385. Although Pang Pusha's strength was not the strongest among the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, he was definitely above average. In the past, Pang Pusha had fought with one of the Crimson Demon's demon guards. After 100 moves, he was at a disadvantage. After 300 moves, he was defeated. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were the top existences among the upper ultimate gods. In most of the myriad worlds, they were strong enough to support a powerful force. Therefore, the young geniuses present did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a match for Pang Pusha. However, just as the group of young geniuses behind him walked into the secret realm, a 7-colored sword light suddenly rose from the area where Pang Pusha's attack had enveloped. Whoosh! The sword light soared into the sky, carrying with it a rich life force and the mottled power of the 5 elements. It broke through Pang Pusha's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, under the shocked gazes of the group, the sword light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Pang Pusha. Impossible! Pang Pusha, after a sudden cry of alarm, also hurriedly retreated. However, just as he retreated a distance, he was blocked again. The thing that blocked him was none other than Ao Longyu and Tianhu's plan to surround Duan Lingtian and not let Duan Lingtian escape from Pang Pusha's attack. Quickly withdraw your forces. Pang Pusha hurriedly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside and roared anxiously. Just from Duan Lingtian's attack earlier, he knew he was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Too strong. His all-out attack was easily destroyed by the other party. Even when he fought with the Crimson Demon's demon guards in the past, he did not feel such a terrible pressure. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were pinnacle upper ultimate gods. At this moment, he also realized something. Although Duan Lingtian was only a medium ultimate god, he definitely had the combat strength of a pinnacle upper ultimate god. Pinnacle upper ultimate gods were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. If the Crimson Demon's demon guards were said to be the lowest level, then the current Duanling Tian, even if he had not reached the highest level, he was close. At least, it was not something he could match. Ao Longyu and Tian Hu, on the other hand, were shocked by Duanling Tian's sudden attack. They were still in a daze when they heard Pang Pu Sha's cry. Although, in the blink of an eye, they had all regained their senses. At the same time, they wanted to remove the cage that they had jointly set up. However, when the cage became illusory, the astonishing seven-colored sword light, carrying a rich aura of life and the power of the five elements, swept towards Pang Pu Sha. On the other hand, Pang Pu Sha was a higher ultimate god who had gone through countless battles. He was one of the best among higher ultimate gods. Although he was panicking, he still managed to block Duanling Tian's attack. Pang Pu Sha was even prepared to get hurt. He had already made up his mind. He would do his best to block his opponent's attack. Even if he was injured, he would escape and enter the secret realm. Even if it was a narrow escape from the secret realm, it was better than dying here. At this moment, he had completely recognized the reality. Although the purple-clothed young man in front of him was only a medium ultimate god, he was stronger than him. After I kill him, it'll be your turn. Duanling Tian followed the sword light and flew toward Pang Pu Sha. At the same time, he coldly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside, causing their expressions to change drastically. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other and did not continue to withdraw their power. They turned around and fled toward the secret realm. Because the two of them did not have the power to withdraw, their power would be annihilated by inertia. This would also take some time. Under such circumstances, Pang Pu Sha, who had seen a chance of survival, felt the obstruction behind him while facing the menacing Duanling Tian. His face was filled with despair. It was too late. Pang Pu Sha's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Duanling Tian's sharp sword light broke through Pang Pu Sha's final defense and directly killed him. At the moment of Pang Pu Sha's death, Ao Longyu and Tianhu had just reached the entrance of the secret realm and did not have time to enter. This scene caused the expressions of the two people to change greatly, and regret appeared in their eyes. If they had known that this newcomer had such strength, they would never have taken the initiative to provoke him. The reason why they did that was because they were confident in defeating him. Let's go. Seeing Pang Pu Sha's death, Ao Longyu and Tianhu no longer hesitated. They turned around and escaped into the secret realm, disappearing before the eyes of the people outside. After Duanling Tian killed Pang Pu Sha, he also put away his opponent's divine artifact. As for the opponent's storage ring, it was destroyed as soon as the opponent died. Everything inside had also been sucked into the spatial turbulence of an unknown location, drifting along with the waves. Wanting to find it was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. At the same time, with Pang Pu Sha's death, the power left behind by Ao Longyu and Tianhu also dissipated without a trace. A group of young geniuses who had originally planned to enter the secret realm also stopped and looked at Duanling Tian. From the moment Pang Pu Sha attacked to the moment he was killed, it was actually only a few breaths of time. However, in these few breaths of time, their impression of the newcomer in front of them had undergone a tremendous change. Even Wang Yiyuan, who had just defended Duanling Tian, looked at Duanling Tian with a somewhat dull gaze. Thinking of how he had wanted to defend the other party just now, Wang Yiyuan felt his face burning as the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. With the other party's strength, why would he need his protection? Even if Pang Pu Sha, Ao Longyu, and Tianhu attacked together, they might not be his match, right? When one's strength reached a certain level, if the gap was too big, it was no longer a matter of quantity that could win. The qualitative change was far greater than the quantitative change. They ran pretty fast. Duanling Tian glanced at the entrance of the secret realm indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He was not someone who liked to cause trouble for no reason. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Those who provoked him would have to pay the price. You guys better not die in the secret realm, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Brother Ling Tian, it's almost time to go in. There's only a dozen breaths of time left. At this time, Duanling Tian also heard Wang Yiyuan's voice. Duanling Tian heard this, smiled at Wang Yiyuan in a friendly manner, and then flew toward the entrance of the secret realm in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that he would anger the owner of this place, Crimson Demon, by killing Pang Pusha. This was because Crimson Demon acquiesced to it. He had heard Wang Yiyuan mention this a few years ago when he first came here. In this place, Crimson Demon would not care about the killing between young geniuses. Perhaps in Crimson Demon's eyes, if you died here, it meant that you were not capable, and those who were not capable were not qualified to become his new body. Therefore, whether it was Pang Pusha who wanted to kill Duanling Tian or Duanling Tian who wanted to kill Pang Pusha, the two of them did not have any concerns. Seeing Duanling Tian enter the secret realm in the blink of an eye, Wang Yiyuan also followed. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Originally, I was reminding Brother Ling Tian not to be careless. Now, it seems that it was unnecessary. With Brother Ling Tian's strength, unless Crimson Demon is deliberately targeting him, it won't be difficult for him to leave the secret realm. Although the secret realm opened in Crimson Demon's small world was not completely targeted at strength. However, in Wang Yiyuan's memories, there was a group of young geniuses who were imprisoned in the small world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although some of those peak existences had perished, only one of them had perished since his arrival. There was still a huge advantage in terms of strength. After Duanling Tian and Wang Yiyuan entered the secret realm one after another, the dozen or so people outside also entered the secret realm one after another. At this moment, everyone had recovered from the earlier scene. As they moved, they discussed spiritedly among themselves. I really didn't expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. How can he be so strong? Although his comprehension of the law of space is strong, it hasn't reached the perfected stage yet. However, his sword Dao is very strong. Even with his sword Dao, it's difficult for him to be so strong due to the restriction of his cultivation base. Did you guys notice his earlier attack? It's obvious he had external help. Humph. That's the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Among the dozen or so people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some of them even had the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, the 5 divine elements in their bodies told them that it was the power of the 5 divine elements. That's the power of the 5 divine elements. I have a feeling that any of the 5 divine elements is no weaker than me. If it's just the chaos divine earth, it won't be able to devour me. However, with the help of the other 5 divine elements, I'll definitely be devoured by the chaos divine earth in his body. Remember, don't provoke him. If you provoke him, don't even think about using my power. I can't afford to provoke him. To be more precise, I can't afford to provoke the 5 divine elements in his body. If it's not necessary, don't make an enemy out of him. The fact that the 5 divine elements are willing to accept him as their host is enough to show how monstrous he is. If there are no mishaps, the Crimson Devil will choose him in the end. It's a pity that such a genius is going to be possessed by someone else. If the Crimson Devil really possesses him, his future achievements might surpass his current achievements. I wonder if he'll be able to fulfill the other conditions for the Crimson Devil to possess his body. All in all, he has a huge advantage. There's no need for you to feel indignant. It's not a good thing to be possessed by the Crimson Devil. However, you're not as good as him. To be more precise, you're not as talented as him. At the very least, I won't allow the other 5 divine elements to possess your body. Although it's not easy to find a host as talented as you, it won't be difficult for me to find one if I really want to. Not everyone is a peerless genius like him. At this moment, the 5 divine elements and the few people who possess the 5 divine elements in their bodies were warning them that Duanling Tian, a peerless genius who possessed the 5 divine elements, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 4386. The reason why Duanling Tian did not wait for Wang Yiyuan and entered the secret realm on his own was because he knew that even if they entered hand in hand, they would still be separated in the next moment. Those who entered the secret realm would not appear in the same place. They would appear in different places at the edge of the secret realm. What they had to do was to head to the center of the secret realm from the edge. During this process, they would have to go through many tests. If the secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body was a circle, Duanling Tian and the others would appear at the periphery of the circle. Then, they would head to the center of the circle from all directions. Only those who managed to reach the center of the circle within a certain period of time would be able to leave the secret realm alive. In the beginning, it was impossible for them to meet each other. It was only possible for them to meet each other later on because they were getting closer and closer to the center of the circle. The distance between them was also getting closer and closer. Some of them even overlapped with each other. Previously, I've heard that there will be guidance after entering the secret realm. There are many kinds of guidance. There are the guidance of flying beasts, the guidance of walking beasts, and the guidance of light. You have to find it yourself. The outside of the circle isn't the end. If you take the wrong path, you'll be further and further away from the center of the circle. At the same time, you'll encounter layers of obstacles that have no end. Before entering the secret realm, Duan Lingtian had heard Wang Yiyuan mention this to him before. In fact, this was also a test. It was a test of observation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was hovering in the air. He was above a forest. The forest was peaceful. When he looked around, the scenery in all directions was the same. He could not see any difference. The surroundings were calm. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Under such circumstances, even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a solemn expression on his face. He knew this was the time to test his observation skills. He had to find the clues that led to the center of the circle. Naturally, he was not stupid enough to search for the clues on his own. He opened up the little world in his body and asked the 5 divine elements for help. The 5 divine elements were the product of the heaven and earth spirit energy. They were very sensitive to things like the environment. As a human, he was far inferior in this regard. That tree is different. The Duan Lingtian divine would opened its mouth and pointed to a tree far to the right of Duan Lingtian. Then, it guided Duan Lingtian to see the difference in that tree. Duan Lingtian went closer to take a look. With the reminder of the Haotian divine wood, he immediately discovered that although this tree looked no different from other trees at first glance, its branches were very interesting. More than half of its branches pointed to one place. However, because the green leaves on the branches were too lush, if one didn't get close and flip open the leaves, they wouldn't be able to discover this point. As for the Haotian divine wood, as the wood spirit of heaven and earth, it could naturally tell that this tree was different without lifting the leaves. Let me look at the other trees. Duan Lingtian didn't immediately walk in the direction the tree was pointing to. He had to confirm it first, because once he took the wrong step, it would lead to a series of mistakes. It was possible that what awaited him was an abyss with a slim chance of survival, or even a certainty of death. Duan Lingtian looked at the surrounding forest and confirmed for an entire 2 hours. In the end, he confirmed that only one tree was different from the others. All the other trees were the same. That's the direction. After asking for the opinions of the other 4 divine elements and even asking the divine tree of life for help with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian made his way in the direction the tree was pointing to. Not long after Duan Lingtian set off, the sky above the area where he was originally at suddenly stirred. Then, a figure appeared. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize this person at a glance. It was none other than the master of Crimson Demon Ridge who had sent him to this godforsaken place. Crimson Demon. He was a powerful supreme powerhouse. Crimson Demon looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and shook his head gently. I originally wanted to increase the difficulty for him. He's not skilled in the law of wood, so it'll be difficult for him to find the guidance. I forgot that he has the 5 divine elements in his body. Among them, the clear heaven's divine wood is more sensitive to life forms like trees than cultivators who are skilled in the law of wood. Although it's his first time here, his strength is close to that of the most powerful higher ultimate gods. It won't be difficult for him to pass through this secret realm. I don't have much time left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. There are still more than 30 people left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. It'll be enough if half of them come out. In the next secret realm, I'll directly determine the 3 most suitable people for possession. Then, I'll choose my new body among the 3. Crimson Demon's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. I hope that Duan Lingtian is the most suitable one. I'm very satisfied with his body. Young, powerful and attractive. Crimson Demon's eyes shone with greed as he muttered to himself. This time, I'll try my best to get some divine corrupting spring from him. Let's see if it's possible to force him to hand it over. Crimson Demon thought to himself. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware that he had fallen into Crimson Demon's trap. Duan Ling Tian felt that he had found the right direction and moved forward in that direction. He used his powerful strength to flatten all the obstacles he encountered along the way. These obstacles might have been difficult for ordinary medium ultimate gods at the beginning, but they were not difficult for him at all. Although the difficulty of the later stages gradually increased, his strength was strong enough, and he still easily passed through one stage after another. It's not difficult. Duan Ling Tian passed all the obstacles without any obstacles. At the same time, in more than 30 other places, there were many people who were struggling with every step. Wang Yiyuan was one of them. Wang Yiyuan had not fully recovered from his injuries, and this time, the difficulty of the mystic realm had increased by quite a bit. He was struggling to cope with it. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in the next obstacle. Wang Yiyuan looked like a completely different person from before. Not only was he tattered and unkempt, but there were also many bloody wounds on his body. His face was also full of stains and bloodstains. His aura was also extremely weak. As he walked, he gasped for breath. Why don't I take a break first? No. If I take a break, the next obstacle might come directly to where I'm resting. Wang Yiyuan had suffered such a loss in the past, so he was extremely vigilant now. Finally, Wang Yiyuan moved forward and encountered the next obstacle. This obstacle was faced with a great demon. The first wave of attacks from the great demon severely injured Wang Yiyuan. He's too strong. I might have been able to kill him when I was at my peak. But now... At this moment, Wang Yiyuan looked at the great demon that covered the sky and the sun. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Although he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to face death. When the great demon was about to envelop him and the wind that blew against his face was like a knife, he subconsciously closed his eyes. Just when he thought he was going to die, a loud sound shocked him and he opened his eyes again. With a single glance, he noticed that a violet figure had suddenly appeared before him. Although he could only see the figure's back, he still recognized the figure with a single glance, and he was even slightly pleasantly surprised. Brother Ling Tian? The person who had arrived at the critical moment was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was originally challenging the obstacles by himself. He had just passed the first obstacle when he heard the commotion. As he was closer, he deliberately went closer to take a look. With just a glance, he saw the scene where Wang Yiyuan was almost killed. Not to mention Wang Yiyuan, who was the person he was most familiar with in this place. Even if it was someone else, as long as it was not Ao Longyu or Jianghu who had offended him previously, he would have helped them. It was just a simple matter of lifting a finger. Even if he did not know those people in this place, they were in the same boat as him. If he could help them, he would not mind lending a hand. Just as Duan Ling Tian turned around and nodded at Wang Yiyuan with a smile, his face suddenly changed. Then, a ray of rainbow sword light whizzed out from his hand and swept towards Wang Yiyuan's feet. However, it was still too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet cracked. A grayish-yellow spike swept out from the depths of the ground and pierced through Wang Yiyuan's body. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's rainbow sword light had also arrived. It directly pierced the ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet and kept going downwards. Puchi! Oh! A mournful cry came from the depths of the ground. The sound became softer and softer, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely extinguished. He hid so well. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that the checkpoint Wang Yiyuan was going through now was not only a powerful great demon, but also a great demon that was not weaker than the great demon that was hiding deep underground. Moreover, it was a great demon that was proficient in the law of earth. Before he could react, it directly attacked and severely injured Wang Yiyuan again. Even though he was a distance away, Duan Ling Tian could still clearly sense that Wang Yiyuan's life force was constantly draining away. Even his soul force was becoming more and more weak. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Yiyuan's body was pierced. The spike formed by the law of earth that pierced his body had disappeared along with the great demon's death. His body was supported by Duan Ling Tian and lying on the ground. Now, Wang Yiyuan was struggling to look at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and took out a healing pill to give to Wang Yiyuan, but Wang Yiyuan rejected it. It's useless. I know my own injuries. I have at most 15 minutes left to live. Cough cough. Wang Yiyuan kept coughing up blood. At the same time, he reached out with difficulty to take off his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan. Cough cough. This is my spatial ring. It's all ready. Cough cough. It's all ready. Remove the ownership. Most of the things inside. You. Cough cough. Probably won't be interested in them. But there's one thing that I'm not sure of. It should be useful to you. Of course it's not certain. Cough cough. If. Cough cough. It's really useful to you. I hope you can do me a favor. Of course. Cough. I'm leaving soon. It doesn't matter if you don't help me. I hope that you. Cough cough. Chapter 4387. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Wang Yiyuan breathed his last and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Although he had lived for 1,000 years and was used to seeing life and death, he still felt a sense of helplessness in his heart at this moment. Would he really be able to escape and regain his freedom without being controlled by the Crimson Devil? Even he did not have absolute confidence that he would be able to do so. As for Wang Yiyuan, he did not know if he was trying to comfort himself before his death or if he really thought there was hope for him to escape, but he actually asked for a favor from him. It was something related to the clan behind him and the family behind him. If I die here or if I'm possessed by the Crimson Devil, I won't be able to help him even if I want to. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Yiyuan seemed to have overestimated him. Why was he so confident in him? Perhaps it's not that he has confidence in me. He just wants to comfort himself before his death. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Then, he raised his hand and the energy from the Law of Life swept out. Together with the energy from the Divine Tree of Life, he repaired the hole in Wang Yiyuan's body before he put it away in Wang Yiyuan's spatial ring. If I can't leave, you can stay here forever. If I can, I'll bring you back to your clan and hand you over to the family you're worried about before your death. After putting Wang Yiyuan's body into the spatial ring left behind by Wang Yiyuan, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. Of course, the spatial ring had already been claimed by him and belonged to him now. As for the thing Wang Yiyuan said he would be interested in, he could not tell what it was in such a short time. At the same time, he did not have time to study it, so he put it aside for the time being. He would study it after he left the secret land. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Although he couldn't tell what it was for the time being, since Wang Yiyuan said so, it was enough to prove that it was mysterious. At the very least, Wang Yiyuan had not been able to figure it out after so many years. He did not think Wang Yiyuan had obtained it in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. He must have obtained it outside. If he had obtained it in the little world the Crimson Devil must have thought it was worthless. In that case, Wang Yiyuan would not treat it as a treasure. Duan Lingtian continued forward, heading towards the center of the circle. Although the difficulty of the trials was constantly increasing along the way, it was still not difficult for Duan Lingtian. If it was difficult for even him, he felt that the number of people who survived this trip to the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon would not exceed 5. Of course, the later stages were not all about brute force. Duan Lingtian also noticed this in the later stages. In the later stages, a lot of people had to rely on their ability to react on the spot and their intelligence. If a person wasn't smart enough or was a little slow, even if they didn't die in the later stages, they would at least be injured. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that Crimson Demon had seen everything that happened after that. This Duan Lingtian is worthy of being called the most monstrous existence among all the young geniuses in my small world. His performance is flawless. Of course, I can't come to a final conclusion about the trial set by the secret realm this time. After all, there are a few other people in the trial this time, so there won't be too much pressure. I'll raise the difficulty of the next secret realm to the highest level. I'd like to see how many people can survive. If there's only one person, it'll be him. If there are a few people, I'll set another trial and choose the last person. If there are 2 or 3 people in the end with the same performance and no pressure and no choice, I'll choose this Duanling Tian. Crimson Demon watched the group of young geniuses in the secret realm of his small world from a place where Duanling Tian couldn't see. His eyes were focused on Duanling Tian. The reason why he was more optimistic about Duanling Tian was because Duanling Tian had many gods accumulating springs. Secondly, Duanling Tian was the youngest among the group of young geniuses. He was at most a medium ultimate god who was a little over 1,000 years old. Moreover, he also noticed that Duanling Tian was not far from becoming a higher ultimate god based on his current cultivation level. If there were no accidents and he continued to grow smoothly, he would become a higher ultimate god before he was 2,000 years old. There's nothing else to see after this. I originally wanted to get some gods accumulating springs from Duanling Tian in this secret realm, but it seems like I can't directly increase the difficulty of the trial. That would undoubtedly make him more vigilant. Forget it. I'll just let go of this small prophet. I don't want him to go to the extreme and destroy his spatial ring before I possess him. If that happens, I won't be able to get a single drop of God's accumulating springs. Crimson Demon previously had the idea of taking the God's accumulating springs from Duanling Tian because he wasn't sure if Duanling Tian would be the most suitable person for him to possess. After all, he had only seen Duanling Tian's strength and talent and knew nothing about Duanling Tian. However, while he was satisfied with Duanling Tian's performance as he continued to observe in the secret realm, he also realized that even if there were only 2 or 3 people who survived in the end, Duanling Tian would most likely be one of them. In fact, he had already decided that Duanling Tian would be the best person for him to possess. He just needed to go through the final process. After all, it would determine whether his possession would succeed. Their clan's possession technique was too heaven-defying. It could only be used once in a person's lifetime and the success rate was not 100%. Only by finding the most suitable body for possession would the success rate be higher. Duanling Tian did not know that he had escaped a calamity from Crimson Demon who wanted to steal the god's accumulating springs. He was now continuing to advance toward the center of the circle. Along the way, he met 2 other people, but he did not know them and ignored them. Those 2 people had seen Duanling Tian kill Peng Pusha with their own eyes and knew how powerful Duanling Tian was. Seeing that Duanling Tian did not intend to pay attention to them, they consciously did not disturb Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is too strong. He's only a medium ultimate god, but he has the combat strength of a top-tier superior ultimate god. If he steps into the upper ultimate god realm, I'm afraid only those 2 people among us can compare to him, right? The 2 people Duanling Tian saw were now walking together and breaking through the layers of checkpoints that appeared later. It was possible to work together in the secret realm. However, when 2 people worked together, the checkpoints they had to break through would overlap and be more difficult. When 2 people worked together, their combined strength would be stronger. When faced with overlapping checkpoints, the difficulty of breaking through them was not much different from breaking through them alone. The reason these 2 people worked together was because they had been on good terms and trusted each other all these years. If Duanling Tian went to find someone to work with now, the other party might not be willing because they were worried that Duanling Tian would play dirty tricks behind their backs. Even if Duanling Tian did not directly attack them, as long as he held back, he could easily trick them. Because of that, in the secret realm of Crimson Demon's small world, it was impossible to work together if they did not trust each other enough. Do you think, if the 2 of us work together we can beat him? One of them asked the other. You're too arrogant. If the 2 of us work together, even if we go against Ao Longyu and Jianghu, we're not 100% sure that we can beat them. At most, we can guarantee that we won't be at a disadvantage. Didn't you see that before he entered the secret realm, Ao Longyu and Jianghu were so scared that they went in next? The other person shook his head. When the first person heard that, he fell silent. I never thought that there would be a day when a medium ultimate god could make me so afraid. The young man who shook his head spoke again with a sigh. He's really a monster. Duanling Tian passed through all the levels and finally arrived at the center of the circle. The center of the circle was a large teleportation formation. When he arrived, he happened to see a person enter the teleportation formation before him. Then, the person disappeared in the teleportation formation's light. When the light dissipated, the person disappeared without a trace. Before the person disappeared, Duanling Tian saw his face clearly. It was a young man with a cold face wearing a long black robe. When he looked at the other person was also looking at him. He came earlier than me, and doesn't seem to have any traces of injury. This person should be the one that Wang Yiyuan mentioned earlier, one of the strongest few among the many young geniuses that were imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. In Crimson Demon's little world, there were a few young geniuses who had the combat strength of a peak high-level ultimate god. He had heard about this from Wang Yiyuan a few years ago. Of course, he did not think that he was weaker than the genius who had left the secret realm before him. After all, he had not borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been faster. In addition, he had been delayed for some time in the process of meeting Wang Yiyuan. Let's go out first. The secret realm this time posed no difficulty to me at all. However, it might not be the same for the next secret realm. I wonder if Sister Shui and the divine tree of life have gained something this time. In fact, the last 2 levels were still a little difficult for Duan Ling Tian. However, due to some plans, he did not borrow the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements because they had their own things to do. Whether he could successfully escape from Crimson Demon's control was also an important factor. I hope they've gained something. That way, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon. Sister Shui also said that if I can enter the higher ultimate god stage here, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon's control. Originally, I only had a 50% chance of escaping. However, if I enter the higher ultimate god stage, I'll have a 70% chance of escaping. Chapter 4388. Duan Ling Tian discovered he had left the secret realm that Crimson Demon had set up for them and returned to the area he was in before he entered the secret realm. At this moment, he could see the figure of the person who had left the secret realm was gradually disappearing into the distance. There was no one around him at all. Duan Ling Tian did not stay long before he returned to the cave abode he had created for himself. The first thing he did when he returned to the cave abode was to ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, how did you and the divine tree of life gain from the trip to the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon? Although the divine tree of life had yet to communicate with him, he knew that the divine tree of life had its own life and consciousness. It was just that it had yet to recover to its peak state, so it was unable to communicate with him. Only the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements that had accompanied the divine tree of life for many years, could communicate with the divine tree of life. Naturally, if Duan Ling Tian asked the divine tree of life for help, the divine tree of life would be able to sense his will and help him. However, there was no communication between them during this process. It's just as I've guessed. The so-called secret realm in Crimson Demon's little world is actually a secret realm formed by the divine tree of life in his little world. In other words, the energy that supports the secret realm's operation comes from the divine tree of life in Crimson Demon's little world. We've discussed this before. The best time for you to escape is when the secret realm opens again. Make the best use of your time to cultivate before the next secret realm opens. If you can become a higher ultimate god before you enter the secret realm, you'll have a higher chance of success. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the discovery of the world-cleansing divine water and the divine tree of life in the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon was just as they had guessed. After all, the divine tree of life in his body had once belonged to a supreme expert. The divine tree of life in his small world was well aware of what methods the supreme experts had, what they relied on, and what they needed to open the so-called secret realm in their small worlds. Even the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about it. That was why they had guessed earlier and promised Duan Ling Tian that there was a chance to help him escape the Crimson Demon's control and leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Upper-level ultimate god. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a burning yearning. At the same time, he took a deep breath and prepared to calm down and start cultivating. However, before he started cultivating, he couldn't help but take out the spatial ring that Wang Yiyuan had given him before his death and took out the thing that Wang Yiyuan had mentioned. It was a circular object that looked like a token. It was engraved with ancient and complicated patterns. At least, Duan Ling Tian couldn't recognize what those patterns were. He didn't know if they were words or symbols. However, the material of the token was very strange. Duan Tian couldn't recognize what it was. Even when he activated the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he couldn't leave a mark on it. It wasn't that he didn't wonder if this was also a profound divine metal. After all, when he obtained the first form profound divine metal, it had the same characteristics. However, after he asked the profound divine metal, he was denied the possibility. "This is definitely not the profound divine metal," said the profound divine metal in Duan Tian's small world. "Then what is it?" Duan Tian was puzzled. "Little Tian, throw the token into your small world and place it under the divine tree of life." Just as Duan Tian was puzzled, the world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded. Duan Tian immediately realized that the world-cleansing divine water wanted the divine tree of life to take a look at the token. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Tian immediately threw the token into his small world. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" The divine tree of life used to be by the side of a supreme powerhouse. It's a powerful companion of the supreme powerhouse who's now dead. It must have been influenced by the supreme powerhouse. Wang Yiyuan and I can't recognize this token, but it doesn't mean it can't recognize it. Under Duan Tian's expectant gaze, the life energy on the divine tree of life suddenly surged in Duan Tian's small world. Then, a few of its branches shot out toward the token under the divine tree of life. Just as the tree branches were about to touch the circular token suddenly flickered with a faint life force, preventing the tree branches from approaching. Naturally, the life energy on the token was very weak. It was nothing compared to the life energy on the divine tree of life. In just a blink of an eye, it was destroyed. What's that token? How can it extend the life energy? Duan Tian was slightly surprised by the scene before his eyes. He could not figure out how a round token that was a dead object could emit such a pure life force. Although the life energy was not strong, it was very pure. It was no different from the life energy directly extended from the divine tree of life. At the very least, the life energy he displayed when he fused the law of life with his divine power was far from this pure. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if he wanted to refine his life energy to such a pure level, he would have to at least comprehend the law of life to the perfection stage. The perfection stage of the law of life was a qualitative leap. Under Duan Tian's gaze, the branches of the divine tree of life wrapped around the circular token. Streams of gentle life energy continued to flow into the token. At first, Duan Tian was somewhat puzzled by the divine tree of life's actions. However, after a while, Duan Tian's eyes suddenly widened. This was because he discovered that the token was emitting a suction force that greedily devoured the life energy from the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life did not seem to reject this and continued to supply the token with life energy. "Sister Water, this is..." Upon seeing this, Duan Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water about this. What was going on? What was the divine tree of life doing? Also, this round token, did it recognize what it was? Otherwise, why would it allow the divine tree of life to absorb its life energy? "I don't know either." The world-cleansing divine water quickly replied, "I've just asked it, but I don't think it has the time to reply. Let's wait patiently. Although I don't know what's going on, I can sense that it's not being forced. It's voluntarily supplying the token with its life energy. Although I don't know what it is, it's probably not something ordinary." "Little Tian, where did you get that thing from?" the world-cleansing divine water asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian did not intend to hide it from the world-cleansing divine water. He told the world-cleansing divine water about Wang Yiyuan. Upon hearing this, the world-cleansing divine water could not help but sigh. "If that thing is really useful to you, it'll be a huge favor to you." "All right." Duan Tian nodded. At the same time, his gaze was resolute. "Regardless of whether that thing is of great use to me or not, just based on the trust he has for me, I won't turn a blind eye to what he wants me to do if it's within my ability." "You're very responsible." The world-cleansing divine water praised Duan Tian. Then, it waited with Duan Tian for the divine tree of life's reply. However, 3 days and 3 nights passed in just a blink of an eye. After 3 days and 3 nights, the divine tree of life finally stopped supplying the token with life energy. At this time, it seemed to have dimmed slightly. It was obvious that it had consumed a lot of life energy. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was in no hurry to ask the world-cleansing divine water to ask the divine tree of life. After all, even a human would need some time to rest after 3 days and 3 nights. However, even though Duan Ling Tian did not ask, the world-cleansing divine water took the initiative to contact Duan Ling Tian. She said excitedly, "Little Tian, the thing that Wang Yiyuan gave you is not ordinary. In fact, it's a treasure to you." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although he could tell that the thing was not ordinary from the way it acted in front of the divine tree of life, he did not have high hopes for it. Even if it was not ordinary, it might not be of much use to him. If it was something that leaned toward the law of life, he would not give up on the law of time and the law of space to focus on the law of life. Moreover, in his opinion, the law of space was more powerful than the law of life, and the law of time was more powerful than the law of space. Chapter 4389. Sister Water, what is it? Although the world-cleansing divine water had said the item was a treasure to him, Duan Ling Tian did not let the surprise get to his head. After all, he would only know how useful it was to him if he had a better understanding of it. If it was something that could help him raise the level of the law of life, it might be a treasure to him. However, he was reluctant to convert his primary law of life to the law of life. Apart from his current attainments in the law of time and the law of space, he also possessed a supreme powerhouse godhead from the law of time and a supreme powerhouse godhead from the law of space. Both were treasures that could help him comprehend the law of life. Let alone the god-defying world, even in the outer realm, a supreme powerhouse godhead was a treasure. If that item is really something that can help me comprehend the law of life, is it more powerful than a supreme powerhouse godhead? Duan Ling Tian did not believe the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although Duan Ling Tian did not expect much from the world-cleansing divine water, he was still waiting for its reply. Perhaps Sister Water would be able to bring him a pleasant surprise? Although Sister Shui wasn't completely clear about his current situation, she probably knew that he didn't have much hope for the law of life. "It's a key," the world-cleansing divine water said again. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. A key. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain the key was not something that could help him comprehend the law of time. It must be a key to a certain place that contained many treasures. At the very least, it must be something useful to him. Otherwise, the world-cleansing divine water would not have told him the key was a treasure to him. Key. Where is the key to? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. The world-cleansing divine water did not keep Duan Ling Tian in suspense. She said bluntly, "According to the wood spirit, the key contains the aura of its former owner's idol. The idol of its former owner is also a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he's much stronger than the wood spirit." The wood spirit said that there is a spirit within the key. It's a life form that was born out of thin air by that utmost powerhouse after he mastered the laws of life to the great perfection realm. That spirit said that after its master died, the meaning of its existence was to open the independent plane where the ultimate expert behind it hid his relics after he died for the person who obtained it. Whoever can reawaken it will be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent plane that it controls. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit followed its previous master and saw it from afar before I entered its body. According to the wood spirit, its former master's idol, which is that ultimate powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Also, the wood spirit heard from its former master that his idol is an existence that can be ranked in the second tier even in the entire myriad worlds. The supreme experts in the first echelon of the 10,000 worlds are the 3 supreme existences in the 3 major domains. The second echelon below them are the supreme experts who are a grade lower. Among the myriad worlds, there are no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses who can be ranked in the second tier. At least, there were no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses back then. Perhaps you don't know much about this. Let me give you a reference. Back then, there was only one ultimate powerhouse who could be ranked in the second tier in the myriad worlds. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. That round token was actually something left behind by a supreme being who was once recognized as one of the second echelons of the myriad worlds. Moreover, it could open the independent space he left behind. Moreover, that supreme powerhouse was the idol of the former master of the divine tree of life in his little world. The wood spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. Duan Lingtian had learned about the name of the divine tree of life not long ago. After all, the original master of the divine tree of life in his little world was also a supreme powerhouse. One could only imagine how powerful that supreme powerhouse was to be idolized. However, the circular token he obtained was left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Moreover, according to the world-cleansing divine water, the token was left behind. Moreover, the circular token was the key to opening the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Whoever obtained the circular token and awakened the spirit inside would be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Sister Water, that supreme powerhouse. Did he not have any descendants? Did he not have any disciples? After a brief moment of shock and excitement, Duan Lingtian calmed down. The wood spirit said that the supreme expert did not belong to any of the realms. He was a wandering cultivator who roamed the myriad of realms and the lands beyond them. In fact, many people said that he was a native of the lands beyond the realm. The outer land is located outside the myriad worlds. It's also the hub of the myriad worlds. Many living beings have been born there over the years. Some are strong, some are weak. Among them, there are many who have grown to the level of a supreme powerhouse. The wood spirit said that the supreme powerhouse was a rogue cultivator in the past. After he died, he hid his life savings in an independent space and waited for a fated person. It's normal for him to do that. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit said that you can obtain it now and drip a drop of blood on it to make it acknowledge you as its master. Although the wood spirit was the one who awakened it, since you're its new master, its awakening is equivalent to your awakening. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the confusion in his heart. He immediately pulled the circular token out of his little world before he pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had formed a strange connection with a living being. Your divine tree of life has awakened me. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind so you can inherit Master's legacy. As the circular token trembled slightly, a young voice suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the round command token suddenly transform into a flowing light that entered his body before appearing near his soul, and it terrified him to the point his face couldn't help but go pale. Don't worry. The young voice sounded again. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. I won't harm you. I'll stay near your soul and protect it at critical moments. It's a good thing for you. However, my abilities are limited. I'm only good at defending against soul attacks. You don't have to look for me for help with other matters. Even if you look for me, I won't be able to help. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the young voice's words. At the same time, he recalled something and could not help but ask. You said that I can only go to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind after I become stronger. How strong do I have to become? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he could go to the bottomless abyss after he became a higher ultimate god, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for him. However, the young voice's reply completely dispelled his delusion. Supreme Expert. Chapter 4390. Ultimate Expert. Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head when he heard the words of the spirit in the circular token. The excitement that rose from the depths of his heart instantly vanished. Ultimate Expert. That was too far away from him now. His current goal was still to become a higher ultimate god. After stepping into the higher ultimate god realm, there was still a very, very long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. He knew very well that the reason he was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm from the lower ultimate god realm so quickly and even consolidate his cultivation base, getting closer and closer to the higher ultimate god realm, All of this was because he had soaked in the divine corrupting spring and absorbed a huge amount of divine corrupting spring. And that kind of opportunity only came once. Now, even if he still had a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands, even if he used all of it would at most help him walk a small part of the path to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even if he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm now, it would be difficult for him to completely consolidate his cultivation base with a divine corrupting spring in his hands, let alone use the divine corrupting spring to become an ultimate expert. What a pity! I have to step into the ultimate expert realm to be able to enter the ultimate god realm left behind by that powerful ultimate expert. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the ultimate god realm left behind by that ultimate expert as a medium ultimate god. However, he was hoping that he would be able to enter that place as a higher ultimate god. However, now that he heard the words of the spirit of the ultimate key, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the delusion in his heart. I originally thought that if I could enter as a higher ultimate god, I might be able to use the resources inside to quickly improve my strength and speed up my path to becoming an ultimate expert. After sighing in his heart again, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and did not continue to dwell on this matter. At the same time, he remembered that the ultimate key left behind by the ultimate expert was given to him by Wang Yiyuan before he died. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely do what you asked of me. Thinking of Wang Yiyuan's last words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Even if Wang Yiyuan had already fallen and it was impossible to know if he would fulfill his promise, he had never thought of going back on his word. I'll focus on my cultivation first. I'll strive to become a high-level ultimate god before the next secret territory opens. Duan Lingtian knew that the next time the secret realm opened, it would be a turning point for him. Whether or not he could leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's body and escape the Crimson Demon's control would depend on whether everything went smoothly the next time the secret realm opened. Right now, he wasn't sure either. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if Duan Lingtian did not make a breakthrough, he would only have a 50% chance of escaping alive. However, if he made a breakthrough, his chances would be even higher. However, no matter how confident he was, there was still a risk. There was no 100% chance of success. Even if it was 99%, there was still a chance of failure. No matter what, it's better to have a higher chance of survival. The higher the chance of survival, the higher the chance of survival. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he took out the god-corrupting spring water to help with his cultivation as he tried to break through to the high-level ultimate god stage. He had completely forgotten about time and everything else as he cultivated. He was only focused on breaking through. While Duan Lingtian was resting after leaving the secret realm, in the Crimson Demon's small world, many people who had entered the secret realm also came out one after another after Duan Lingtian. However, unlike Duan Lingtian who came out unscathed, these people were more or less injured. Some of them were even severely injured. Poof! Another figure came out from the secret realm. As soon as he came out, his body swayed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his face became extremely pale, like a sheet of white paper hanging on his face. After spitting out the blood, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around to make sure there was no one around before he heaved a sigh of relief. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this person with just a glance. This person was one of the two people who wanted to join forces with Pang Pu Sha to deal with him before he entered the secret realm. Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu was no longer as high-spirited as he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked a little tired and dispirited. Moreover, although he had successfully come out of the secret realm alive, he was not relaxed at all. First of all, he was seriously injured this time. The next trip to the secret realm would not bode well for him. Second, he was afraid that before the next trip to the secret realm, Duan Lingtian, who he had provoked before, would come looking for trouble with him and even kill him. Even if he was at his peak, he was no match for him, let alone now? Let's follow the agreement I made with Tian who before we entered the secret realm. After we come out, we'll look for someone to protect us. Duan Lingtian is powerful. However, there are still a few people in Crimson Devil's little world who are not afraid of him. Ao Longyu muttered to himself. He did not return to his place of cultivation. Instead, He headed in another direction. While Ao Longyu was making his move, Ao Longyu's companion, Tianhu, was giving away a spatial ring in a cave abode in a mountain range in the distance. Tianhu, what's the meaning of this? A handsome young man dressed in white sat in front of a stone table in the cave dwelling. He was drinking tea at a leisurely pace. He looked calm and had an extraordinary aura. Young Master Jun, I'm willing to use more than half of my life savings to seek your protection. Tianhu said sincerely with a solemn expression. Seek protection? The white-clad young man was stunned when he heard Tianhu's words. Then he laughed self-mockingly. I'm the same as you. We're both caged beasts in Crimson Devil's cage. I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person to seek protection from me. You should seek protection from Crimson Devil. Young Master Jun Tianhu continued to say, I'm asking for your protection. As long as you protect me until the next time the secret realm opens and we enter the secret realm. After that, young Master Jun won't have to protect me anymore. A hint of hope rose in Tianhu's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. If he died in the next secret realm, he would accept it. However, if he was killed by Duanling Tian before entering the secret realm, he would feel wronged. Naturally, most importantly, he wanted to take a gamble and increase his strength before the next secret realm opened. That way, he might not die in the next secret realm. Moreover, if he became stronger and joined forces with Ao Longyu, he might not be afraid of Duanling Tian anymore. If there were no accidents, Ao Longyu would definitely have a breakthrough before the next secret realm opened. He was seeking protection to stall for time. He felt that he and Ao Longyu might not be afraid of Duanling Tian after a few more years. However, even if they joined forces now, they were still no match for Duanling Tian. You're worried that the newcomer will attack you? The white-clad young man asked with a faint smile as he looked at Tianhu. Tianhu took a deep breath when he heard that. At this point, I don't intend to hide it from young Master Jun. Ao Longyu and I are indeed worried that he'll attack us. I'm seeking protection from young Master Jun because I'm guarding against him. I'm sure he won't dare to act recklessly with me around, young Master Jun. Based on Tianhu's words, it was obvious that he trusted the white-clad young man. In other words, he trusted the white-clad young man's strength. The white-clad young man's name was Shangguan Jun. In terms of strength, he was one of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's little world. Even among the superior ultimate gods, he was one of the best. At the very least, Tianhu felt that if Duanling Tian were to fight with Shangguan Jun, it would be difficult for him to defeat Shangguan Jun even if he was undefeated. It's not a problem to protect you. Shangguan Jun glanced at Tianhu nonchalantly before he looked at the spatial ring that Tianhu handed over. However, I want to confirm if your sincerity is worthy of my protection. If I don't like you, you can leave and look for someone else. In Crimson Demon's little world, I'm not the only one who has the ability to protect you. Shangguan Jun said. Young Master Jun, please check it. Tianhu bowed slightly and handed over the spatial ring. Shangguan Jun casually took the spatial ring. After the spatial ring ownership claim was made, he took a look inside. At first, his eyes were calm. However, after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up like the bright stars in the night sky. Even his breathing became slightly disordered. After taking a deep breath, Shangguan Jun regained his senses and looked deeply at Tianhu. You're really generous. That thing makes it impossible for me to reject you. All right, I'll do it. He's just a newcomer. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't easily make an enemy out of him because of his talent and future. However, in Crimson Demon's little world, everyone is going to die. Why should I be afraid of him? Shangguan Jun paused for a moment before he said to Tianhu, until the next time the secret land opens, you will cultivate in my cave mansion. If Duanling Tian really comes looking for me, I'll stop him. Thank you, young Master Jun. Tianhu had been waiting for Shangguan Jun to say this. Until now, his restless heart had finally calmed down. After Tianhu obtained the protection of Shangguan Jun, one of the strongest geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world, Ao Longyu arrived at the cave abode of another genius who was as famous as Shangguan Jun in Crimson Demon's little world. After a series of respectful greetings, Ao Longyu entered the cave mansion of the other party. At the same time, Ao Longyu stated his request and offered a treasure that the other party could not reject. With this, Ao Longyu and Tianhu found protection one after another. After the news spread, the young geniuses who survived the secret land could understand Ao Longyu and Tianhu's choice. If they were in the same situation as the two of them, they would most likely make the same choice. Ao Longyu and Tianhu are protected by Sun Zhiyao and Shangguan Jun. I'm afraid it's impossible for Duanling Tian to touch them. Chapter 4391. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not know that Ao Longyu and Tianhu had each found a top young genius in Crimson Demon's small world and paid a huge price to seek protection from him. Now, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He had forgotten about time and everything else while he was cultivating. With the help of the divine corrupting spring, his cultivation base increased rapidly, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even Crimson Demon, who occasionally paid attention to Duanling Tian, could clearly feel the improvement and change in Duanling Tian's cultivation base. This kid's cultivation speed is really fast. I originally planned to open the next secret territory in a few years. It seems like I'll have to postpone it. I'll wait until he becomes a higher ultimate god before opening the secret territory. At that time, I'll directly open the next secret territory and make it the last one. Only one person will survive. The secret territory opened early the last time. This time, I'll open it later to give them more time to breathe. Originally, the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world thought that since the secret territory opened early the last time, the next secret territory would only open a few years later. However, after a few years, they realized that the secret territory did not open. Even after a few more years, the secret territory still did not open. Could it be that the secret territory is going to be opened by the same number of years? Many people thought so. However, when the secret territory still did not open after the previous secret territory opened the next time, the group of people was puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't the secret territory opened yet? That's right. No newcomers have entered. Why is the opening of the secret territory delayed? Could it be that the secret territory opened early the last time, so it's delayed this time? Something doesn't feel right. Although the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world were puzzled, they also knew that they could not change anything. Everything here was under the control of the ultimate god, Crimson Demon. Among them, there were even quite a few direct descendants of supreme experts, the kind where the supreme experts were even willing to fight for them. However, within the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, they had no way of asking for help from the supreme experts behind them. Among the dozen or so people, several of them had tokens from supreme experts. Usually, when they were outside the realm, they could use the tokens from supreme experts to contact the supreme experts. However, the small world within Crimson Demon's body completely isolated all of this. You want to tip them off? Impossible. The Crimson Demon had already calculated everything. What's the situation? The secret realm hasn't opened yet? Even Ao Longyu and Tianhu had mostly recovered from their injuries. They had thought that they would only be able to enter the next secret realm with injuries. Who would have thought that they would have time to recover from so many injuries? This is a good thing for me. It seems like I'll be able to fully recover from my injuries before the next secret realm opens. Perhaps, before the next time the secret realm opens, my strength will be able to improve further. Tianhu's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. On the other hand, Ao Longyu's eyes shone brightly. Now that my strength has improved, even if I'm not a match for Duanling Tian, if Tianhu and I join forces, it'll be difficult for him to kill us. If Tianhu and I join forces, the most we'll be able to do is to fight him to a standstill. This time, the secret realm hasn't opened yet. I'll use the remaining time to recover from my injuries. I'll quickly recover from my injuries. At that time, I'll have more strength to protect myself. If there was anyone who did not pay attention to the next secret realm opening, it would be Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was focused on his cultivation, leaving his back to the 5 divine elements. If anything happened, the 5 divine elements would immediately alert him. As for the opening of the secret realm, there was no need for the 5 divine elements to alert him. Crimson Demon's voice was enough to wake him up. For this reason, he was not worried he would miss the next secret realm. Duan Ling Tian had completely forgotten about time as he cultivated. Drops of divine corrupting spring water were consumed by him as though they were free. They became a part of his divine energy. His divine power continued to rise and rise again. It was only when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base that Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly before they dimmed again. How long have I been cultivating? I feel like I've depleted more than half of the divine corrupting spring water in my possession. Now, I'm only left with less than half. Duan Ling Tian looked at the divine corrupting spring in his spatial ring, and discovered that the divine corrupting spring in his spatial ring had decreased by 3/5 compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. Only 2/5 was left. Sister Water, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water as his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the rate of depletion of the divine corrupting spring water. The world-cleansing divine water immediately replied, "You've been cultivating for 32 years. 32 years. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. That long? In the next instant, he thought of something else. But why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Crimson Demon hasn't notified me either. What's going on? It can't be that I missed Crimson Demon's notification while I was cultivating, right? That can't be right. If I didn't enter the secret realm, Crimson Demon wouldn't have let me go. Could it be that the secret realm hasn't opened yet? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The secret realm will open in 3 months. Crimson Demon's notification of the secret realm's opening came just as Duan Ling Tian had successfully broken through to the upper ultimate god stage. This caused Duan Ling Tian to fall into a daze for a long time. It was obvious the secret realm's opening had been delayed. However, if the opening was delayed, so be it. The timing of the opening was too coincidental. It opened right after he had broken through to the upper ultimate god stage? Sister Shui, do you think that Crimson Demon would be able to find out about my breakthrough as well? After all, this is the little world in Crimson Demon's body. Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water quickly gave him an answer. As long as he's paying attention to you, he'll naturally know about your breakthrough. Why are you suddenly asking this? The world-cleansing divine water felt Duan Ling Tian would not have asked this out of the blue. There must be a reason for him to ask this question. Duan Ling Tian immediately told the world-cleansing divine water that the secret realm would open in 3 months. The secret realm's opening was announced just a few breaths after you had broken through? The interval between the opening of the secret realm. This should be the longest one? The world-cleansing divine water was silent for a while after hearing this from Duan Ling Tian. Then it continued, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for you to break through to the upper ultimate god stage and become a upper ultimate god. As for the reason, it's because he values you. Moreover, he's likely to choose the most suitable body for him to possess in the secret realm this time. The world-cleansing divine water's words made Duan Ling Tian realize his guess was correct. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect the Crimson Demon to choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time. Sister Water, why did you say the Crimson Demon would choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time? Even if half of the people were eliminated in the previous secret realm, there would still be more than a dozen people left. More than a dozen people, and only one person will be chosen? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The world-cleansing divine water said, my guess is based on evidence. Previously, you told me the Crimson Demon's death rate has increased recently when he opened the secret realm. From this, it's clear he's in a hurry. It's obvious he can't hold on for too long. He doesn't even plan to face the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. His 10,000 years heavenly tribulation should be coming soon. Therefore, he wants to possess a new body before that, and use his clan's secret technique to conceal himself from the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian agreed with the world-cleansing divine water's analysis. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's analysis, Duan Ling Tian found it logical. For a moment, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Little Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's grave expression, the world-cleansing divine water said, You originally planned to escape from his control when the secret realm opens this time. If you can escape successfully, it won't affect you even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. However, if you fail, you won't be in a good situation even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's expression softened. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water continued to say, this time, if he's waiting for you to become a higher ultimate god before he opens the secret realm, it'll be a great help to you. Now that you've become a higher ultimate god, we'll have a higher chance of helping you escape. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When Duan Lingtian learned that the secret realm would open in 3 months, the other young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's little world also received the news. For a moment, their hearts were all shaken. It's finally here. They had been waiting for a long time for the secret realm to open. They did not expect it would only open after 32 years. Some of the people who had been seriously injured had also successfully recovered from their injuries in these 32 years. Ao Longyu and Jianghu had also fully recovered from their injuries. In fact, not only had they recovered from their injuries, they had also improved over the years and become even more powerful. Now, the two of them had joined forces. With a tacit understanding between them, their combined strength was not inferior to the young geniuses that they had found to protect them. Chapter 4392. However, although Ao Longyu and Tian, who had both made breakthroughs and were stronger than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them, their combined strength was no weaker than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them. However, they did not intend to leave the young geniuses who had promised to protect them. After all, they had paid a huge price to find this protection umbrella. Before they could make full use of it, it was better not to exhaust their strength. After all, they still had to enter the secret realm to seek survival. If they were injured in a conflict with the Duan Lingtian, it would not be worth it. The secret realm will open in 3 months. You and I will meet up at the entrance of the secret realm under their protection. There's no need for us to meet up before that. Ao Longyu sent a voice transmission to Jianghu. It's impossible for the two of them to leave for us. If one of us chooses to leave, we'll have one less person to protect us. What Ao Longyu meant was that they should continue to enjoy the protection of the people they had found. If they took the initiative to leave, it would only benefit the other party. That's what I think too. Tianhu agreed with Ao Longyu's suggestion. It was obvious that Tianhu had the same thoughts as well. However, Ao Longyu continued. At this moment, Ao Longyu continued to say, Duan Ling Tian hasn't come to look for us for more than 30 years. I don't think he'll come to look for us in the last 3 months. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, we can't let our guard down. Tianhu agreed with Ao Longyu's words once again. The two of them decided that 3 months later, they would head to the location of the next secret realm that Crimson Demon would open under the protection of the umbrella that they had found. However, they did not know that a purple figure was flying in the air from a valley in the little world of the Crimson Demon's body. He was heading toward the cave abode they had created for themselves. This is where Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave abodes are? Duan Ling Tian had come here after asking someone about the location of Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave abodes. However, when he arrived, he found that there was no one inside. Could it be that they died in the last mystic realm? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Or perhaps, the person I asked earlier lied to me? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at a young man not far behind him. It was this young man who had told him the location of Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave residences. At this moment, the young man seemed to have seen through Duan Ling Tian's doubts and smiled faintly. What you asked me was the location of their cave abodes. And this is where their cave abodes are located. Now, are you going to ask me where they are now? There was a faint smile on the young man's face. He had been like this since the beginning when Duan Ling Tian approached him. It was as if he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary strength at all. Since the last time the secret realm opened, Duan Ling Tian had killed Pang Pusha at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone in the Crimson Demon's small world knew about him. Everyone knew that a new genius had arrived. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a superior ultimate god's. You know? This time, Duan Lingtian looked at the young man with a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the young man was just a friendly person, but now it seemed that he was not that simple. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be so perfunctory and would not follow him. I know. The young man nodded. Both of them were seriously injured after coming out of the secret realm last time. Therefore, each of them paid a certain price to seek protection from the other two. Those two people are also two of the strongest people among the people here. If you come to seek revenge now, I'm afraid that the people they found to protect them will not stand by and do nothing. As he finished speaking, the young man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Ao Longyu and Tianhu to be so vigilant after coming out of the secret realm last time. However, he had to kill these two people. Last time, if it wasn't for his strength, he might have been tricked by these two and Pang Pusha and died at that time. Duan Lingtian was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. As for the two people who sought protection from Ao Longyu and Tianhu, two of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's small world? Superior ultimate gods? Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. He had just entered the upper ultimate god realm and urgently needed a battle to familiarize himself with the qualitative change in his divine power. Although entering the upper ultimate god realm meant that he was still far from completely stabilizing his cultivation base, his divine power had undergone a qualitative change and was incomparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Duan Lingtian also wanted to know how much his strength had increased after entering the upper ultimate god realm. Of course, it was not that he did not feel anything. However, he would be able to feel how much his strength had increased through actual combat. Your Excellency, can you tell me the location of the cave residence of the person they sought protection from? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man again and asked politely. The young man did not waste any time and directly led him around and pointed out the location of two cave residences at the same time. These two cave residences. The one in front is the cave residence of the person Tianhu sought protection from. The one on the left is the cave residence of the person Ao Longyu sought protection from. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man did not seem to be interested in watching the show and directly turned to leave. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at the departing figure and thanked him. At the same time, he felt that the young man was somewhat mysterious. Moreover, he gave him the feeling that he was somewhat unfathomable. Could this person also be one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world? Duan Lingtian could not help but have this thought. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the young man's back disappear before his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard whispers in his ears. Who was the person who came with Duan Lingtian just now? I've never seen him before. He should be someone who doesn't usually show up. I think I've seen most of the people here since I came in. Even Duan Lingtian is no exception. I've never seen that person before. The whispers that entered his ears came from 4 people. Among these 4 people, 2 of them hovered in the air as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. They had all heard the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian and the young man and came out of their cave residences to join in the fun. These people don't know that young man? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the whispers of the 4 people. While Duan Lingtian was frowning, the figure of the young man who had long disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned into nothingness, leaving only a faint voice. I wonder if this young man will be a match for those 2 after entering the upper ultimate god realm. If Duan Lingtian was there and heard this voice, he would definitely recognize it as the voice of the supreme expert who had imprisoned him, Crimson Demon. Obviously. The young man who had shown Duan Lingtian the way was the young man that Crimson Demon had transformed into. He had transformed into such a person to show Duan Lingtian the way. Although he did not know much about Duan Lingtian, he also knew that any normal person would not let Ao Longyu and Tianhu off so easily after what had happened to Duan Lingtian, unless the 2 of them had died in the secret realm previously. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his cave residence, the first thing he asked Crimson Demon was if Ao Longyu and Tianhu had walked out of the secret realm alive. It should be Crimson Demon's transformation. After frowning for a moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed who the young man was. He was obviously not a person who lived in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with Ao Longyu and Tianhu's situation. If he was not a person who lived in seclusion, it was impossible for him not to know the four people in front of him. Therefore, there was only one explanation. That young man was Crimson Demon's transformation. As for the purpose, it was obvious that he wanted to see him fight with the two young geniuses who had protected Ao Longyu and Tianhu to see his strength after his breakthrough. This Crimson Demon really thinks highly of me. When I had just broken through, he said that he wanted to open the secret realm. When I walked out of the cave residence, he transformed into a person and led the way for me. Even Duan Lingtian could feel how highly Crimson Demon thought of him at this moment. It was obvious that he really thought of him as one of the most suitable targets for possession. Now, it's time to find the two of them and settle the old score. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His eyes gleamed fiercely as he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the cave abode of the young genius who was protecting Ao Longyu. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked down at the cave residence below him. He said indifferently, "Ao Longyu, are you coming out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out?" Although Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent and his voice was not loud, it contained divine power and was extremely penetrating. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area around him. There were more than 10 young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world who had cultivated in this area. Therefore, almost everyone heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian, Tianhu, who was cultivating, instantly woke up when he heard the voice. His face darkened slightly as he walked out of the cave residence's stone room and headed outside. Tianhu. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from another stone room in the cave residence. Duan Lingtian has now stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Tianhu's face changed drastically when he heard this and he instantly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the stone room where the voice came from. It was the young man who had accepted Tianhu's storage ring and promised to protect him. The young man was also recognized as one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world. The young man had also walked out of the secret realm unscathed previously. He had also come out before Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. That you're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.